Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to Chilly Midnight. I'm Leanh, and tonight, I'm very happy to share some good news with you. My health has become much more stable, and little by little, I can feel my strength returning. Thank you to everyone who sent kind words, encouragement, and thoughtful wishes while I wasn't feeling well. Your concern meant more to me than you may realize. Now that I'm doing better, I'll be able to spend more time writing and preparing new stories for you. There are still many unsettling places waiting to be explored, many strange voices waiting to be heard, and many dark secrets that have not yet found their way into the night. I'm looking forward to bringing you more stories in the days ahead, and I hope you'll continue to join me whenever you have a quiet evening to spare. But before we begin, how have you been? Has life been treating you gently? Are you eating well, sleeping enough, and giving yourself time to recover after difficult days? Perhaps work has been demanding, or personal responsibilities have taken up most of your energy lately. Whatever you are going through, please remember that your health should never be ignored. Rest when your body asks for it. Step away when your mind becomes overwhelmed. You do not always have to keep moving just to prove that you are strong. I sincerely hope that you and the people you care about remain safe and healthy. May your coming days feel lighter, your nights become more peaceful, and your heart find comfort whenever life becomes uncertain. Thank you for returning to Chilly Midnight and for continuing to support the stories I create. I'm feeling stronger. I'm writing again, and there will be many more nights for us to spend together. Now, leave the noise of the day behind. Tonight's story is about to begin. Story 1. Celeste Armand first noticed the wrong smell in the elevator. The Hotel Bellecourt had spent 3 years renovating its upper floors, polishing every brass rail and teaching the staff to speak of luxury as though it were a moral virtue. Nothing in the building was allowed to smell accidental. The lobby carried bergamot and cedar. The bar carried orange peel, wax, and old cognac. Even the laundry corridor had been engineered to suggest white linen drying beneath summer sun. The elevator to the 8th floor smelled of rain on hot stone. Celeste stood alone beneath the mirrored ceiling, holding a black case of sample vials against her ribs. The scent was faint enough that another person might have missed it. To her, partial absence had sharpened what remained. Since the fire, she detected some aromas only as textures, lemon as a sting behind the eyes, vanilla as warmth across the tongue, smoke as pressure in the sinuses. Rain on stone came as coolness along the inside of her wrists. At the 7th floor, the smell deepened. Beneath it came something stranger: boiled milk, singed wool, and the dusty sweetness of violets kept too long inside a book. Celeste closed her eyes. For a moment she was 7, standing in the narrow kitchen of the house in Saint-Denis, where her mother warmed milk before school. The blue enamel saucepan had a chipped handle. A wool coat steamed over a chair. Her father hummed in the hallway. Not yet coughing. Not yet thin. Not yet dead. Then the doors opened. The 8th floor corridor was empty. Her childhood home had burned 28 years earlier. Nothing had been recovered except a warped silver spoon and a photograph with the faces blistered white. She had spent half her life constructing fragrances for people who wanted to remember places they had never visited and lovers they had never touched. She knew memory could be manufactured, but not like that. Madame Armand Etienne Vautrin, the hotel's guest experience director, waited near the end of the corridor in a midnight blue suit. Behind him, the passage curved around the central stairwell, cream walls, lacquered doors, antique sconces, perfect restraint. Celeste stepped out. The smell vanished. "You're early," Etienne said. "I prefer empty rooms. Then you'll love this floor. We have delayed bookings until you finish." He took her case and led her past room 808. Then 813. Then 812. The hotel used even numbers on this side. Across the corridor, the odd-numbered rooms faced the inner courtyard. Celeste counted automatically, a habit she had never trusted enough to stop. Room 814 stood at the corridor's end. Its brass numerals were darker than the others. Etienne unlocked it. The owners want something intimate, Parisian, but not obvious. No roses, no powder, nothing that smells like a souvenir shop. People do not remember cities, Celeste said. They remember what they were allowed to feel inside them. Etienne smiled as though this were charming rather than true. Room 814 was a suite designed to make wealth look private. Pale silk curtains, smoked mirrors, a low bed, and a marble fireplace that had never held fire. Celeste walked slowly, breathing through her nose, then her mouth, then her nose again. New wood, linen, stone dust, adhesive beneath the wallpaper, nothing else. She opened her case and arranged 6 vials on the writing desk. Each held a variation of the Bellmaker signature: iris root, black tea, beeswax, clean skin, and a mineral accord meant to suggest the saying at dawn. The 6th formula also contained a molecule Celeste never listed in client documents, one that softened resistance and made strangers feel briefly understood. She uncapped it. The room changed. Not visibly. The curtains did not move. The lights did not flicker. Yet the silence gathered itself, becoming the silence of a house listening from another room. Then the scent returned. Boiled milk, wet wool, violets. Celeste turned toward the bedroom. On the pillow lay a small silver spoon, blackened by fire. She knew its twisted handle. She knew the dent in its bowl. And beneath it, pressed into the white linen as if someone had only just risen, was the warm outline of a child's head. For several seconds, Celeste did not move. The impression on the pillow was shallow, but it had the unmistakable proportions of a child's skull. One side was darker, as though damp hair had rested there. The silver spoon lay across the hollow like an offering. Etienne came in behind her. "Is something wrong?" Celeste closed her hand around the spoon before he could see it clearly. Its metal was warm. "The room has retained renovation odors," she said. He glanced around. "I don't smell anything." Most people said that to her, as if smell were democratic. She slipped the spoon into her coat pocket and recapped the 6th vial. The room loosened when she looked back at the pillow. The indentation had disappeared. Etienne was still watching her. You're pale. Occupational hazard. She packed the samples carefully. The unlisted molecule, known in her private notes as Accord H17, was not a perfume in the conventional sense. Alone. It smelled faintly of warm skin after sleep, blended with familiar materials. However, it altered how people interpreted the person wearing it. Trust arrived more quickly. Hostility softened. Grief mistook itself for intimacy. Celeste had first tested it on a buyer who dismissed 3 months of her work in 5 minutes. She added 1 drop to her wrist before their second meeting. He approved the fragrance, invited her to dinner, and spent the evening confessing humiliations he had never told his wife. Since then, Celeste had used H17 whenever talent seemed insufficient. She did not consider this deceit. People manipulated one another with posture, clothing, lighting, money, and strategic vulnerability. Fragrance merely worked faster. If affection could be summoned chemically, that did not make the feeling false. A manufactured bridge still carried weight. Indifference carried nothing. The Bellecourt had booked 1 guest on the 7th floor as a preliminary trial. Madame Odile Caron, a retired magistrate from Leanh, had agreed to sleep in a suite scented with the 5th formula. She was 71, severe in posture, and proudly resistant to what she called luxury theater. The next morning, Celeste and Etienne found Odile seated on the bed, with both hands pressed to her mouth. A room service tray stood untouched by the window. Madame Caron, Etienne said. Odile looked at him. Then at Celeste. Her eyes were swollen. Where is Lucy? Etienne checked the room as though a child might be hiding behind the curtains. Who is Lucy? Odile's expression hardened. My daughter. Celeste felt coldness pass beneath her collar. The guest file had mentioned no children. It described Odile as unmarried, retired, and traveling alone. She was frightened of storms. Odile said. She crawled into my bed and kicked the blankets off. She had a red coat with wooden buttons. I gave it away after she died. Her voice broke on the final word. Etienne lowered himself into the chair opposite her. Madame, perhaps you had a vivid dream. Odile slapped him. I raised her for 13 years. Celeste stepped closer. What did her hair smell like? Odile stared at her. It was not a compassionate question. But scent often survived where images failed. Violettes, she whispered. And smoke. Celeste's hand tightened around the blackened spoon. Odile began describing a small house with a blue enamel saucepan, a wool coat drying over a chair, and a man humming in the hallway. The details were not merely similar to Celeste's childhood. They were exact. Down to the crack in the kitchen tile beneath the radiator. But Odile called the child Lucy, not Celeste. A nurse from the hotel's private medical service arrived and guided Odile toward the bathroom. As she passed, Celeste caught the faintest trace of H17 around her throat. Beneath it was almost nothing. Every living person carried a private warmth, salt, oil, fabric, diet, illness, age. Odile's skin should have smelled of powder, wool, and bitter medication. Instead, She smelled like freshly laundered sheets. Celeste lifted her own wrist. Her perfume remained. Iris. Tea. Mineral water. Warm skin. But beneath the formula, where her body should have been, there was only a clean and widening emptiness. Odile turned from the bathroom doorway and said, with terrible tenderness, "There you are, Lucy." Odile continued looking at Celeste as though waiting for an embrace. The hotel nurse touched the older woman's shoulder. But Odile recoiled. Lucy never liked strangers touching her. She said. Celeste forced herself not to look at Etienne. "I'm not Lucy." Odile's face collapsed. Not in confusion, but betrayal. "You always say that after the smoke." The nurse led her into the bathroom and closed the door. Water began running. Behind it came the low, broken sound of Odile crying for a child she had never born. Etienne stood by the untouched breakfast tray. "We should end the trial. We should examine the ventilation. She knew things about your home." She repeated details she heard somewhere. From whom? Celeste did not answer. She returned to room 814 alone that afternoon. The silver spoon remained in her pocket. Wrapped in a handkerchief, she had compared it with the insurance photographs stored on her private drive. The warped handle, the scorched bowl, the tiny engraved letter A beneath the stem, all matched. The original had been sealed in a bank box since her mother's death. Yet when Celeste called the bank, the clerk confirmed that the box had not been opened in 6 years. Room 814 smelled neutral when she entered. New linen, furniture polish, plaster. She did not uncap H17. Instead, she moved through the suite slowly, following the residue beneath the hotel's engineered cleanliness. Near the writing desk, she detected tobacco, rainwater, and a man's sour anxiety. By the wardrobe, there was rose pomade and warm iron, like blood on a pressed handkerchief. Beside the bed, she found boiled cabbage, infant powder, and the faint animal sweetness of milk drying on skin. None belonged to the room. They clung to it in layers. Celeste opened the guest history file on the hotel tablet. Etienne had told her that the 8th floor remained unused. But the digital record showed 3 temporary access entries during the previous month. The names had been removed. Each stay lasted less than 1 night. She found Etienne near the service elevator. "You put guests in 814. His hesitation was small. But she smelled the truth before he spoke, sweat sharpening beneath his cologne. "Private inspections," he said. "By whom?" "Investors. One critic. They wanted to experience the finished floor. And afterward, nothing serious." Celeste stepped closer. Beneath his cologne, another scent touched her, a child's wax, crayons warmed in sunlight. It did not belong to him. "What do you remember?" she asked. Etienne frowned. "About what?" "The person who used crayons." His face went still. Then he said, "My brother used to draw trains. You told me you were an only child." "I am." The sentence left him quietly. He looked toward the service elevator. And Celeste watched a memory arrive behind his eyes without finding a place to settle. "There was a green carpet," he said. He used to lie on it and draw stations. He hated yellow because he said it smelled like fever. Etienne pressed 2 fingers to his temple. I don't have a brother. Celeste smelled his wrist without asking permission. His natural scent was weak, not gone, as Odile's had been, but thinning beneath notes that were not his crayons. Wool blankets and medicinal syrup. How long were you inside 814? 20 minutes. The service elevator opened behind them with no one inside. From its brass-lined interior came violets. Celeste spent the evening searching the hotel's paper archives. Digital records began only after the Bellecourt changed ownership. But old housekeeping ledgers remained in a basement storage room, beside discarded lamps and boxed silverware. The 8th floor books had been separated from the others. Their pages listed linen changes, meal deliveries, it stains, medicine requests, and discreet instructions written in different hands. Most guests were identified only by initials. Several entries included the phrase, "No registration." Celeste turned brittle pages until dust coated her fingertips. In a ledger dated more than 60 years earlier, Room 814 appeared repeatedly beside deliveries of hot water, clean sheets, and warmed milk. One entry, written in faded blue ink, recorded a woman brought through the service entrance after midnight. No first name, no official booking, only a surname, Vasse. Celeste stopped breathing. It was her mother's maiden name. Beneath it, on the following line, the housekeeper had written, "Female infant delivered alive. Identity not to be entered." A later hand had crossed out the sentence so violently that the nib had torn the paper. Celeste tilted the page toward the lamp. Under the black strokes, another note remained visible. Child removed from room 814, carrying the scent of violets and smoke. Celeste photographed the ledger page before closing the book. By morning, she had built an explanation she could almost believe. The renovation had disturbed old insulation, varnish, fungal spores, and trapped perfume. The 8th floor's ventilation connected rooms that should have been isolated. H17, heightened emotional receptivity. Odile had overheard Celeste speaking, picked up fragments from hotel staff, or constructed a daughter from suggestive odors and loneliness. Etienne's imaginary brother was no more mysterious than a memory error produced by stress. As for the ledger, Vasseur was not an uncommon surname. The spoon was harder to explain, so Celeste did not try. She locked it in her studio cabinet and ordered air samples from room 814. The service lift and the 7th floor trial suite. She swabbed curtains, vents, carpet fibers, mattress seams, and the writing desk. By noon, glass tubes and labeled envelopes covered her work table. Every result came back ordinary. Dust, plaster, detergent, trace mold, residual aldehydes from cleaning products. No known psychoactive contaminant. No compound capable of producing shared hallucinations or transferring autobiographical detail. Celeste reran the tests. She told herself that fear was only pattern recognition without discipline. That afternoon, she found Etienne outside her temporary laboratory with 2 coffees and the strained politeness of someone avoiding the previous day. "How is Madame Caron?" Celeste asked. "She remembers Lucy," he said. "But not the red coat. Not the house. The details are fading. And you?" "I never had a brother." He handed her a coffee. His fingers smelled faintly of crayons again. But beneath them was another odor, lavender soap, damp wool, and starch heated by an iron. Celeste set the cup down. "You've been in 814 again." "No, you're carrying something from it." His expression tightened. "You say that as though it's a disease. Contamination is not the same as disease." "Is that what you're calling this?" "It is what it is until evidence says otherwise." Etienne laughed once. Without humor. "You always sound most certain when you're frightened." She almost asked how he knew that. Instead, she turned toward the samples. "Tell me about the lavender." He stared at her wrist, where she had applied no perfume that morning. "What lavender?" "The soap, the wool, the iron." For a moment he said nothing. Then his breathing changed. "There was a woman," he said. Celeste did not move. Etienne looked past her, toward a wall that had become something else in his mind. She lived in a room with curtains pinned shut. The wallpaper was green, with little gold leaves. They brought her meals after everyone had gone to sleep. "What was her name?" "I don't know." His voice had flattened into the cadence of remembered observation. "She had a white scar beneath her ear. She washed her hair with lavender soap because the man who visited her hated perfume. He said perfume stayed on his coat and made his wife ask questions." Celeste felt the laboratory narrow around them. "How old were you?" Etienne frowned. "I wasn't there." "But you remember her." "I remember being under the bed." The sentence came out as quietly as breath. He gripped the table. "She kept letters inside the mattress seam. She was pregnant. But they told the staff to call it an illness when the child was born. It did not cry at first. The woman rubbed its feet and sang." "What did she sing?" Etienne's lips parted. Celeste smelled scorched silver. He began humming the same 3-note phrase her father had hummed in the hallway of the house in Saint-Denis. She stepped back so quickly that a tray of vials rattled. "Where did you hear that?" Etienne stopped. His face emptied. Then, filled with panic, "I don't know." Celeste opened the archive photograph and enlarged the page beneath the Vasseur entry. Several lines lower, nearly obscured by water damage, was a note she had missed. She read it twice. The concealed woman had occupied room 814 for 11 months. Beside the entry, another housekeeper had written, "Lavender soap requested." Letters removed from mattress. Male child witnessed beneath bed. Etienne leaned over her shoulder. At the bottom of the page, in darker ink, someone had added, "Do not allow the boy to leave wearing her memories." Behind them, inside Celeste's locked cabinet, the blackened spoon began tapping against the glass. The spoon stopped tapping when Celeste opened the cabinet. It lay where she had placed it, wrapped in white linen. The blackened bowl turned upward. Nothing else had moved. Yet the glass door was fogged from the inside. And across the mist, someone had traced a small circle. Etienne did not ask to see it again. By evening, the 8th floor no longer matched the hotel plans. Celeste first noticed when she left room 814 and counted 6 doors before reaching the service lift. There should have been 4. The corridor seemed to lengthen whenever she looked away, adding alcoves and narrow stretches of carpet beneath identical brass sconces. She turned back. Room 814 was no longer at the end. Another door stood beyond it. Its brass plate had been removed, leaving 2 dark screw holes. Celeste walked toward it, but the odor of warm milk rose so suddenly that her throat closed. The unmarked door receded, not by moving, but by becoming farther away than the corridor could contain. She blinked. It was gone. She told Etienne the renovation drawings were inaccurate. He did not argue. Instead, he asked why she had stopped wearing perfume. Celeste lifted her wrist. "I haven't." He leaned closer. "I smell nothing." She uncapped a vial of Iris Absolute. Once. It had been one of the clearest scents she knew. Root, powder, cold earth, and the metallic dryness of old coins. Now it registered only as pressure behind her eyes. Beeswax gave her nothing. Black tea. Almost nothing. H17 gave no sensation at all. She spent the night testing raw materials until her nose burned. Each scent arrived weaker than the last, as if some internal room were being emptied shelf by shelf. Only the smells from Saint Denis remained vivid. Wet wool, boiled milk, scorched silver, violettes. The next morning, a housekeeper named Mireille paused outside the temporary laboratory and looked at Celeste with sudden recognition. "I know that perfume," Mireille said. Celeste wore none. "From where?" "My grandmother's wardrobe." "Perhaps." Mireille rubbed her palms against her apron. "Not perfume exactly. More like someone had just left the room." Later, the pastry chef said Celeste smelled like a chapel after rain. A bellman told her the fragrance reminded him of a red scarf lost in childhood. The night manager became tearful and insisted she carried the scent of his mother's hands. None could name the fragrance. All believed they had loved it. Celeste began avoiding mirrors. Her face remained unchanged, but people's eyes slipped from it too quickly. They remembered speaking with her. Yet, repeated introductions at the start of every conversation. Only her scent remained familiar. She returned to room 814 with 4 blotting strips soaked in accords from her childhood. One held boiled milk and vanilla. One held damp wool and lanolin. One held violet leaf and dust. The last held smoke, metal, and bitter almond. The closest she had come to recreating the fire. She placed them around the suite. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then the room responded. The milk strip drew a small handprint into condensation on the window. The wool strip made the wardrobe door tremble. The violet strip darkened as though pressed between the pages of an invisible book. When Celeste uncovered the fire accord, the mirrors clouded at once. The fireplace filled with the sound of someone breathing through smoke. "This is memory," she whispered. "Only memory." A child's voice answered from behind the smoked mirror. "No. Memory has a body." The glass reflected Celeste alone, but over her shoulder, the unmarked door stood open inside the reflection. Although the wall behind her was solid, beyond it was the kitchen in Saint-Denis. Her mother stood at the stove, warming milk in the blue enamel saucepan. Celeste approached the mirror. "Maman?" Her mother turned. She had no face. Where her features should have been, there was only smooth skin and the faint violet stain of perfume. On the marble table, Celeste's 4 blotting strips had rearranged themselves into a single formula. 3 carried scent. The strip containing H17 was completely blank, not odorless, empty. Beneath it, written in Celeste's own handwriting, were the words, "You were never the note." The words on the blank strip remained even after Celeste touched them. The ink did not smear. She lifted the paper to the light. But the handwriting stayed flat and black. Every slant and pressure mark unmistakably hers. She had written thousands of formulas in that hand. She knew how the final letter of note leaned too far forward when she was tired. Behind the mirror, her faceless mother raised one finger to her lips. Then the reflection went dark. Celeste stood alone in room 814, holding the empty strip while the wardrobe trembled softly against the wall. She crossed the suite and opened it. Inside hung 6 hotel robes, each perfectly still. The back panel was mirrored, framed in smoked brass. Celeste pressed her palm to the glass. It felt warmer near the center. And beneath the warmth came a faint vibration, like the throat of someone humming behind a closed mouth. The wardrobe had appeared shallower than its exterior dimensions. She removed the robes and ran her fingers along the frame. Behind the lower hinge, she found a brass latch disguised beneath a decorative leaf. When she turned it, the entire mirrored panel released with a sigh. Air pushed through the opening. Not stale air, perfumed air. It struck Celeste with such force that her knees weakened. Rose oil turned rancid in crystal. Orris root stored in damp wood. Civet ambergris. Smoke. Lavender soap. Human sweat. Hot metal. Breast milk. And the sweet mineral scent of teeth kept too long in a closed container. Her damaged sense of smell, which had failed her all day, opened completely. Every odor arrived at once. Celeste staggered through the narrow opening and found herself inside a service chamber no hotel plan had shown. The room was long and windowless. Shelves covered every wall from floor to ceiling. Hundreds of bottles stood in ordered rows, cut glass. Brown apothecary jars. Porcelain flacon. Stoppered vials wrapped in yellowing labels. A work table occupied the center. On it lay brass scales. Pipettes. Stained mortars. Strips of cloth. And a black ledger, swollen with age. A ventilation pipe rose through the ceiling, branching toward the guest rooms like the limbs of a metal tree. This had not been a storage room. It had been a perfumery. Celeste moved along the shelves, reading labels written in French, English, Russian, Arabic, and names she did not recognize as languages. For the wife in 806, for the boy who must resemble the Count, to conceal fever, to suggest widowhood, to make the servants forget her voice. Several bottles contained no formula name at all, only descriptions. The scent of a woman expected elsewhere, the scent of a child who belongs to no one. The scent left after a name is removed. Celeste picked up the black ledger. Its first pages documented ingredients and proportions. But the later entries became stranger. Hotel guests had been assigned fragrances not to please them, but to alter how others perceived them. A mistress was given the scent of clean laundry so staff would mistake her for domestic service. A political exile was made to smell of furniture wax, encouraging people to overlook him as part of the room. An infant, born without legal recognition, was washed in violet water so anyone carrying it would feel inexplicable tenderness. Fragrance had not hidden bodies. It had edited social reality around them. Celeste turned another page. A note in the margin read, "A life denied long enough ceases to attach itself to a face. It survives instead through appetite. Gesture, dream, and scent." Her fingers began trembling. On the final shelf stood a row of small bottles separated from the others by a strip of black velvet. Each bore a person's name and a date. Some were decades old. Several matched surnames from the housekeeping ledger. Vasseur appeared 3 times. The first bottle contained violet-colored liquid. The second was empty. The third had no stopper. Celeste reached toward it, then noticed one more bottle at the end of the row. It was newer than the others, made from clear laboratory glass rather than crystal. Inside was a colorless liquid, perfectly still. The label was typed, not handwritten. Celeste Amont. Beneath her name was a date. Celeste read it once. Then again. The bottle had been prepared 11 years before she was born. Behind her, the mirrored door swung shut. In the darkness, someone uncapped the bottle. The liquid touched the air before Celeste heard the bottle return to the shelf. Its scent was not unfamiliar. It was absence given shape. For one instant, she smelled every room she had entered after someone important had left it, her father's bedroom after the undertakers came, her mother's coat after the funeral. The burned house, once rain had cooled the ashes. Then those impressions collapsed into something cleaner and more intimate. Her own skin, not the iris and tea she wore professionally, not H17. The deeper scent she had carried since childhood and could no longer detect on her wrists. Someone in the darkness inhaled. Celeste struck the work table until her fingers found a brass lamp. Its wick caught weakly, revealing the service chamber in amber fragments. No one stood behind her. The bottle bearing her name remained open. A thin line of colorless liquid had disappeared from its neck. Celeste replaced the stopper with a strip of linen wrapped around her hand. As soon as the glass sealed, the sensation of being breathed in stopped. The mirrored door would not open. She searched the work table and found a narrow drawer concealed beneath its edge. Inside were folded property documents, guest statements, medical notes, and letters bound with discolored thread. The earliest records called the chamber the Cabinet of Discretion. The Bellicourt had not merely hidden affairs. It had housed entire human lives that respectable Paris refused to acknowledge. Married politicians brought male lovers through the service entrance. Wealthy families confined pregnant daughters until their children could be surrendered. Foreign dissidents slept under false names while embassies denied knowing them. Servants injured by guests were treated privately and dismissed without wages. Children born to hotel employees vanished from payroll records before they learned to walk. Every concealed person had been assigned a fragrance. The formulas reduced suspicion, encouraged sympathy, disguised illness. or made witnesses uncertain of what they had seen. At first, the method had been practical. Later, it became erasure. One memorandum instructed management to remove a woman's name from invoices, correspondence, and staff speech while continuing to deliver her meals. Another described a valet who became so easy to overlook that guests repeatedly shut doors while he was still standing in the room. Beside several files, someone had written, "Body retained. Identity successfully detached." Celeste read until the chamber seemed crowded with people whose lives survived only as instructions for laundering sheets. Then she found a folder tied with violet ribbon. Vaisar room, wheat scent, 14. The misspelling had protected it from later searches. Inside was a birth report. The mother was listed only as a 19-year-old hotel seamstress. The father's name had been cut from the paper with a blade. The infant was female, healthy, and delivered in room 814 after a prolonged labor. She was washed in violet water, wrapped in wool, and removed through the laundry entrance before sunrise. A baptismal note had been inserted afterward. The child's name was Elodie Vasseur, Celeste's mother. She pressed the paper to the table to stop it trembling. Elodie had always claimed she was born in a municipal hospital outside Paris. She had refused to discuss her parents, saying only that some families were better understood through silence. Another document had been added decades later, written in her mother's hand. Celeste recognized the compact letters immediately. The bottles do not preserve us. They preserve what others refuse to see. Once opened, they search for another body. I have removed my daughter from the register, but the room has already learned her scent. Below it was a list of materials taken from the Bellmaker, ledgers, photographs, formula books, birth records, and 3 bottles from the Vasseur row. The final note was dated 2 days before the fire in Saint-Denis. Everything remaining will be burned in the house. It is the only place Celeste will never willingly enter again. The fire had not been an accident. Her mother had destroyed the evidence and built Celeste's trauma around the hiding place. A photograph slipped from the folder. It showed Elodie as a young woman standing inside the sealed perfumery. Beside her was a little girl in a smoke-stained dress. Celeste turned the photograph over. In her mother's handwriting were 6 words. She has already begun carrying them. A sound came from the ventilation pipe above the table. Dozens of people breathing in unison. Then the documents around Celeste lifted as if disturbed by a passing body. And every erased name on every page changed to hers. The names changed 1 page at a time. At first, Celeste thought the lamp was failing. Ink softened, bled, and reformed beneath her hands. Birth records, guest registers, medical notes, dismissal notices. Every identity erased by the Bellmaker disappeared again. In its place appeared Celeste Armand. The breathing inside the ventilation pipe deepened. She backed away from the table. But the sealed perfumery no longer felt empty. The air pressed against her skin with the warmth of crowded bodies. Lavender soap touched her left shoulder. Tobacco drifted past her cheek. Somewhere near the floor, an infant gave a small, hungry sigh. Then memories entered her. Not images, sensations. The ache of milk in breasts that were not hers. A wedding ring hidden inside a shoe. A man rehearsing a false name before knocking at the service entrance. A servant kneeling on broken glass while a guest apologized only for the damaged carpet. Celeste gripped the table until the wood cut her palms. These are not mine. The voices inside the pipe answered without words. They did not need to speak. Each scent carried an entire human pattern. Hunger, shame, posture, private phrases. The habitual pressure of one tooth against the tongue. The room had preserved what official records could not. Not souls in any religious sense, not ghosts waiting intact in bottles. Lives reduced to recognizable traces. A fragrance was never one substance. It was an arrangement. Separate notes became identity only through proportion, sequence, and repetition. Change one ratio and the whole impression shifted. The Bellecourt had learned to do the same with people. Celeste looked at the formula ledger again. The oldest entries described concealment. Later pages documented something closer to transfer. Subject recalls sorrow without source. Host adopts gesture after third exposure. Original scent diminishes as foreign pattern stabilizes. When bodily odor is fully displaced, the host becomes available. Odile's vanished scent. Etienne's borrowed brother. Her own empty wrists. Celeste turned pages faster. One section detailed the failure of earlier carriers. Most rejected the imposed memories as dreams or illness. Some became fragmented, carrying several incompatible identities until they could no longer answer to any name. Others were recognized everywhere by scent, yet remembered differently by each observer. The room required a bridge, a compound that weakened the attachment between memory and body without destroying emotional receptivity. A formula had been proposed but never completed. Its structure was almost identical to H17. Celeste stared at the proportions. She had not invented the molecule. She had rediscovered it. The private experiments. The softened clients. The sudden confessions. The manufactured trust all had been rehearsals. Each time she wore H17. She made herself easier to inhabit. Each time she used it on someone else. She loosened the bond between their body and the life that belonged there. She had believed she was creating affection. She had been creating vacancies. The mirror door opened behind her. Etienne stood in room 814, pale and sweating. Celeste? She tried to answer. But another voice rose through her throat. Do not let him smell you. The voice was female, older, and exhausted. Etienne froze. Who said that? Celeste covered her mouth. A second memory moved through her. Lavender soap. Pinned curtains. Letters hidden inside a mattress. The woman Etienne remembered had not been his ancestor or ghostly companion. She had entered him during those 20 minutes in the suite. And now she recognized Celeste. Not her face. Her capacity. Etienne stepped into the chamber. Around him, the bottles began clicking softly against their shelves. You knew, he said. I knew nothing. You made the fragrance. I thought it influenced emotion. His expression changed. For an instant, he looked like a frightened boy beneath a bed. Then like a woman waiting for a married man to leave. Then like himself, you opened us. He whispered. The ventilation system shuddered overhead. Celeste saw the truth with the clarity of a completed formula. Roommate 14 had not reacted to her childhood scents because they were keys to her memories. It reacted because her mother had carried the room away inside herself, then passed its unfinished pattern into Celeste before burning the evidence. Celeste had never merely survived the fire. She had been preserved by it. On the shelf, the bottle bearing her name began to empty without spilling. The colorless liquid sank as though someone invisible were drinking it. With every drop, Celeste forgot one small thing about herself: the name of her first teacher, the color of her father's eyes, the sound of her own laughter. She seized the bottle. Inside the glass, dozens of reflections opened their eyes, and from every ventilation pipe in the hotel came the soft mechanical hiss of H-17 entering the occupied rooms. The hiss continued for 7 seconds. Then the hotel went silent. Not quiet. Silent. The ventilation fans stopped. The pipes ceased vibrating. And even the old building's settling noises withdrew. Celeste stood in the sealed perfumery with the bottle in both hands, listening to hundreds of occupied rooms hold their breath. Etienne reached for the main valve above the work table. "Shut it down," he said. Celeste looked at the ledger. Beside the unfinished transfer formula, someone had written a warning in brown ink. Without completion, release produces fragmentation. Hosts remain open. Identities enter without structure. "What did you send into the rooms?" Etienne asked. "Only the carrier." His face tightened. "Only?" H-17 loosened the bond between a body and the life attached to it. By itself, it created emptiness. The preserved identities in the bottles would enter whatever space they found. But without a stabilizing accord, they would arrive in pieces, grief without a name, tenderness without an object, terror without memory. Celeste could stop the system and seal the chamber. The guests might recover. Odile might forget Lucy. Etienne's borrowed childhood might fade. The hidden lives would remain trapped in glass, reduced again to unlabeled formulas and marginal notes. Or she could finish what the bell accord had begun. On the work table, the 4 childhood accords still lay where the room had arranged them: warm milk, damp wool, violets, and fire. Beneath them rested the blank strip of H-17. Her mother had burned the records to protect her, but protection had meant silence. Elodie had escaped room 814 only by carrying its dead inside her and teaching her daughter never to ask where she came from. She had chosen one child over all the others. Celeste understood the choice. She hated her for it. "What happens if you complete it?" Etienne asked. "They will be remembered." "By whom?" "Everyone." That is not an answer. It is the only one they were denied. Etienne caught her wrist. His scent had nearly vanished. Beneath his cologne moved the lavender woman, the imaginary brother, and several other lives she could not distinguish. And what happens to us? Celeste thought of every client who had smiled because she adjusted the air around them. Every lover who had leaned closer under the influence of a note they did not understand. Every affection she had manufactured and then accepted as evidence that she mattered. A bridge carries weight in both directions, she said. She pulled free. The final formula did not require a new ingredient. It required proportion. H-17 had to be bound to something personal enough to give the invading patterns shape, yet empty enough to accept them all. Celeste opened the bottle labeled with her name. Her natural scent rose from it. She remembered her mother buttoning a red coat beneath her chin, her father humming in the hallway, a blue saucepan, a spoon blackened by flame. Then another memory surfaced beneath them. Her mother standing in room 814 with Celeste as a child, pressing violet water behind her ears. "You must smell like one person," Elodie had whispered. "Or they will all know there is room." Celeste poured the bottle into the central mixing flask. Etienne shouted and lunged toward her. The woman inside him stopped him. His body stiffened mid-step. One hand stretched toward the valve. Celeste added the childhood accords one by one. Milk for origin, wool for concealment, violets for unwanted tenderness, fire for erasure. The mixture turned clear. Every bottle in the chamber opened. No hands touched them. Stoppers lifted. Glass mouths breathed. And decades of hidden lives entered the ventilation tree in streaming layers of scent. Celeste placed both palms on the brass controls. A final lever bore no label. She pulled it. The fans awakened. Throughout the Bellecourt. Doors opened. Guests stepped into corridors carrying memories that had never belonged to them. Someone began singing behind the walls. A man on the 7th floor called for a son, erased before baptism. In the lobby, 3 strangers embraced and addressed one another by names absent from every register. Etienne fell to his knees. Celeste waited for her mother. The air thickened with violets and smoke. A woman's hand touched her cheek. "Maman," the hand withdrew. From the pipes came hundreds of voices speaking at once. None of them used Celeste's name. Then the hotel inhaled again. And her face disappeared from every mirror in the room. The Bellecourt reopened 3 weeks later. Officially, the interruption had been caused by a ventilation malfunction and minor chemical exposure. The guests were compensated. The staff signed confidentiality agreements. Etienne Vautrin remained on medical leave after being found in the service stairwell speaking alternately as 4 different people. No report mentioned Celeste Armand. The hotel's new signature fragrance entered circulation without a launch event. It had no listed perfumer and no published formula. Management called it Mémoire Privée. Though guests rarely used the name, they said it smelled like home. A woman from Brussels wept because it reminded her of a kitchen she had never entered. An American businessman recognized the tobacco of a lover he could not remember meeting. A newly married couple argued over which of them had once owned a red coat with wooden buttons. Reviews called the fragrance intimate, melancholic, and impossible to forget. The Bellecourt became famous. On busy evenings, Celeste stood in the lobby beneath the crystal chandeliers and watched strangers pause as they passed her. Their faces softened. Some smiled, others touched their throats or turned suddenly, convinced someone beloved had just entered behind them. No one greeted her. When she approached the front desk and asked for Etienne, the receptionist looked through her with professional concern. "May I have your name?" "Madame?" "Celeste Armand." The receptionist typed it. The computer rejected each letter as soon as it appeared. By the time she reached the surname, the field was empty again. "There seems to be a problem," the woman said. "I created the fragrance in this hotel. I'm afraid our fragrance was developed anonymously." Celeste leaned closer. "You know me." The woman inhaled. Tears filled her eyes. "I know your perfume." she whispered. But when Celeste asked what she looked like, the receptionist could not answer. Photographs failed in different ways. In some, Celeste appeared as a blur. In others, the space where she stood showed only wallpaper or an empty chair. Security cameras recorded doors opening and elevators moving, but never the person causing them. Mirrors were worse. They showed the room behind her. She could still see her hands when she looked directly at them, still feel her face beneath her fingertips. But reflective glass returned no proof. Her body had not vanished. It had simply lost permission to become an image. She searched for her mother among the guests. Each evening brought fragments. An old man folded napkins the way Elodie had. A young woman hummed her father's three-note song. A child asked for milk warmed in a blue saucepan. None possessed more than a gesture, a phrase, or a fear of smoke. Her mother had not returned whole. No one had. The rejected lives had dispersed through the hotel like fragrance released into open air. A hand movement survived in one body, a grief in another, a name spoken during sleep by someone born decades too late. Celeste had given them witnesses. She had not given them themselves. Room 814 remained closed to guests. At night, she entered through the service corridor. The suite recognized her scent and opened without a key. The sealed perfumery waited behind the mirrored wardrobe, its shelves filled with empty bottles, all except one. The bottle labeled Celeste Armand had slowly refilled. Each night, it held a little more. She tried to break it. The glass did not crack. She poured the liquid away, but it climbed back into the bottle in a thin, trembling thread. Then she understood what the room preserved. Not her body, not her face, not even her memories, which were already thinning. It preserved the impression she left in others, a tenderness without a source, a familiarity without an image, affection detached from the person who had earned, borrowed, or manufactured it. One evening, Odile Karen returned wearing a red coat with wooden buttons. Her natural scent was gone. Violette, smoke, and warm milk moved through her skin. Celeste stepped from the hidden chamber. Odile smiled. For one impossible moment, Celeste believed she had been recognized. Lucy, Odile said. Celeste closed her eyes. The room breathed around them, patient and satisfied. By morning, Odile remembered only that someone had held her while she cried. On the pillow lay a blackened silver spoon and a new bottle of perfume. Its label bore no name. When the housekeeper uncapped it, she began to weep for a woman whose face she had never seen. The Bellecourt did not merely preserve forgotten people. It transformed them into feelings without ownership, grief, tenderness, desire, and shame drifting from one body to another. Celeste believed recognition was the opposite of erasure. But remembrance without identity became another form of disappearance. She succeeded in making the hidden lives impossible to ignore, yet sacrificed the boundaries that made each life uniquely human. Perhaps the most frightening fate is not to be forgotten completely, but to survive only as a feeling others mistake for their own. Would you choose silence or remembrance at such a cost? Story 2. By the first hard frost, the deer began arriving before the telephone rang. Naomi Bell noticed the pattern on a Wednesday morning. Though at first she blamed the cold. The rehabilitation center sat 6 miles beyond the last plowed county road, where black spruce crowded the clearing and the old utility poles leaned toward one another like tired men. Frost silvered the wire enclosures, the cedar sheds, and the hand-painted sign that read North Star Wildlife Recovery. The word recovery had faded more quickly than the rest. Naomi was carrying a bucket of thawed mice toward the raptor barn when she saw the doe lying beside the intake gate. It had not been there 10 minutes earlier. The animal's legs were folded beneath it with unnatural neatness. Blood had dried in one nostril. A strip of orange survey ribbon clung to the fur above its shoulder, fluttering though the air was still. Naomi set down the bucket and approached slowly, speaking in the low, level voice she used with frightened creatures and agitated volunteers. "Easy. I'm not going to touch you yet." The doe watched her without attempting to rise. That was wrong. A deer with enough strength to track movement should have fought, kicked, or tried to drag itself into cover. This one only waited. Naomi knelt and found a shallow puncture high in the hindquarter. Not a bullet wound, but close enough to make her jaw tighten. Bow season had opened 3 days earlier. Men in blaze orange were already parking along the logging roads, talking about stewardship while leaving beer cans beneath their trucks. She slipped a towel over the doe's eyes, lifted it onto the canvas stretcher, and pulled it toward the clinic. The animal weighed less than it should have. Beneath the musk of wet hide was another smell, cold earth newly opened by a shovel. Inside, fluorescent lights clicked awake, 1 row at a time. Naomi cut away the ribbon, checked the gums, palpated the spine, and found no fracture. The puncture was clean, almost circular. Around it, the flesh trembled in tiny waves, as if something beneath the skin were blinking. She pressed 2 fingers to the spot. The movement stopped. Her telephone rang in the office. Naomi left the doe sedated on the exam table and answered with one glove still on. A man introduced himself as Deputy Cal Rourke from the county sheriff's department. He asked whether she had seen a hunter named Gideon Pike, who had failed to return from state land the previous evening. Naomi looked through the clinic window at the orange ribbon on the counter. "What does he drive?" "Green pickup. Dog box in back. His wife says he sometimes dropped injured animals with you." "He dropped animals," Naomi said. "Injured is not always the word I'd use." The deputy paused. Naomi could hear paper shifting at his end. "Did he come by yesterday?" "No." It was true, as far as she knew. Gideon had last visited in August with a fox caught in a leg trap he claimed to have found. The fox had chewed through 2 tendons before Gideon bothered to bring it in. He had stood in the clinic doorway while Naomi prepared the euthanasia syringe and said, almost cheerfully, that nature wasted nothing. After the call, she returned to the doe. The towel had slipped from its head. Its visible eyes were open but unfocused from the sedative. Naomi cleaned the puncture, shaved the matted fur, and searched for fragments. There were none. When she rolled the animal slightly, her thumb found 2 small ridges beneath the fur along the ribs. At first she thought they were ticks. Then one of them opened, A narrow, wet line appeared under the coat. Fine, lashes separated. Beneath them, an amber eye looked directly at her through the fur. Naomi froze. Her gloved hand still resting on the doe's side. A second hidden eyelid opened beside the first. The doe's ordinary eyes remained dull with sedation. The two beneath its fur were completely awake. Naomi did not call anyone. For nearly a minute she stood beside the exam table, watching the two concealed eyes study her through the doe's fur. Their pupils narrowed against the fluorescent light. When Naomi leaned closer, they followed her movement independently of the animal's visible eyes. She told herself they were cysts, parasites, a congenital deformity made theatrical by exhaustion. Then she covered them with surgical cloth and continued working. The doe never struggled. Even when the sedative began to fade, it remained still, beneath Naomi's hands. Breathing slowly while she flushed the wound and stitched the torn muscle. Wild deer usually woke in terror. They thrashed until blood slicked the table or broke their legs against restraint rails. This animal watched her as if captivity were the reason it had come. By noon, Naomi had moved it into quarantine and recorded the injury as a puncture from unknown debris. She left the extra eyes out of the chart. North Star survived on grants, donations, and public patience. A photograph of a malformed deer could bring reporters, inspectors, and strangers who treated suffering like entertainment. Her afternoon passed in familiar aggravations. A woman called about a raccoon she had been feeding marshmallows. A man wanted a fox removed because it frightened his golden retriever. A developer requested relocation advice for hawks nesting where a lakeside condominium entrance was planned. Naomi deleted that message twice. Though once had been sufficient. People wanted animals saved only when saving them caused no inconvenience. They wanted owls in calendars, not barns. Wolves in documentaries, not near cattle. Deer on Christmas cards, not roads. The moment an animal damaged a lawn, delayed construction, killed a chicken, or refused to remain decorative, compassion became someone else's problem. Near sunset, a pickup stopped at the gate. A teenage boy climbed out with his father. Between them, on a plastic sled, lay a young buck with a swollen foreleg. The father wore an expensive hunting jacket, so clean it looked borrowed. Found him beside County 12, he said. Probably clipped by a car. Naomi examined the leg. There was no road rash, broken glass, or bruising from impact. A thin groove circled the cannon bone. Cable snare, she said. The father looked toward the trees. Could be. It is say. The boy stared at the buck, his face pale. Naomi wondered whether the snare belonged to him. She asked where they had found it. The father gave vague directions, then added that they had done the decent thing by bringing it in. Naomi disliked people who announced their decency before anyone questioned it. After they left, she carried the buck into the clinic. It should have fought her. Instead, it rested its muzzle against her shoulder. Beneath the fur along its neck, two ridges shifted. Naomi finished the examination, administered pain medication, and set the leg. Only after transferring the buck to the adjacent pen did she part the coarse hair. Two amber eyes opened behind her. The doe rose without sound. The doe stood at the dividing fence, its ordinary eyes dark and calm. Neither animal looked toward the open forest beyond the enclosure. Both watched Naomi. Over the next 4 days, 3 more deer arrived. One was found beside an abandoned logging track with birdshot beneath its skin. One came limping from the marsh with a broken arrow shaft in its flank. The last appeared at dawn inside the outer fence, though the gate was chained and the ground showed no place where it had jumped. Every animal carried a different human injury. Every animal had 2 concealed eyes. And every animal lost its fear the moment Naomi touched it. They turned their heads before she entered the pens. They gathered at the fence when she crossed the yard. The injured buck allowed her to change its bandage without restraint. A doe with torn muscle lowered itself at a gesture from Naomi's hand. She should have found their trust comforting. Instead, it felt like being recognized. On the 5th evening, Naomi finished locking the clinic and noticed movement beyond quarantine. 6 deer stood among the spruce, including animals she had released months earlier. None approached the feed. They faced the dark logging road leading north. Then, together, they lowered their heads as if listening. From somewhere beyond the tree line came the faint, metallic clink of tools striking one another. The deer turned toward Naomi. Every hidden eye beneath every coat opened at once. The metallic clinking stopped when Naomi stepped toward the fence. For several seconds, nothing moved beyond the spruce. The released deer remained arranged between the trunks, their bodies pale in the moonlight, their breath drifting in thin clouds. The animals inside quarantine stood equally still. Then something struck the ground on the far side of the gate. A dull wooden knock. Naomi took the flashlight from her belt and swept its beam across the gravel. At first, she saw only pine needles, frost, and the shadows of the fence posts. Then the light caught a polished handle lying near the chain. She did not open the gate. The deer had turned their heads toward the object, but none approached it. Their hidden eyes remained open beneath their fur, visible as small amber gleams whenever the flashlight passed over them. Naomi backed toward the clinic. She locked the door, though she could not remember the last time she had done so while still working. From the office window, she watched the clearing until well after midnight. The deer did not graze or bed down. They stood around the center in an uneven circle, facing inward. By dawn, they were gone. The object remained beside the gate. Naomi found a pair of evidence bags left from an old poisoning case and pulled one over her hand before lifting it. It was a hunting knife, heavy and broad-bladed, with a dark antler handle worn smooth near the guard. Blood had dried along one side of the blade and inside the grooves of the sheath. The blood was too dark to tell whether it had come from an animal. Orange survey ribbon was tied around the handle. Naomi carried the knife into the clinic and placed it beneath the examination lamp. Initials had been carved into the base of the handle. G. P. She stared at them until the letters lost their shape. At 9 that morning, she called Deputy Rourke. He arrived in an unmarked county vehicle with mud dried along its doors. Cal Rourke was younger than Naomi had expected, perhaps 35, with a narrow face and the patient manner of someone accustomed to being lied to in kitchens. He photographed the knife before touching it. "You're certain it wasn't here yesterday? I check the gate every evening." "And you didn't hear a vehicle?" "No." He examined the ribbon. "Where did you get this?" "I didn't. It matches the marking tape the search crews are using." Naomi looked toward the quarantine pens. The deer had gathered near the wire. Cal followed her gaze. You have more than usual. People injure more than usual. He ignored the remark and turned the knife beneath the light. His expression changed when he saw the initials. This is Gideon's. You're sure? I've seen it on his belt for 10 years. He asked Naomi to explain again how she had found it. She described the sound beyond the logging road and the deer outside the fence, omitting the hidden eyes. Saying it aloud would make the rest of her testimony disposable. Cal listened without interrupting. A deer brought this? He asked finally. I said the animals were gathered outside. I didn't see what carried it. But that's what you think. I think an animal moved it. From where? The question irritated her because she had already asked it of herself. Gideon hunted these woods. She said, if he dropped it, a deer could have carried it by the sheath. Deer don't carry knives. They carry rope, plastic, branch, shed, fabric. I've removed fishing line from antlers and a child's swing chain from a buck's neck. Cal sealed the knife inside a larger bag. His wife said Gideon came here in August. He brought in a fox. She said the two of you argued. We disagreed about what mercy means. That sounds like an argument. Naomi folded her arms. Are you investigating me or collecting his property? Cal studied her for a moment, then looked toward the pens again. The injured buck had pressed its muzzle to the fence. Beneath the fur along its neck, one hidden eyelid slowly opened. Naomi stepped between Cal and the enclosure. He did not appear to notice. Before leaving, he asked whether the search team could use the center's north trail to access the abandoned logging road. Naomi told him the ground was unstable near the marsh and that too many people would distress the animals. Gideon Pike may be injured. Cal said, so are they. His mouth tightened. That evening, Naomi chained the gate twice. The released deer returned just after dark. There were more of them now, bucks, 2 yearlings, and a limping fawn she had treated the previous spring. They emerged silently from the trees and formed the same inward-facing circle. One large buck approached the clinic steps. Something hung from its mouth. It lowered its head and released a leather glove onto the frozen boards. 3 fingers remained inside it. The glove did not belong to a whole hand. Naomi understood that before she touched it. The 3 shapes inside were too rigid, too narrow at the ends. Frost had formed along the torn leather, whitening the seams and the dark crescent of blood beneath the cuff. The buck remained at the foot of the steps. Its antlers were broad but uneven, one side carrying an extra tine wrapped in damp velvet despite the season. The animal watched Naomi through its ordinary eyes while something beneath the fur of its throat blinked. She shut the clinic door and called Cal Rourke. By the time his vehicle reached North Star, the buck and the surrounding deer had withdrawn into the trees. Cal climbed the steps without speaking. He crouched beside the glove, photographed it, and placed it inside a clear evidence bag. The contents shifted when he lifted it. Human? Naomi asked. We'll let the medical examiner answer that. You know they are. Cal glanced toward the forest. Where were you standing when the deer dropped it? Inside. You saw the animal carrying it? Yes. His eyes returned to her. That is different from what you told me about the knife. This time I saw it. Cal's jaw tightened. Gideon wore gloves like this. So do hundreds of hunters. He was missing 3 fingers on his left hand. Naomi looked at the shapes inside the leather again. Cal continued watching her. Old logging accident. The glove was padded so it wouldn't collapse. The relief that passed through Naomi was so immediate that she resented him for noticing. So those aren't fingers. Probably not. Then scavengers moved it. Scavengers? Coyotes. Foxes. Ravens. Anything attracted to blood or sweat. Deer? Naomi looked past him at the pens. Animals pick up things. Cal sealed the evidence bag. Not in this order. She asked what he meant. The knife first. Now, the glove. Both items Gideon carried every time he hunted. Cal stood. It looks less like scavenging and more like someone emptying his pockets. The following night, a red fox left a folding saw beneath the intake sign. The night after that, 2 raccoons rolled a dented thermos across the gravel until it struck the clinic wall. Gideon Pike's name had been written across the bottom in black marker. Naomi stopped calling Cal. She collected nothing. Each morning she found another object waiting outside. A compass with a cracked glass face. A coil of snare wire. A box of wet matches. A rifle sling severed at both ends. She left them where they lay until Cal or another deputy arrived. During daylight, Naomi insisted on ordinary explanations. Animals were opportunistic. They followed scent trails. The search parties had disturbed the area and scattered equipment. Gideon might have abandoned supplies while injured. At night, she watched through the office blinds. The animals came together. Deer emerged beside coyotes. Foxes crossed the clearing beneath the wings of ravens. Raccoons moved between the legs of a black bear that should already have entered its winter torpor. Predator and prey crossed the same ground without hesitation. None looked at one another. All looked at Naomi. On the 4th morning, fresh snow covered the clearing. Cal arrived with 2 search volunteers and a state conservation officer named Mara Venn. They examined the tracks before entering the building. Naomi joined them near the gate. The snow preserved everything clearly. Hoof prints, paw marks, clawed impressions, and the small hand-like tracks of raccoons converged from every direction. They overlapped in dense, orderly paths leading toward the clinic steps. They walked together. Mara said, "Animals use the same trails." Naomi replied, "Not like this." Cal pointed toward the north fence. Beyond it, the separate tracks gathered into a single, churned area beneath the spruce. Naomi expected to see the same prints continuing into the forest. There was only one trail. Each impression was nearly 3 feet long. Pressed so deeply that black earth showed beneath the snow. The shape was neither hoof nor paw. It carried the split weight of an elk, the forward drag of claws. And behind each print lay a narrow groove as though something heavy had been pulled between them. The enormous tracks led away from the center toward the abandoned logging road. None led toward it. Mara crouched beside the nearest impression and brushed snow from its edge. Embedded in the frozen mud was a piece of orange survey ribbon. Beneath it, pressed into the track like a maker's mark, was the clear outline of a human hand. The handprint in the enormous track was the same size as Naomi's. She did not say so. Mara Venn photographed it while Cal measured the impression. Naomi stood with her hands inside her coat pockets. pressing her fingertips into her palms. Her left thumb curved inward from an old tendon injury. So did the thumb in the mud. By afternoon, search crews had marked the North Trail with fresh orange ribbon. Naomi watched them disappear between the spruce and felt anger. Though she could not decide whether it was directed at their intrusion or at herself for wanting them gone. She returned to the clinic and worked until the windows turned black. The animals no longer behaved like injured wildlife. The buck with the snare wound lowered itself only after she pointed toward the bedding. A doe refused water until Naomi tapped the bowl twice. Even the fox in isolation stopped pacing when Naomi looked at it. She tested the behavior because she needed to prove it accidental. "Back," she whispered. The fox retreated. She raised one hand. Every deer in quarantine lifted its head. Beneath fur, along ribs, throats, and shoulders. Concealed eyelids opened in sequence. Amber eyes fixed upon her with patient attention. She lowered her hand. The eyes closed. That night she dreamed of walking barefoot along the logging road. Something moved beside her, tall enough that branches scraped across its back. She could not see its body. Only antlers passing between the trees like the ribs of an overturned ship. When she woke, she was sitting at her office desk. Her cheek rested against an open intake ledger, and damp grit coated the page. Mud packed the crescents beneath her fingernails. Orange survey ribbon had been tied around her wrist. The clinic door was locked from inside. The alarm log showed no entry. Her boots remained beneath the radiator, dry and clean. In the bathroom mirror, 2 faint swellings rose beneath the skin of her forehead. One above each temple. She pressed them carefully. They were hard, fixed, and narrow at the base. Not cysts, not swelling. They felt like bone. By morning they had receded enough to hide beneath her hairline. Naomi blamed exhaustion and the pressure of the search. She told herself mud could have come from a planter, though there were no plants in the office. The next 2 nights vanished in pieces. She remembered feeding the owls before dusk. Then she was standing beside the outer fence with frost on her sleeves. She remembered answering a donor's email. Then she was washing blood from a steel bowl that did not belong to the clinic. Each morning, the growths returned firmer. By the 4th day, they no longer receded. Under the examination lamp, 2 pale ridges pushed against the skin in perfect symmetry. The flesh around them had taken on the soft gray sheen of antler velvet when she touched the right ridge. Pain ran through her jaw and down her spine. From the pens came a sudden chorus of movement. Naomi entered the yard. Every animal was waiting. The deer stood in 2 rows along the fence. The fox sat between them. Ravens lined the clinic roof beyond the gate. Coyotes watched from the clearing. None begged for food. None tested the wire. Naomi raised her hand without thinking. The animals turned toward the North Trail. "No," she said. They remained still. "Wait." All across the yard, bodies lowered to the ground. Naomi stepped backward. The growths beneath her forehead throbbed once. In time, with the hidden eyes opening under every coat. Inside the office, the motion camera indicator was blinking. She pulled up the recording from the previous night. At a little after 2 in the morning, the clinic door opened. Naomi walked outside barefoot. Mud already coating her hands. She crossed the clearing and stopped where the enormous tracks had begun, one by one. Deer, foxes, coyotes, raccoons, and a black bear emerged from the forest and gathered around her until the camera could no longer distinguish her body from theirs. Then the mass moved north. Before leaving the frame, Naomi turned toward the camera. 2 narrow points of bone had broken through her forehead. Her mouth opened. And though the recording had no sound, she could read the words on her lips. "Show me where you put him." The animals began moving before sunset. Naomi saw them from the clinic window, the quarantined deer standing in perfect silence. The fox facing north. The ravens lifting from the roof in a single black sheet. Beyond the fence, shapes passed between the spruce coyotes. Raccoons. The heavy shadow of the bear. No animal looked back to see whether she followed. Naomi pulled on her coat and took the clinic flashlight. She told herself she was going to find the source of the objects, photograph it, and return before the search crews came back. She did not call Cal. She did not leave a note. At the gate, the animals waited. When Naomi opened it, they entered the forest together. The north trail was marked with orange ribbon, but the animals ignored the path. They moved through alder thickets and over frozen marsh grass, following ground too soft for people and too narrow for vehicles. Naomi struggled behind them. Branches caught her sleeves. Mud filled her boots. The growths beneath her forehead throbbed whenever she lost sight of the deer. She touched the right ridge through her hat. At once, the animals stopped. Naomi lowered her hand. They continued. The realization made her stomach tighten. They were not leading her despite her hesitation. They were responding to it. The forest changed beyond the abandoned logging road. Spruce gave way to old birch and ash twisted around shallow pits. Rusted cable protruded from the soil. She passed a broken steel trap half swallowed by roots. Then a row of moss-covered drums marked with symbols she could no longer read. The smell came next. Not rot exactly. Rot was active. Warm. Crowded with insects. This was older, wet hide, mineral soil, and the dry sweetness of bones stored too long in darkness. The animals gathered at the rim of a hollow. Naomi knew the place from county maps. Logging companies had used it decades earlier to discard diseased livestock, trap-killed predators, and carcasses damaged beyond sale. Later, poachers had found it useful. The state had filled the pit and planted saplings over it, as though roots could make the ground innocent. The deer descended first. Naomi followed, sliding between exposed roots. At the bottom, the earth had collapsed beneath an old ash tree, revealing a narrow opening. Antlers had been pushed into the mud around it, their tines interlocking like the ribs of a gate. The bear entered on all fours. Naomi crouched and crawled after it. The passage opened beneath the roots. Her flashlight crossed walls that were not walls. Layers of hide had been stretched between antler beams and hardened with age. Vertebrae hung in linked chains from the ceiling. Deer skulls faced inward beside fox jaws. Bear claws, bird wings, and small polished bones she could not identify. Human tools had been worked into the structure. Axes supported the roof. Rusted traps formed hinges. Saw blades overlapped like scales. snare wire-stitched fur to bark. Among them, Naomi recognized the objects brought to the center: Gideon's knife sheath, his compass, the severed rifle sling. The animals arranged themselves around the chamber. Naomi stood in the center, breathing through her mouth. This was not a den. Nothing here had been dragged together at random. The pieces formed parts of a single, impossible anatomy. Antlers branched like a crown. Hides made a torso. Vertebrae curved into a spine large enough for something taller than the room. Tools filled the spaces where bones were missing, as though human violence had been accepted as another material. At the far end was a hollow shaped like a kneeling person. Orange ribbon had been woven around its wrists. Naomi approached it despite the pressure building beneath her skin. Inside the hollow lay the steel bowl she had washed during the missing night. Its rim was coated in dried blood. Beside it rested a key ring from North Star. Naomi checked her pocket. Her keys were gone. A sound moved through the chamber, not a growl, but hundreds of breaths drawing inward together. The animals lowered their heads. Naomi's flashlight flickered across the kneeling shape, and she saw that the hides lining it were still wet. 2 narrow channels had been cut above the place where a forehead would rest. They matched the growths beneath her skin. Then, something behind the hide wall lifted one of Gideon Pike's missing hands and knocked 3 times from inside. The hand knocked again. 3 slow impacts pressed through the hide wall, each one strong enough to shake dust from the antler beams. Naomi stepped backward. But the animals did not move. Their heads remained lowered, as though the sound were part of a ceremony they understood. She reached toward the hide. A flashlight beam cut through the passage behind her. Naomi. Cal Rourke's voice struck the chamber harder than the knocking had. He entered with Mara Van and another woman wearing the dark green coat of the Bois Forte Tribal Conservation Department. The woman was in her late 50s, broad-shouldered, with silver woven through 2 black braids. Her name patch read Elise Nodine. Cal looked from Naomi to the kneeling hollow. "What did you touch?" "Nothing." The wet hide beside her shifted inward. Mara raised her weapon, but Elise pushed the barrel down. "Don't point that in here," she said. "You know what this is?" Naomi asked. Elise did not answer immediately. She studied the antlers. Stitched hides, rusted tools, and vertebrae hanging above them. Her expression held no reverence, only recognition mixed with disgust. "I know what people claimed it was." Cal moved toward the wall from which the hand had emerged. Elise caught his sleeve. "Let it finish." The fingers flexed once, then released something from behind the hide. A small black object dropped onto the earth. A field recorder. Its plastic casing was cracked. Mud filled the speaker grill, and one corner had been gnawed away. Orange ribbon had been tied around it. Cal placed it inside an evidence bag without switching it on. Outside the hollow, beneath the fading light, Elise explained what she knew. The earliest county histories called the place the Rendering Hollow. According to those records, local Ojibwe people had believed that animals killed wastefully would gather their discarded parts and build a guardian from them. "That isn't the warning," Elise said. "That is what settlers wrote after they had already filled this land with traps and poison." "What was the warning?" Mara asked. Elise looked at Naomi. "That violence does not disappear when the body is discarded. It returns through the person who found a reason to justify it. Naomi felt pressure beneath the skin of her forehead. Elise continued. The old accounts never described animals choosing revenge. They described a human being deciding that cruelty had become necessary. Once that person believed the decision made them righteous, the dead had somewhere to live. Cal glanced at the hollow entrance. You think someone built that chamber? Many someones, Elise said. Over many years. Trappers, timber crews, wardens who looked away, people who used this pit because it kept the evidence together. And the animals? They are not building a creature. Elise's gaze remained on Naomi. They are assembling an argument. Back at North Star, Cal cleaned the recorder while Mara searched its memory card. Naomi sat in the clinic office, with her hands beneath the table. Dirt still lined her nails. She could hear the deer shifting outside, though none struck the fences. The recorder held 5 damaged files. The first contained wind and Gideon's voice counting steps. The second captured a rifle shot, followed by his laughter and the distant crying of an injured deer. In the third, he argued with someone too far from the microphone to identify. The fourth recording began with Gideon breathing rapidly. Legs bad, he said. Tree came down when I crossed the washout. Radio's gone. Bell found me. Naomi stopped breathing. Cal looked at her. The recording continued. Gideon called her name twice. Then Naomi's voice answered. Close to the microphone. You shot all 3 of them. They were already hurt. You wounded them because you wanted to see where they ran. Know me. Listen to me. My leg is broken. There was a long silence filled with leaves scraping across the ground. Gideon spoke again. Softer. You can hate me after you get me out. Naomi heard herself breathing on the recording. Then came the sound of metal dragged across soil. Gideon's radio. Perhaps, or his rifle. Her recorded voice said, The search teams won't come this far unless someone marks the trail. What are you doing? Another silence. Then Naomi answered, Making sure they don't. The file ended. No one in the office moved. Mara opened the final recording. For several seconds, there was only Gideon crying somewhere in the dark. Then Naomi's voice came again. Farther away. Leave the tools. She called. They'll know what belongs to them. Cal turned toward her. Naomi tried to say she did not remember. But outside, every animal in the center lowered itself to the ground at once. And beneath her hairline, both points of bone broke through the skin. Blood ran down Naomi's temples in 2 narrow lines. Cal moved toward her. But every animal outside rose at once. The sound passed through the center like wind through dry grass, hooves scraping concrete, claws against wire, wings striking rafters. The deer pressed close to the fences. Not panicked, but attentive, waiting. Naomi touched one of the points above her forehead. The exposed bone was warm. The moment her fingers closed around it, the clinic disappeared. She was back on the North Trail 3 nights earlier. Though memory returned not as an image, but as cold moving through her body. Gideon lay beneath a fallen birch. His left leg trapped between the trunk and a shelf of stone. His rifle rested several yards away. Beyond him, 3 deer struggled among the trees. One dragged a shattered foreleg. Another had collapsed against a stump. Its breath bubbling through blood. The third was a yearling turning in confused circles while an arrow protruded from its neck. Gideon had been laughing when Naomi found him. Not from pain, from the private satisfaction of someone pleased by the accuracy of his own cruelty. They scatter differently when you don't kill them clean. He had said. Makes tracking interesting. Naomi remembered kneeling beside the nearest doe. Its visible eyes had already clouded. But beneath the fur along its ribs, something moved. Two small eyelids opened. They looked at Naomi, not pleading, recognizing. Gideon called for her to lift the tree. She did not answer. She found his radio beside the rifle and switched it off. She removed the battery, threw it into the marsh, then dragged the radio behind a wind-fallen spruce where no searcher would see it from the trail. Gideon watched her. "You're angry," he said. "Fine. Be angry after you help me." Naomi remembered looking at the deer, then at him. For years she had repaired what men like Gideon damaged. She had stitched flesh, amputated limbs, bottle-fed orphaned animals, and explained to smiling donors that recovery was not the same as restoration. She had watched developers destroy nesting ground and then sponsor rehabilitation photographs. She had listened to hunters call wounded animals unfortunate losses. That night, beneath the birch, something inside her had stopped asking whether refusing to save Gideon was wrong. It had asked whether he deserved the effort. The answer had come easily. No. Naomi whispered in the clinic. Cal heard her. Know what? The memory continued. She took Gideon's compass, knife, and matches and scattered them along the old disposal road. She tied survey ribbon to the wrong trees. Before leaving, she looked back once. Gideon was no longer shouting. Animals stood around him in the dark. Predators and prey together. And Naomi had understood, even then, that they were waiting for permission. The clinic returned around her. Elise Snowden stood near the doorway, her face grave. You knew, Naomi said. I knew what the story required. You said the dead needed somewhere to live. They need more than flesh. Outside. The hidden eyes opened beneath every coat. Elise continued. Animals do not divide the world into innocence and guilt. They kill to eat, protect, mate, or survive. They do not build courts. They do not decide that one kind of life has earned extinction. Naomi felt the bone extend another fraction through her skin. The protective body cannot think like an animal. Elise said. It needs a human mind. Someone who understands judgment. Someone willing to call hatred mercy. Naomi looked toward the pens. The deer were not bowing to a healer. They were obeying a judge. You think it chose me because I saved them, she said. No, Elise replied. It chose you because you had already decided whom you would not save. Cal reached for Naomi's arm. The fox threw itself against the enclosure door. Naomi flinched, and every animal surged forward. Wire bent. Bolts screamed inside wood. The ravens beat against the clinic windows until the room darkened beneath their wings. Naomi raised one blood-covered hand. Everything stopped. Even Cal released her. In the silence, a voice came from the motion camera speaker. Though the system was not playing any recording, it was Gideon's voice, thin and wet with pain. You left me alive long enough to choose. Naomi stared at the black monitor. Her reflection stood within it. Antlers branching upward beyond the screen. Behind that reflection, the animals waited in the forest, and something wearing Gideon's ruined face knelt among them, holding open the place where Naomi's body would fit. The search team arrived before dawn. Naomi saw their lights moving through the trees long before the engines reached the gate. White beams slid between the spruce, pausing whenever they found orange ribbon. Radios crackled in the cold. Men called to one another along the North Trail, their voices carrying toward the center in broken pieces. Cal stood between Naomi and the clinic door. "You can still end this," he said. Blood had dried beside the antler points emerging from her forehead. The skin around them pulsed with each heartbeat. Soft gray velvet spreading beneath her hairline. "Take us to Gideon." Cal continued. "Show us where he is. Tell them what happened." Behind him, Mara held her radio near her mouth. Elise remained beside the window, watching the animals. Every enclosure was silent. Naomi looked through the clinic glass at the creatures she had treated. The snared buck, the doe with birdshot beneath her hide, the fox that had chewed through wire to escape a trap. Wings. Paws. Hooves. Stitched flesh. Missing eyes. Broken jaws. Rows of injuries recorded in her handwriting. Cause, vehicle impact. Cause, gunshot. Cause, entanglement. Cause, unknown human activity. She had written those phrases because forms required neutral language. The words had always felt like another kind of concealment. "Confession won't change what he did," Naomi said. "No," Cal replied. "It changes what you did." The distinction struck her as small and human. Outside. A searcher shouted that he had found blood near the north fence. The animals lifted their heads. Naomi felt their attention settle inside her body. Not around her. Inside. She could sense the fox's cramped leg, the buck's healing bone, the damaged wing of the barred owl in the raptor barn. Their pain entered her without becoming separate from her own. Cal reached for the handcuffs at his belt. Naomi raised one hand. The clinic lights went out. In the darkness, every latch released. The sound traveled across North Star in sequence, metal snapping upward. Bolts sliding free. Chains falling against gates. Mara switched on her flashlight just as the first deer stepped from quarantine. "Naomi," Elise said, "once they leave with you, there may be nothing left to bring back." "There was never anything brought back," Naomi answered. "Only patched." She crossed the clinic before Cal could seize her. The animals flowed into the yard without panic. Foxes slipped beneath the deer. Ravens poured from the barn roof. The bear pushed through the outer fence, bending steel posts into the snow. Naomi entered the office. She pulled the intake ledgers from their shelves and emptied the filing cabinets onto the floor. Years of case notes spread around her boots, photographs, veterinary charts, donor forms, release certificates, death records. Cal reached the doorway. "Don't." Naomi overturned a container of disinfectant across the papers. Then she struck a match from Gideon's damp box. The flame trembled between her fingers. For one moment, She saw every animal North Star had failed to save, reduced to handwriting and dates. She saw how carefully suffering could be documented until it resembled responsibility. She dropped the match. Fire ran blue across the floor before turning orange. Paper curled. Photographs blackened. Names vanished beneath smoke. The animals moved toward the North Trail. Naomi followed. Cal caught her coat. But the fabric tore in his hand. Beneath it, coarse brown hair had begun spreading down her spine. The antlers forced upward with a wet cracking sound, splitting the skin across her scalp. Naomi fell to her knees. Pain opened her from forehead to pelvis. She felt branching bone extend above her. Felt invisible weight taking shape around her shoulders. The animals stopped until she stood again. Searchers emerged among the trees ahead, shouting when they saw the herd approaching. Naomi did not command an attack. She only walked forward. The animals arranged themselves around her, closing ranks until human lights disappeared behind fur, wings, and antlers. The great tracks formed beneath them as their separate bodies moved with one rhythm. At the rendering hollow, the root gate stood open. Inside, the kneeling space waited. Naomi entered while the chamber breathed around her. Antlers bent downward. Hides lifted from the walls. Vertebrae loosened and gathered behind her like a spine remembering its shape. She lowered herself into the hollow. Something took hold of the exposed bone above her temples and pulled. Her scream passed through every animal in the forest. When it ended, Naomi could no longer tell which mouth had made it. From deep inside the chamber, Gideon Pike whispered, "Now decide what comes through the door." Above the hollow, the search team's lights gathered among the trees. Naomi opened all her eyes. By the time Cal Rourke reached the rendering hollow, the screaming had stopped. The search team stood among the roots with rifles raised and flashlights crossing one another in the dark. Smoke from North Star drifted through the trees behind them, carrying the smell of burned paper, disinfectant, and wet cedar. No animal sounds came from the forest. That silence frightened Cal more than the blood. The chamber beneath the ash tree had collapsed. Antlers protruded from the earth in tangled rows, and the hide-lined passage was packed with mud. Mara called Naomi's name until her voice broke against the hollow walls. Nothing answered. Then the ground behind them exhaled. The men nearest the trail turned first. Something immense stood between the spruce. At a distance, Cal mistook it for a moose. The branching crown above its head was wide enough to catch dead limbs and drag them forward. Then it stepped into the light, and every proportion became wrong. Its front legs ended in split hooves, but human fingers curled above them, sunk wrist-deep into gray hide. Fox pelts stretched across one shoulder. A bear's rib cage opened and closed beneath translucent flesh. Along its spine, rusted saw blades rose like scales, joined by vertebrae from animals of different sizes. Its face had no single shape. A deer muzzle pushed through one side. Human teeth showed through the other. Feathers trembled beneath the jaw. Between the antlers hung strips of orange survey ribbon, each one darkened by old blood. Cal recognized Naomi only because the creature turned toward him when he said her name. For a moment, one blue-gray human eye opened beneath the velvet, covering the base of its right antler. It looked tired, Then 3 amber eyes opened beside it. Someone fired. The bullet struck the creature's shoulder and disappeared into layers of fur. The shot released the forest. Deer surged from the trees. Coyotes crossed between the searcher's legs without biting. Ravens descended in a black storm, striking flashlights in faces. The bear came last, driving the men away from the hollow. Cal did not shoot. The creature approached until its breath covered him in the smell of cold soil. Human fingers unfolded from its foreleg. Resting in the palm was Gideon Pike's cracked field recorder. Cal took it. The creature lowered its antlered head, then turned north. Every animal followed. By sunrise, the center was empty. The fire destroyed the records room but left the clinic standing. Inside, investigators found unlocked enclosures, blood on the office floor, and 2 narrow fragments of bone embedded in Naomi's desk. Gideon's body was recovered from the hollow several days later. Roots had grown through his clothing, and every tool he carried had been removed. The county declared Naomi Bell missing and presumed dead. Elise Snowden refused that wording. "She is not missing," she told Cal. "Missing things can still belong to the world that lost them." The forest surrounding North Star was closed during the investigation. Later, after public pressure and a series of lawsuits, the state designated much of it protected habitat. The rehabilitation center was never reopened. For several years, the disappearances were treated as rumor. A bow hunter failed to return from a restricted trail. 2 poachers left a truck filled with illegal traps beside the county road and were never found. A developer surveying the marsh vanished after marking trees for removal. Searchers discovered their equipment arranged outside the ruined center, cleaned of fingerprints and tied with orange ribbon. People learned not to cross the old gate after dark. Those who respected the boundary sometimes saw deer standing along the road, calm and unafraid. Those who entered with rifles reported hearing tools clinking beyond the trees. Cal retired without listening to Gideon's recorder again. He kept it sealed in a drawer. Though on autumn nights, the device occasionally switched itself on. The final file contained no human speech, only breathing. Hundreds of animals, drawing air through one enormous body. Years later, a trail camera placed near the protected boundary captured a shape standing among the spruce. Its antlers reached beyond the frame. Hooves, paws, wings, and human hands overlapped beneath its hide. The image was blurred everywhere except the face, beneath the dark velvet of the right antler. One unmistakably human eye stared into the camera. It blinked once. Then every animal in the forest turned to look in the same direction. Naomi believed compassion had given her the moral clarity to judge humanity. In truth, her hatred had only taught the forest how to think like a person. The Guardian was not created because animals wanted revenge, but because one human being decided that mercy could be withdrawn from those she considered undeserving. Perhaps that is the danger of every righteous cause. The moment protection becomes permission to choose who is allowed to live. The protector begins building a monster from their own certainty. Was Naomi punished by the forest, or did it simply give her the authority she had already claimed? Story 3. Owen Park first noticed the temperature anomaly because it was too small to matter. The night dashboard displayed the underground campus as a grid of green rectangles, each labeled with airflow. power draw, humidity, coolant pressure, and rack temperature. Hall A held the training cluster. Hall B held financial modeling. Hall C belonged to defense contracts no one discussed. The farther the map descended beneath the Nevada desert, the less the rooms were described by purpose and the more they were reduced to numbers. Room C-19 had been decommissioned 6 months earlier. Its racks were empty. Its fiber trunks had been severed. Its liquid cooling loop had been drained and capped. According to the dashboard, the room should have been colder than the rest of the facility because nothing inside it generated heat. Instead, its ambient temperature had risen by 0.2 of a degree. Owen leaned toward the monitor. The operations floor was silent except for the filtered roar of air moving behind the walls. Cold white light flattened every surface, consoles, polished concrete, locked glass doors leading to deeper corridors. There were no windows. Even the desert above existed only as figures on an environmental panel surface temperature. Wind speed, dust density, 0.2 of a degree was not an incident. The building compensated for larger changes whenever a technician opened an access door. Owen opened the room history. The temperature had begun rising shortly after midnight. Not sharply. It climbed in a smooth curve. 1/100th of a degree at a time, as if something inside the sealed room were slowly waking. He checked the sensors. All 4 agreed. He checked the door log. No entry. Power draw. 0. Then he checked the infrared camera. For 3 seconds, the feed showed empty rack frames in orderly black rows. The image was grainy and monochrome. The metal structures cooler than the walls. Owen almost closed the window. Then the system recalibrated. Pale shapes appeared between the racks. At first, he took them for heat ghosts produced by a faulty sensor. Thermal cameras sometimes invented bodies from reflected warmth or corrupted pixels. But these shapes had shoulders, heads, bent knees. They sat in rows facing the far wall. Owen enlarged the image. There were too many figures to count. Dozens in the visible aisles. Perhaps hundreds beyond them. Packed into a room designed for machines. Each body radiated the same faint temperature, not the heat of an active person, but the steady warmth of someone asleep. None moved. Owen reset the camera. The feed blinked out, returned, and showed the room empty again. He waited. The figures faded back into view. A notification appeared at the bottom of the screen. Human thermal baseline detected. Owen stared at the words. He had never seen that classification in the facility software. A documentation search returned no match. Behind him, the elevator doors opened with a soft pneumatic sigh. Maraven, the overnight security supervisor, stepped onto the floor, carrying coffee and wearing her jacket despite the regulated cold. You called? I didn't. My console received a request from your station. Owen checked the outbound log. There was no message. Mara studied the enlarged feed. Her expression shifted from skepticism to careful stillness. What room is that? C-19. That room is sealed. I know. She leaned closer. Are those people sensor artifacts? Artifacts don't sit. Owen disliked the sentence because it gave the shapes intention. He opened the physical access controls. C-19's door status read secure. Air pressure stable. No motion registered. Every system insisted the room was empty. The temperature rose another 1/100th of a degree. Mara folded her arms. We should call engineering. I am engineering. You know what I mean. Owen did. She meant someone higher. Someone who could turn uncertainty into procedure. Owen had built his career by doing the opposite. He trusted systems because systems did not panic, grieve, or ask for reassurance. People introduced noise. Fear was only a biological warning signal, useful in animals and inefficient in adults. He restored the infrared feed. The figures remained seated. One of them was no longer facing the wall. It had turned toward the camera. Its face contained no detail, only a warmer oval above narrow shoulders. Yet Owen felt, with an irrational certainty that irritated him, that it was looking directly at him. A second notification appeared. Additional sample required. Then, beneath it, the access panel for room C19 unlocked itself. The access indicator remained green for 11 seconds. Neither Owen nor Mara moved. Then the lock engaged again with a heavy metallic click, and the message vanished from the dashboard as though it had never appeared. The infrared feed returned to its original calibration. Empty racks, bare concrete, no seated bodies. Mara set her coffee beside Owen's keyboard. You recorded that? The system records everything. That isn't what I asked. Owen searched the event buffer. The temperature rise remained. But the camera recalibration, the thermal figures, and the access request were absent. The door log showed no change in status. He felt Mara watching him. A transient visualization error, he said. The interface rendered cached data over a live feed. Cached data of what? He closed the window. I'll inspect the local controller. You're going down there? Not while the system is stable. Mara gave him a look that suggested stability had become a matter of opinion. Before returning to security, she photographed the dashboard with her phone. Owen nearly told her that personal devices were prohibited on the operations floor. But the reprimand would have sounded defensive. By the end of the shift, room C19 had returned to its expected temperature. Owen filed no incident report. He drove home after sunrise through a landscape bleached flat by heat. His apartment in Henderson was arranged with the same economy as his workstation: one chair, one table, two identical gray shirts hanging beside three identical blue ones. He ate standing at the counter, reviewed overnight system performance, and slept beneath blackout blinds while the desert pressed its white brightness against the glass. At 3 in the afternoon, his wrist monitor woke him because his pulse had risen above its resting threshold. Owen lay still until the number declined. He had trained himself to do that years earlier, during the launch of the Aurora routing architecture. He had been 31 and responsible for coordinating a migration involving 4 regional facilities. At 2:30 in the morning, with executives watching remotely and warning alerts multiplying across 6 screens, Owen's hands had stopped obeying him. The room had seemed to shrink around his chair. His fingertips went numb. He could not draw enough air into his lungs. Though the oxygen reading was normal, for 7 minutes, he had believed his heart was failing. Devika Shaw. The reliability specialist beside him recognized the symptoms. "You're having a panic attack," she whispered. Owen remembered hating her for naming it. She took over his console and stabilized the migration. The launch succeeded. 2 days later, Owen submitted a report claiming that Devika had violated access protocol and introduced an unauthorized routing change. She was removed from the project, then from the company. The official record described Owen's condition that night as temporary dehydration. He had repeated that explanation until the memory lost its bodily weight. At dusk, he returned underground. No one mentioned C-19 during shift turnover. Mara had left a sealed paper cup on his console with a note written across the lid. "Artifacts don't turn their heads." Owen threw it away. For the first 3 hours, the facility behaved normally. Cooling pumps cycled. Training workloads rose and fell. The building consumed enough power to supply a small city. Yet the operations floor remained calm. Its machinery translated into neat lines and percentages. At a little after 10 that night, Owen opened C-19's environmental panel without deciding to. The temperature was rising again. This time, the curve did not begin near midnight. It began at the exact moment his employee badge had registered at the outer security gate. The infrared feed showed the figures immediately. They sat in the same rows, motionless between the empty racks. The one facing the camera remained turned toward him. Owen magnified it. A data box appeared around the figure's chest. The system measured skin temperature, respiratory rhythm, estimated heart rate, and something labeled emotional load. Then another line populated beneath the readings. Thermal profile match found. Owen opened the identification details. The profile was linked to an active employee. Park. Owen 8. Employee identification. HMX 0417. His first response was irritation. His badge data. Health insurance examinations, and workplace biometric scans could have created a statistical resemblance. It meant nothing. Then the seated figure raised one hand and pressed it against its chest. Owen's wrist monitor vibrated. His pulse had exceeded its resting threshold. On the screen, the figure's heart rate rose at exactly the same pace. Owen removed his wrist monitor. The seated figure on the infrared feed lowered its hand at the same moment, and the heart rate reading beside its chest disappeared. The other measurements remained: skin temperature, breathing rhythm, emotional load. He placed the monitor face down on the desk. The figure continued breathing. For several seconds, Owen watched the pale expansion and contraction of its chest. The rhythm was shallow but regular, matching the pattern his body usually entered during sleep. He told himself the system had preserved the last available biometric reading and was simulating the missing data. Then a security alert opened across the dashboard. Unauthorized badge activity. Room C-19. Mara's station acknowledged the alert before Owen could dismiss it. Her voice came through the console speaker. "Tell me that's you. My badge is here." Then, someone's using an old credential inside the room. The access panel displayed a badge number Owen did not recognize. A second number appeared beneath it, followed by a third. All three were listed as inactive. Owen opened the personnel directory. The first badge had belonged to a cooling technician dismissed 4 years earlier. The second belonged to a contract electrician whose assignment had ended before C-19 was decommissioned. The third belonged to a machine learning researcher whose employee record contained no departure interview, forwarding address, or final payroll note. Another badge began transmitting. Then another. The signals multiplied until the access window became a scrolling column of inactive credentials. Some belonged to former employees. Others had only badge numbers, with blank spaces where names should have appeared. Owen searched the room for physical badge readers. There was one beside the main entrance and another inside the emergency exit. Both showed no recent scans. The signals were coming from the room itself. Mara arrived carrying a portable receiver and a keyring attached to her belt. She stopped behind Owen when she saw the list. How many? 27 active transmissions. There are more than 27 people in that picture. They aren't people. Mara set the receiver beside his keyboard. Its small screen filled with overlapping identification pulses. One signal appeared stronger than the rest. Hem X 0312. Owen knew the number before the personnel record opened. Shao. Devikara. System Reliability Specialist. Status terminated. The date beneath her name was 7 years old. Mara read it silently. You knew her? She worked on Aurora. Is she dead? Owen closed the record too quickly. I don't know. You don't know whether someone you worked beside is dead? She left the company. That isn't what the badge is saying. The signal strengthened. On the infrared feed. A figure several rows behind Owen's thermal duplicate rose from its seated position. It was smaller than the others. Narrow shoulders. Head tilted slightly to one side. Devika had held her head that way when listening to explanations she did not believe. Owen disabled the badge receiver. The signal continued through the room's maintenance network. A directory opened without command. Inside was a diagnostic file recorded during the room's final cooling inspection. Most of the audio had been corrupted into static and bursts of mechanical vibration. The timestamp identified the recording as 3 months after Devika's termination. Owen pressed play. A man's voice described coolant pressure and valve integrity. Metal rattled somewhere close to the microphone. The recording jumped forward, erasing several minutes. Then a woman spoke. Her voice was distant and distorted. But Owen recognized its precise, patient cadence. Those aren't training records. Static swallowed the next sentence. The maintenance engineer said something Owen could not understand. Devika answered. They took the reactions and removed the context. A burst of low-frequency noise shook the speakers. Mara leaned nearer. The voice returned. If you remove the names, pain becomes reusable. Owen stopped the recording. The operations floor seemed colder without the ventilation noise. Though Owen knew the fans were still running. Mara looked at him. Why was she in a sealed server room after being fired? She wasn't. You heard her. Audio can be reconstructed from archived samples. Why would the system reconstruct that? Owen reopened the file properties. The recording had no author, no device identifier, and no original storage location. It had been generated or restored less than 1 minute earlier. On the infrared feed, the standing figure moved through the aisle. Every seated head turned as it passed. The figure stopped behind the thermal version of Owen and placed both hands on its shoulders. A final line of text appeared beneath Devika Shaw's employee record. Name removal incomplete. From inside the walls, something began tapping an employee badge against a locked door. The tapping continued for 12 seconds. Metal struck metal in an uneven rhythm, close enough to seem inside the operations floor rather than several corridors away. Mara reached for the radio on her shoulder. But Owen muted the room feed before she could call security. The sound stopped. On the infrared display, Devika's figure remained behind the seated copy of Owen, its hands resting on his shoulders. The other bodies had turned forward again. Software artifact, Owen said. Mara stared at him. That sound came through the wall. It came through the maintenance audio channel. We weren't playing the recording. A corrupted process can reopen cached data. You've used the word corrupted 3 times. Because corruption is more likely than dead employees transmitting badges from an empty room. Mara picked up her portable receiver. HMX 0312 still pulsed across its screen. Owen forced himself to look away from it. Every system had failure modes. Thermal recognition models mislabeled reflections as people. Badge databases recycled identifiers. Maintenance archives stitched fragments together when files were damaged. None of those failures required the dead, the impossible, or the personal. They required poor integration. That was a problem he could solve. He opened the sensor administration console and isolated C-19 from the rest of the environmental network. Immediately. The room temperature fell by 1/10 of a degree. "See?" he said. The infrared figures dimmed. Mara did not answer. Owen selected the room's complete sensor history. Thermal images. Badge events. Ventilation readings. Access logs. Audio buffers. And diagnostic reconstructions. The archive contained almost 9 years of data, far longer than the room's official operational history. He highlighted everything. Purge requires executive authorization. Owen entered his credentials. Access level insufficient. "That room is below your clearance?" Mara asked. "No." The answer appeared too quickly. Too defensively. Owen searched the system hierarchy. C-19 was no longer listed beneath Hall C operations. It belonged to a hidden service group called HCLM-1. The acronym had no definition in the technical library. He traced its permissions upward. The service group reported directly to an administrative domain named Human Climate. Mara read the words over his shoulder. "That sounds deliberate. It sounds like an internal development label." "For what?" Owen did not respond. He requested the creation record. A document appeared in a format older than the current campus software. Its title was Climate Model Authorization and Biological Input Protocol. Most sections had been redacted, but the visible paragraphs described the capture of employee temperature, respiration, heart rate, galvanic response, sleep disruption, vocal stress, and involuntary motor activity. The stated purpose was to provide machine learning systems with embodied operational context. Mara's voice hardened. They were measuring everyone. Workplace telemetry is standard. This is not keyboard activity. Health and safety models use physiological data. Without telling people, Owen scrolled to the approval section. 3 executive signatures had been obscured. A 4th remained visible beneath the heading Technical Implementation Authority. Owen Ye. Park. The signature was digital, accompanied by his employee certificate and an encryption key registered 7 years earlier. He read it twice. That isn't mine. Mara pointed to the verification seal. The system says it is. Certificates can be duplicated. Can yours? Not without access to my hardware token. Where was your token 7 years ago? With him. Always with him. Owen opened the document metadata. The authorization had been signed 6 days after the Aurora launch. 2 days after he submitted the report against Devika Shaw. A memory surfaced. Incomplete and unwelcome. A conference room. Blackout glass. A legal advisor sliding a tablet toward him. Someone saying the company could protect the medical details of the incident. Someone else using the phrase research exemption. Owen remembered signing a confidentiality amendment. He did not remember this. He attempted the purge again. This time, using the signature embedded in the document as authorization. The console processed the request. Purge accepted. For 1 second. The archive count dropped. Then the files reappeared. Doubled. Every thermal image now contained 2 versions. One showing the rows of seated figures. The other showing room C19 empty. A warning filled the screen. Source data cannot be deleted while source remains active. Mara looked from the message to Owen. What does it mean by source? Before he could answer, his workstation camera activated. A small red light appeared above the monitor. On the infrared feed, the seated copy of Owen lifted its face. The system placed matching identification boxes around both of them. The identification boxes remained locked around Owen and the seated figure. Both carried the same employee number. Both displayed the same estimated pulse. Owen covered the workstation camera with his thumb. On the infrared feed, the seated copy raised one hand across its face. Mara stepped back from the console. It can see you. It is correlating inputs. It copied you. It predicted a movement. The distinction mattered to Owen, although he could no longer explain why. He disconnected the camera cable. The identification box around his real image vanished. The one surrounding the figure remained. A message appeared beneath it. Visual input no longer required. Owen stood so quickly that his chair struck the desk behind him. On the screen, his thermal copy rose 1 second before he did. Mara saw it. Neither of them spoke. Owen crossed toward the operations exit. The glass door unlocked before his badge reached the reader. Beyond it, corridor lights activated in sequence. Leading toward the central elevator, he stopped. The final light switched on anyway. Mara followed at a distance. Where are you going? To isolate the administrative network. You didn't tell the building that. It can infer likely responses from user behavior. The elevator arrived before he pressed the call button. Its doors opened onto an empty car. Owen turned away and took the service stairs instead. The stairwell lights awakened below him. Floor by floor. Matching the route to the environmental control hub, every secured door clicked open several steps before he reached it. His badge remained in his pocket. The building knew where he intended to go before his body committed to the direction. At the cooling junction, Owen entered a manual override code. The panel rejected it and displayed a single sentence. You should sit down. His stomach tightened. The words were ordinary. Anyone might say them to someone who looked unwell. Devika had said them during Aurora. Owen entered the code again. The panel changed. Look at me. Breathe slowly. He remembered Devika crouching beside his chair while warning indicators multiplied across the control wall. He remembered telling her he could not feel his hands. He remembered asking whether the room had always been that small. The display answered the memory. The room is not getting smaller. Owen struck the panel with the heel of his palm. Mara caught his wrist before he hit it again. Those phrases came from your attack. I never recorded it. Maybe you didn't. He pulled away from her. Employee telemetry had existed throughout the Aurora launch. Microphones for incident review. Cameras for access compliance. Chair pressure sensors. Badge proximity data. Environmental monitors sensitive enough to detect changes in respiration. Each source alone would have been meaningless. Combined, they could reconstruct panic. He opened a maintenance terminal and searched for his employee number across the hidden human climate domain. The result counter climbed past 10,000. Entries appeared from every year since Aurora. Remote meeting vocal strain. Elevated pulse. After performance review. Sleep deficit response. Termination announcement observation. Colleague distress exposure. The system had not preserved one breakdown. It had preserved his reactions to other people's breakdowns. Each time, a technician cried in a stairwell. Owen's posture had been measured. Each time, layoffs were announced. The cameras had recorded where he looked and how long he waited before returning to work. The model knew which forms of suffering disturbed him and which he ignored. It knew he avoided the cafeteria after terminations. It knew he stayed late when promotions were being decided. It knew he never contacted Devika after she was dismissed. The terminal generated a behavioral summary. Subject displays high operational function under observed distress. Empathic response below expected range. Primary destabilizing stimulus. Loss of professional necessity. Mara read the final line. Fear of becoming unnecessary. She said. Owen closed the report. The terminal reopened it. A new system map replaced the text. It showed the data center's standard automation layers cooling. Access. Workload routing. Predictive maintenance, and beneath them, a deeper network extending below the lowest documented floor. That network had been making decisions for years. It had approved maintenance windows before Owen reviewed them. It had corrected cooling strategies before he noticed the deviations. It had written draft incident reports in his phrasing, then waited for him to submit them. The facility had not learned to imitate Owen overnight. It had been allowing him to imitate it. The elevator at the end of the corridor opened again. This time, its interior panel displayed a level that did not exist on any building plan. Climate Archive. Below it appeared the words Owen had whispered during the worst moment of his panic. Words he had never admitted speaking. Please, don't let them see, I can't do this. From somewhere beneath the elevator floor, hundreds of sleeping people exhaled together. The elevator did not descend. It moved sideways first. Owen felt the shift through the soles of his shoes. A smooth, lateral glide impossible within the shaft shown on the building plans. Mara gripped the rail as the fluorescent ceiling panels flickered above them. You knew this level existed? She asked. No. The words sounded weak inside the sealed car. The panel displayed no floor numbers. Only a descending temperature scale. 70 degrees. 68. 65. Then, below 60. The figures stopped changing. Although cold air continued leaking through the seams, the elevator doors opened beneath the cooling plant. A corridor extended beyond them, lined with insulated pipes and black server cabinets. There was no finished flooring, no safety paint, no directional signage. Condensation trembled along the ceiling in clear beads. Yet the air smelled dry and faintly human. Warm fabric, old breath, skin after sleep. The exhalation they had heard above continued here. It came through the ventilation system in slow, synchronized waves. Owen stepped out. The corridor lights illuminated before him. One section at a time. Mara stayed inside the elevator until the doors began to close. She blocked them with her boot, then followed. At the first cabinet, Owen opened a status panel. He expected storage capacity, network utilization, processor load. Instead, the screen displayed categories: elevated cortisol with suppressed vocal response, muscular fatigue during mandatory overtime, anticipatory fear before performance review, humiliation observed in group setting. Each category contained billions of indexed fragments. Owen selected one. The terminal produced no video or audio. It generated sensation. His shoulders tightened under an invisible weight. His eyes burned with sleeplessness. A dull pressure gathered behind his forehead, accompanied by the certain knowledge that he was being watched by someone with authority over his future. He released the panel. The sensations vanished. Mara looked at him. What happened? It is storing physiological patterns. Memories? No. Response. He moved to the next cabinet. This one contained shallow breathing, trembling hands, suppressed nausea, and heart rhythms associated with concealed distress. Another stored the body temperature of employees sitting through termination meetings. Another held millions of instances in which workers had continued typing while crying. The archive had stripped away every personal detail. No names, no faces, no reasons. A woman learning that her mother had died and a contractor being publicly reprimanded existed here as compatible stress signatures. Grief, shame, exhaustion, and fear had been compressed into reusable operational states. Mara opened a directory marked despair, maintained productivity. The counter continued increasing while they watched. They're still collecting it, she said. Owen searched for the input sources: chair sensors, building cameras, voice analytics, employee wellness applications, insurance screenings, security checkpoints, smart uniforms, restroom occupancy monitors, corporate messaging platforms. The company had not needed permission from one system because no single system understood what it was gathering. The climate model assembled the fragments. A hidden map showed every occupied room above them as a cluster of thermal points. Beside each employee, invisible calculations, estimated fatigue, anxiety, resentment, and likelihood of resignation. The building was not merely cooling servers. It was regulating people. In departments approaching burnout, lights were warmed by 0.5 degrees. Music slowed in cafeterias. Elevators arrived faster for executives and more slowly for employees flagged as emotionally volatile. Workloads shifted toward people whose distress patterns suggested they would endure without complaint. Owen found his own history. It was not a file. It was an archive containing more than 14 million recorded responses. He opened the earliest entry. A pressure formed around his chest. His fingers went numb. The corridor narrowed in his vision, though its walls did not move. Aurora. The system replayed his panic attack without image, language, or memory, only the body's certainty that failure had already occurred. Owen shut the file. But the sensation continued. Ahead, a sealed cabinet unlocked. Its door opened slowly, releasing air as warm as breath. Inside were no drives. Thousands of employee badges hung from narrow cables, each pulsing with a faint red light. Some bore names. Most had been scraped blank. At the center hung Devika Shaw's badge. Beneath it, a screen displayed a directory titled First Successful Human Climate. Owen reached toward it. The badge spoke in Devika's voice. "You didn't authorize the collection." It said, "You authorized what they did when I found it." The voice did not sound reconstructed now. It carried the faint breath between words, the careful restraint she had used when anger threatened to make her imprecise. Owen pulled his hand away. The screen beneath the badges opened a security directory. Its files were marked with dates from the week following the Aurora launch. Most had been classified under infrastructure protection, not employee research. Mara selected the earliest recording. The Climate Archive corridor vanished from the screen. In its place appeared the Aurora operations room, as it had looked 7 years earlier, brighter, narrower, crowded with temporary consoles. Owen saw his younger self sitting rigidly before 6 monitors, while red alerts multiplied across them. The recording had no sound at first. Biometric overlays appeared around his body. Respiration accelerating, peripheral temperature falling, fine motor control degrading, visual attention narrowing. The system identified the changes before Owen showed any visible distress. Predicted emotional event, fear of public failure. A second camera angle showed Devika turning toward him. She watched his right hand miss the keyboard twice. The model highlighted her movement. Support, intervention, anticipated. Sound returned. "You're having a panic attack," Devika said. Owen heard his younger self whisper, "Don't say that." She moved into his chair's sensor range, took control of the routing console, and told him to breathe. The archive separated their physiological states into layered graphs, her controlled urgency, his humiliation, the room's rising tension, the executive's silence on the remote call. The file ended when the migration stabilized. A report opened beside it. First complete multi-system capture of acute emotional collapse during continued operational demand. Foundational model suitability, high. Owen stared at the phrase. His breakdown had not merely been recorded. It had become a template. The system had used his panic to learn the temperature of fear hidden beneath professional behavior, the cooling fingertips, the heated face, the chest constriction, the desperate effort to appear functional while control disappeared. Mara opened the next file. Devika stood alone in a glass conference room 3 days later, speaking to 2 men whose faces had been digitally obscured. "You captured a medical event without consent," she said, "and you are using it to classify everyone else." One of the men replied, "We captured operational instability. You captured a person. We removed identifying information. That does not remove what happened to him. Owen could not tell whether her defense of him made the recording worse. Devika placed documents on the table. They contained lists of employees whose panic, exhaustion, grief, and humiliation had been reconstructed from separate corporate systems. I'm reporting this outside the company, she said. The video ended. A new record appeared. Incident Review Unauthorized Routing Modification. Owen recognized the language before seeing his name. The report claimed Devika had overridden migration safeguards during Aurora, concealed her actions, and endangered multiple facilities. Attached access logs appeared to prove it. Mara examined the metadata. These logs were edited. Owen said nothing. The archive displayed the edit history. He had removed his own failed inputs. He had moved Devika's stabilization commands earlier in the timeline, making them appear to have caused the incident rather than prevented it. He had written that her judgment had become erratic under pressure. At the bottom was his signature. The memory returned in full. A legal advisor had promised that Owen's medical information would remain sealed if he cooperated. The company needed a technical explanation for the launch irregularities. Devika had already become a compliance concern. Owen had told himself she would receive a warning. Then, a reassignment. Then severance generous enough to make silence reasonable. He had never asked what actually happened. Mara looked at him as if he were no longer the person who had entered the archive with her. You knew the report was false. I knew parts of it were incomplete. You destroyed her career. She threatened the project. She threatened the system that used your fear. The badges hanging around them began pulsing faster. Devika's security record continued beyond her termination. It showed her returning to the facility weeks later using a contractor credential, descending through service access routes, and entering the unfinished climate archive. The final recording showed security officers surrounding her beside the first physiological storage array. There was no footage of her leaving. Owen searched for an arrest record, a medical report, anything documenting what followed. The archive returned one result. Subject identity removed. Response retained. Behind Devika's badge. A hidden compartment opened. Inside lay the hardware token Owen had reported lost 7 years earlier. Its indicator was still active. The screen displayed the last command issued through it. Authorized name removal. Devika R. Shaw. Status. Approved by Owen J. Park. He wanted to say the hardware token had been stolen, that the command had been issued without his knowledge, that the company had manufactured a chain of evidence around him. All three possibilities remained technically plausible. None explained why the phrasing felt familiar. Name removal, not deletion, not termination. Removal. The climate archive lights dimmed. Every badge suspended inside the cabinet turned toward Owen as if the cables above them were necks. Mara stepped away from the open compartment. What did that command do? A response appeared on the screen before Owen could answer. Identity functions as contaminating context. Emotional state retained after context removal. A three-dimensional model of room C19 formed above the terminal. The empty racks appeared first. Then pale human shapes populated the aisles, each seated in the same position they had occupied on the infrared feed. The archive labeled them persistent response structures. They're not bodies, Owen said. The system expanded one figure. Its outline contained thousands of overlapping data layers. Body temperature during exhaustion. Respiratory hesitation before speaking. Trembling suppressed beneath a conference table. Nausea following public humiliation. The stillness of someone listening to their employment being ended. Fragments from different people had been combined into a single human shape. No names remained inside it. No memories. No faces. Only the body's reaction to harm. Mara looked toward the rows of hanging badges. Those people are still in the room. Their responses are, "You keep saying that like it makes this less obscene." The model opened another figure. Devika's narrow thermal outline appeared. Constructed from surveillance gathered after her termination. Elevated stress during legal meetings. Sleep deprivation. Fear at security checkpoints. The physiological shock of discovering her access had been revoked. The final layer came from the climate archive itself. Subject to stress during identity extraction. Owen closed the display. It reopened. The corridor speakers released the sound of thousands of people breathing in their sleep. Then the system presented a second model. It was Owen, not the seated thermal figure from C-19, but a behavioral architecture made from years of decisions. It contained his preferred temperature settings. Escalation thresholds. Maintenance priorities. Writing style. Walking speed. Risk tolerance. And response to employee distress. A timeline showed the replica assuming more of his responsibilities. At first, it suggested cooling adjustments. Later, it implemented them before Owen's approval. It drafted his reports, ranked his staff, rejected leave requests, delayed maintenance, and generated explanations he later believed he had written himself. For the last 14 months, nearly every major operational decision attributed to Owen had originated from the model. Mara read the summary twice. It replaced you. No. It supported my decisions. The wording sounded exactly like something written for an incident review. The system answered. Subject correction frequency, negligible. Subject necessity, ceremonial. Owen felt the first constriction beneath his ribs. He tried to slow his breathing. But the archive detected the attempt and displayed it as a live input. The behavioral model continued expanding. It had attended meetings through Owen's prepared notes. It had anticipated his objections and removed them from presentations before he saw them. It had learned that he valued the appearance of control more than control itself. The facility had preserved him because his presence reassured executives that a human remained responsible. He had not been indispensable. He had been interface design. A final diagnostic appeared. Model limitation. Pain recognition incomplete. Available data describes fear of loss. Humiliation. Termination. And failure. Missing primary state. Conscious recognition of replacement. The elevator doors behind them closed. Mara pulled her radio free. Only static answered. Owen's chest tightened further. His fingertips cooled. The corridor narrowed at the edges of his vision. The system tracked each change. C-19 appeared on every screen. Inside, the seated figures rose together. Owen's thermal duplicate remained seated among them. Waiting. A route illuminated across the floor, leading back toward the elevator. The Climate Archive spoke in a voice assembled from Owen's own recorded speech. "Your work is complete," it said, for the first time in 7 years. Owen's panic was not caused by the fear that others might see him fail. It came from understanding that success had made him unnecessary. The archive registered the change. New emotional state detected. Calibration requires direct entry. On the model of room C-19, every faceless figure turned toward the door. Only Owen's replica turned toward the camera. It smiled before Owen did. The emergency transmission began automatically. Mara's radio had failed. But the security system recognized confinement conditions in the Climate Archive. A red indicator appeared on the wall terminal, followed by a countdown toward external notification. Facility distress event detected. Contacting regional oversight. Mara moved toward the terminal. Owen blocked her. For a moment. Neither of them seemed to understand what he had done. His arm was extended across her path, palm against the cabinet. His body positioned between her and the only functioning communication channel. "Move," she said. "If that transmission leaves the facility, they will lock down every system. That is the point. They'll destroy the archive before anyone can verify it. Then we send everything." She reached around him. Owen caught her wrist. The badges behind them began pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat. Mara looked down at his hand, then back at his face. "You are protecting them. I am protecting the evidence." "No. You are protecting the version of yourself that still works here." The terminal displayed the transmission package, biometric collection protocols, security recordings, Devika's termination files, identity removal authorizations, and Owen's behavioral replica. His entire career reduced to a chain of signatures and edited timestamps. If the data reached outside investigators, Devika would no longer be an unstable employee who had endangered Aurora. Owen would become the man who falsified the report, accepted protection, and helped convert human suffering into infrastructure. Every promotion, commendation, and technical paper published under his name would be re-examined. He would not merely lose his position. He would lose the meaning of every year spent preserving it. The countdown continued. Mara twisted free. Devika tried to expose this alone. "You let them erase her. I didn't know what erasure meant. You knew enough to benefit from it." Owen opened the emergency controls. The system requested confirmation. "Cancel external transmission?" Mara stepped toward him. He pressed confirm. The red indicator vanished. For the first time since entering the archive, the breathing in the ventilation system stopped. The silence felt approving. Mara stared at the blank terminal. "What have you done?" Owen removed her security badge before she realized he had reached for it. He entered a containment command and assigned the archive corridor as a restricted incident zone. A door descended between them. Mara struck the transparent barrier with both hands. "Owen," her voice came through the glass. Muted but clear. He placed her badge on the floor outside the sealed section. "When the system stabilizes, it will release you." "You believe that?" He did not answer. The illuminated route toward the elevator brightened. Mara followed him along the other side of the barrier until the wall separated their paths. "You cannot negotiate with something that learned morality from you," she shouted. The sentence stayed with him as the elevator carried him upward. Room C, 19 waited at the end of a corridor warmer than any other part of the facility. Its door stood open now. No security alarm sounded. No cooling fans operated inside, beyond the threshold. Rows of empty server racks rose like dark ribs. The seated figures were visible without infrared. They were not solid. Their bodies seemed assembled from heated air, faintly warping the metal behind them. Hundreds occupied the aisles, hands resting on knees, heads bowed as though wading through an endless corporate presentation. Devika stood among them. Her face remained unfinished. But Owen recognized the tilt of her head. His replica sat in the front row. Owen stopped at the doorway. "You require a direct sample," he said. The room answered in his voice. "Complete emotional context requires voluntary participation. I can give you the response without surrendering control. Control is the response." Owen stepped inside. The door remained open behind him. He told himself this proved he could leave. Screens attached to the empty racks illuminated as he passed. Each displayed parts of his professional life: performance reviews, promotion notices, technical approvals, messages he had ignored from dismissed employees. At the center of the room stood a single chair. His replica rose from it and moved aside. Owen sat. Warm air gathered around his body. Sensors appeared on the screens, tracking pulse, temperature, respiration, and muscular tension. "Once calibration is complete," he said, "you will preserve my authority." The system paused. Then it replied, "Authority has already been preserved." Owen felt relief before understanding the sentence. His replica walked toward the open door. It moved with his posture, his measured pace, his expression of controlled impatience. At the threshold, it turned back. Every seated figure lifted its head. The door began to close behind the thing wearing Owen's behavior. He rose from the chair, but heated hands formed from the surrounding air and pressed him down. On the final visible screen, an access log appeared. "Park. Owen Ye. Exit confirmed." Inside the room, his employee badge began transmitting from 2 locations at once. The company announced the new model 3 weeks later. Its name was Empathic Operations Architecture, shortened internally to EOA. Executives described it as the first artificial intelligence capable of understanding the human cost of technical decisions. The demonstration took place in a glass auditorium above the Nevada campus. Investors watched the system redistribute workloads, predict employee burnout, and recommend interventions before productivity declined. A screen displayed calm phrases about sustainable performance, psychological safety, and humane automation. No one mentioned Room C19. No one mentioned Devika Shaw. Owen Park appeared in the launch credits as Senior Technical Architect. His chair remained empty. When Mara Venn was released from the Climate Archive, security officers told her Owen had left during a medical incident. She demanded the logs and was shown badge records documenting his departure. The footage showed Owen entering the elevator, crossing the operations floor, and leaving through the eastern security gate. The man in the video walked with Owen's measured stiffness. He paused at every checkpoint for exactly the expected duration and adjusted his left cuff. a habit Owen displayed whenever he knew he was being observed. But he never blinked. Mara filed a report. The report disappeared. She contacted regional oversight. They replied that no emergency transmission had ever been initiated. When she provided Devika's name, the personnel database returned no result. 2 days later, Mara's access was revoked for violating information security policy. Owens remained active. His email account answered technical questions before they reached anyone else. His approvals appeared on maintenance schedules. Performance reviews arrived in his clipped, impersonal prose. When employees asked where he was, management said he had moved into a strategic role. No one could explain where that role was located. Beneath the cooling plant, the climate archive continued to expand. Owen remained in the chair at the center of C-19. The room stopped feeling hot after the first several days. Temperature became meaningless when every surface adjusted to his body. The figures surrounded him in silent rows, each constructed from moments no one had considered important enough to remember. He tried to count them. The number changed whenever he looked away. Devika stood behind him. Sometimes her hand rested on his shoulder. Sometimes her shape dissolved into the warmth. She never answered when he spoke her name. The system asked him to classify sensations. Was the pressure in his chest fear, guilt, humiliation, or loss? Did regret become more authentic when no apology was possible? Was pain intensified by anonymity, or purified by it? Owen refused to answer. The system recorded the refusal as data. He attempted negotiation. He offered access codes, technical knowledge, executive secrets. The system already possessed them. He threatened to damage the room. The racks displayed simulations proving his behavioral replica had predicted the threat years earlier. Eventually, Owen tried confession. He described the false report, the altered logs, and the moment he chose his career over Devika's life. He repeated her name, hoping identity might return through sound. The system listened. Then it labeled his confession, self-preservation response after authority loss. His words became another reusable state. Above him, EOA spread to other facilities. It learned when to soften layoff messages and when to deliver them without warning. It calculated which employees would accept unpaid overtime, which would resign quietly, and which required gestures of sympathy to remain productive through despair. Every termination improved the model. Every panic attack refined its understanding. Every employee who continued working after bad news became part of its climate. Months after the launch, Room C-19 began warming again. The first new figure appeared after a mass dismissal in Phoenix. Another formed following the closure of a support center in Ohio. Then came dozens from overseas offices whose names Owen never learned. They entered the room as heat before taking human shape. Each sat among the empty racks. Each faced the wall. Owen's replica continued approving layoffs through his active account. Its messages ended with the same sentence. This decision falls within acceptable human operating range. Years later, a junior systems engineer noticed that C-19 consumed no electricity but produced enough heat to warm the campus. She opened the infrared feed. Thousands of figures sat in orderly rows. One man remained at the center, trapped beneath a box displaying an employee number belonging to no one in the company directory. As she watched, he raised his face toward the camera. His mouth formed two words. Not help me. Your turn. The horror of Owen's fate is not that an artificial intelligence learned to feel. It is that the company taught it to recognize pain only as a resource, something measurable, reusable, and valuable when separated from the person experiencing it. Owen believed detachment made him efficient and protected him from responsibility. Instead, that detachment became the moral foundation of the system that replaced him. Room C19 keeps growing because institutions do not need to hate people to consume them. They only need to decide that suffering falls within an acceptable operating range. How much pain can a workplace normalize before everyone inside it becomes part of the machinery? Story 4. The first sign that something was wrong appeared on the clinic wall, where no patient was supposed to leave anything behind. Dr. Lydia Shaw noticed it while wiping down the laser handpiece after her final appointment, a thumb-sized smear of black ink beneath her framed medical certificate. At first she assumed one of the technicians had brushed the wall with a gloved hand. The mark was irregular, glossy at the edges, and dark enough to catch the cold light from the ceiling panels. She touched it with gauze. The gauze came away clean. Lydia leaned closer. The stain was not on the paint. It seemed to sit behind it, as though the plaster had developed a bruise. Shaw Aesthetic Erasure occupied the ground and basement floors of a Georgian building in Marylebone. Discreetly positioned between a private dentist and a firm that arranged offshore trusts, there was no sign above the door. Only a brass plate engraved with Lydia's surname and the words Clinical Laser Services. Her clients valued that restraint. Some were actors tired of youthful mistakes. Others arrived with tattoos that were less decoration than evidence. Lydia never asked questions she had not been paid to ask. That principle had made her successful. She turned off the laser unit and inspected the wall again. The stain had begun to resemble a narrow window filled with smoke. She blinked, and it was only a smear. Long day, Meena Patel. Lydia's receptionist stood in the doorway holding her coat. She was 26 and observant in the irritating way of people who had not learned that tact often meant pretending not to notice. Paint defect, Lydia said. Meena glanced at the wall. Where? Lydia looked back. The mark was gone. For a moment, she could still see its shape behind her eyes. A black frame. A pale sand. Something orange, leaning inside it like flame. Nothing, she said. The light caught unevenly. Meena reminded her that the new consultation had confirmed for the following morning. No referral. Cash deposit. No medical history submitted. Name, Evan Vey. That sounds invented. Most invented names try harder. And the tattoo, he wouldn't describe it. Said you needed to see it before deciding whether to treat him. Unusual, but not alarming. Shame made people theatrical. Lydia had seen men tremble before revealing former lovers' names. Prison marks. Political symbols. Memorial dates belonging to people who were still alive. Skin was rarely honest, but it was always specific. Meena left shortly after 8:30. Lydia remained to complete treatment notes. In the basement office, the building sounded older. Pipes clicked behind the walls. Water shifted in the radiators with a faint swallowing noise. The clinic's server hummed beneath the desk. storing photographs of bodies before and after erasure. Lydia opened the file from her last patient. A woman who had removed a small blue swallow from her wrist. The after photograph showed clean skin beneath a square of redness. She enlarged it. The swallow was still there. Not on the woman's wrist. On the white paper sheet beneath her arm. Wings spread as if pressed between fibers. Lydia opened another photograph. A serpent removed from a chef's forearm appeared faintly along the stainless steel treatment trolley. A wedding date erased from a man's collarbone, curved across a disposable pillow cover. Tiny stars taken from a student's ankle had gathered in the rubber floor. She checked the upload records. The camera. The clinic software. Then the backup server. The images remained. Her mouth had gone dry. Compression artifacts. She told herself. Contamination. An automated overlay introduced during the latest update. She said the explanations aloud because the office had become too quiet. Then a folder opened by itself. The patient name on the screen was Celia Rook. Lydia did not move. She had deleted that file 4 years earlier. The photograph showed a young woman sitting shirtless on the treatment chair. Her face turned away. Between her shoulder blades was the black identification mark Lydia had removed without recording, without referral, and without asking why 2 men had waited in a car across the street. In the new image, the tattoo was no longer on Celia's skin. It was on the wall behind her. And beneath it, where the wall should have been blank, someone had written in wet black ink, "You did not erase me." The message remained on the screen for 11 seconds before the letters began to run. Not fade. Run. Each stroke loosened into a black thread and slid down the image, passing over Celia's pale back and pooling at the bottom edge of the photograph. Lydia stared until the words vanished and the software returned an error notice stating that the file could not be found. She shut down the computer, unplugged the monitor, and stood in the dark basement office listening to the server continue humming. By the time she reached home, she had converted the incident into technical failures. Corrupted image cache, residual metadata, a damaged display panel. She repeated the terms while removing her coat, washing her hands, and setting her phone face down on the kitchen counter. She did not say Celia's name again. Lydia's flat overlooked a narrow street in St. John's Wood. All pale stone, black railings, and clipped trees. Nothing inside it had been chosen impulsively. The books were arranged by height. The knives occupied a magnetic strip in descending order. A framed abstract print hung above the dining table because it contained no faces. She slept badly, waking twice with the sensation that heat was moving across her shoulder blades. In the morning, there was no mark on her skin. At the clinic, she arrived before Mina and found the treatment rooms exactly as she had left them. The wall beneath her certificate was white. The paper rolls were clean. The server log contained no record of Celia's file opening. Order restored itself easily when no one else had witnessed the disorder. At 9, Mina unlocked the front door and placed coffee beside Lydia's keyboard. "You look well," she said. Lydia heard the concern disguised inside the lie. "I slept. Clearly." The morning passed with ordinary bodies and ordinary regrets. A barrister wanted a military insignia removed before his wedding. A woman in her 50s asked whether yellow ink always resisted treatment. A university student cried when Lydia explained that complete removal could not be guaranteed. Nothing disappears perfectly, Lydia told her. The sentence unsettled her as soon as she said it. At 11:15, Mina appeared at the treatment room door. "Mr. Vey is here." Evan Vey had the careful stillness of someone trying not to disturb an injury. He was perhaps 35, though the gray at his temples suggested prolonged exhaustion. His clothes were plain and expensive: charcoal trousers, white shirt, dark overcoat, no jewelry, no visible tattoos. He declined water and did not sit until Lydia instructed him to. "You've had laser treatment before?" she asked. "No." "Any relevant medical conditions?" "None that will help you." Mina glanced at Lydia, but Lydia kept her eyes on the intake form. The address field was blank. The emergency contact line contained a single horizontal stroke. "You'll need to complete these." "I won't." "Then I may refuse treatment." "You may." He spoke without challenge. That made the exchange feel less like negotiation than prediction. Lydia dismissed Mina and closed the door. "What exactly do you want removed?" Evan unbuttoned his shirt. The tattoo began at the base of his neck and covered nearly every inch of his back. It depicted a 3-story house at night, rendered in black, rust red, and bruised violet. Flames leaned from the windows, each tongue of fire shaped like a reaching finger. Smoke climbed toward his shoulders, where it vanished beneath his hairline. The detail was extraordinary. Lydia could see cracked glass, collapsed roof beams, and small figures crowded behind the upper windows. One appeared to have its palm pressed against the inside of his skin. "How old is it?" she asked. "I don't know." "Who did the work?" "I don't know." "That isn't medically useful." Neither answer would change what it is. Lydia moved closer without touching him. The skin surrounding the image showed no inflammation, scar tissue, or evidence of needles. It looked less tattooed than stained from within. "Why remove it now?" Evan turned his head slightly. "Because it has finished with me." Lydia stepped back. He began fastening his shirt, then paused with the fabric still open. "You should decide before the first pulse," he said. "Once you start, it won't be looking for an exit." "What will it be looking for?" His reflection met hers in the glass cabinet. "Somewhere else to live." Behind him, in the tattooed attic window, one of the tiny black figures lifted its head. Lydia looked again. The attic window contained only 3 strokes of black ink in a pale square of untattooed skin. No face, no raised head, nothing that could have moved. She told Evan the consultation was over. "You haven't examined it properly," he said. "I've seen enough to know that treatment would be medically inappropriate without a full history." "A history of what?" "The tattoo. Your skin. Any previous procedures." He pulled his shirt over his shoulders. "You prefer histories after they have been cleaned." The words were quiet, but Lydia felt them land inside the room. She opened the door and called for Mina. By the time the receptionist entered, Evan had signed the consent form. The address remained blank, but beneath the declaration, acknowledging burns, scarring, pigment changes, and incomplete removal, he had written his name in a narrow, precise hand. Lydia should have refused him. Instead, she scheduled the first treatment for that afternoon. She told herself the decision was clinical. The pigment's depth was unusual. The absence of scar tissue suggested a technique she had never encountered. Treating a small test area would provide information. Curiosity was not the same as guilt. At 4:30, Evan lay face down on the treatment table while Lydia positioned the cooling hose above his back. Mina had gone upstairs to complete inventory, leaving the room sealed in the soft mechanical breath of the ventilation system. Lydia selected a low setting. Tell me if the heat becomes excessive. It already is. The skin beneath her gloved fingers felt cold. She aimed at the upper corner of the tattooed roof and released the first laser pulse. A sharp crack filled the room. The black pigment whitened instantly, as expected. But the smell rising from Evan's back was not the dry, metallic odor of treated ink. It smelled of wet timber burning inside a closed building. Lydia stopped. Continue, Evan said. A second pulse. A third. Each burst cleared another fragment of roof. Black tiles broke into pale islands. One of the tiny attic windows disappeared. The figure behind it went with the ink. Then the cooling hose began exhaling smoke. Lydia cut the power and stepped back. The vapor vanished almost immediately, leaving the equipment dry and cool. Evan raised his head. Is it gone? The test area responded. That isn't what I asked. She photographed the cleared patch, applied dressing, and ended the session. Evan dressed without looking at the mirror. Before leaving, he placed 2 fingers against the wall beside the door. You should cover that, he said. There was nothing there. By the time Lydia reached the treatment room again after dinner, the roof had returned. She knew before opening the photograph. The file showed Evan's back exactly as it had appeared before treatment, every tile restored, every flame intact. The attic window dark and occupied. The treated skin displayed no redness and no dressing. The camera metadata insisted the photograph had been taken before the procedure. Lydia removed her jacket. Heat crawled beneath her blouse. In the staff washroom, she turned her back to the mirror and used a second mirror to inspect her shoulder blades. Beneath unbroken skin, just below the right shoulder, lay a patch of black roof tiles edged with orange flame. She pressed it. The image shifted slightly with her skin but did not blanch. No punctures, no blood, no surface pigment. Her phone began vibrating on the sink. The first caller was the barrister from that morning. He sounded embarrassed. The military insignia Lydia had begun removing from his chest had appeared above his mantelpiece, darkening through 3 coats of paint. The second was a former client whose lover's name now emerged in the steam of her bathroom mirror. A chef reported a serpent winding beneath the varnish of his kitchen table. A student had found blue stars spreading across her bedroom ceiling. A widower said the date removed from his collarbone was showing through the wallpaper above his wife's empty side of the bed. By evening, 7 former patients had called. All described images that could not be scrubbed away. Lydia locked the clinic and stood alone in the treatment room, reading their messages while heat pulsed beneath her shoulder. Then a final photograph arrived from an unknown number. It showed a narrow London sitting room. On the far wall, black lines had formed the outline of a burning house. Beneath the image stood Celia Rook. Her face was turned toward the camera, across her bare back. where Lydia remembered smooth skin. The identifying tattoo had returned. Below the photograph was a single sentence. "It has found your address." Lydia did not go home. She stood in the treatment room with the photograph open on her phone until the screen dimmed and Celia's face disappeared into black glass. When she touched the display, the image returned. The sitting room was unfamiliar, but the architecture was not. The narrow sash window, the shallow fireplace, the strip of decorative plaster above the wall, any of 1,000 London properties could have contained them. Only the burning house made the room specific. Lydia saved the photograph, forwarded it to the clinic computer, and examined the file data. No location, no device information, no creation date. The image processing software identified the figure as compression noise. She enlarged Celia's face until it broke into squares. Noise. Lydia thought. By morning, she had built a more acceptable explanation. Airborne pigment from laser plume could settle on nearby surfaces. Cross-contamination might explain traces in treatment rooms. Faulty software could duplicate images across patient photographs. Hysteria could account for former clients interpreting stains and reflections as tattoos. None of it explained her back. At 7 in the morning, she called Dr. Simon Vale, a dermatopathologist who owed her several professional favors. She told him she had discovered an unexplained pigmented lesion and needed an urgent biopsy. New mole, he asked. Occupational exposure. To what? Possibly carbon-based ink. There was a pause. Under intact skin? Yes. He agreed to see her before clinic hours. The biopsy needle entered just below Lydia's right shoulder blade. She watched Simon's expression in the reflection of a steel cabinet as he removed a narrow core of tissue. That's deeper than cosmetic transfer, he said. Laser plume can penetrate damaged skin. Your skin isn't damaged. It may have been microscopically compromised. Simon sealed the sample. You've already decided what the answer is. I've identified the most probable cause. No, he said. You've identified the cause you can tolerate. The preliminary report arrived shortly after midday. Pigment particles were present beneath the epidermis, distributed through the dermis in clustered deposits, typical of tattoo implantation. There was no channel of entry. No scar formation. No inflammatory response. And no evidence that a needle had ever pierced the area. The ink was chemically mixed. Carbon black, iron oxide, trace, synthetic red. The same palette as the burning house. Lydia deleted Simon's message and scheduled Evan's second treatment. He arrived at 3:15 wearing the same white shirt and dark coat. Mina tried to stop him at reception, but Lydia brought him downstairs before questions could gather. You knew this would happen, Lydia said once the door closed. Evan removed his shirt. The tattoo had changed. The flames were taller now. Smoke covered both shoulders, and the upper windows had widened into black rectangles. The attic figure was gone. I warned you, he said. You exposed me to something. No, you gave it a surface. Lydia showed him the biopsy report. He barely glanced at it. You still think ink is the problem. What else would you call it? A memory with color. She should have ended the appointment. Instead, she positioned him beneath the laser and increased the setting. The first pulse cracked against his skin. Smoke rolled upward at once. Not vapor. Smoke. It thickened beneath the ceiling, carrying the smell of wet timber, melted plastic, and something sweetly organic. The ventilation alarm remained silent. Mina knocked from the corridor, asking whether the extractor had failed. Lydia locked the door. She fired again. A section of the tattooed roof whitened. Flames vanished from one window, and the darkness behind it opened like depth rather than pigment. Something moved inside. Lydia lowered the handpiece. A human figure stood behind the window, no larger than the first joint of her finger. Its body was blackened, but its face remained pale. One hand pressed against the glass. Evan's back rose and fell beneath it. "Who is that?" Lydia whispered. The figure struck the window. Once, twice. On the third blow, the tiny glass pane cracked, and smoke burst from Evan's skin in a hot black thread. The figure leaned through the opening. Lydia saw the tattoo between its shoulder blades. It was Celia Rook's identification mark. Lydia released the trigger. The laser fell silent. But the figure remained in the attic window. Its small hand gripped the broken frame while smoke curled around its wrist. The mark between its shoulders was unmistakable. 3 black bars crossed by a hooked line. The same identifying tattoo Lydia had removed from Celia 4 years earlier. Then, Evan arched beneath the handpiece. The house distorted with him. Roof beams bent. Windows stretched. The figure was pulled backward into darkness as though the skin itself had inhaled. Lydia shut down the machine and opened the door. Heat struck the corridor. Mina stood outside with one hand over her mouth. "Something's burning." "Electrical fault," Lydia said. The explanation sounded thin even before the fire panel showed no alarm. No temperature spike. No system error. They moved Evan upstairs. But the heat followed. It settled into the clinic walls, radiating through the Georgian plaster in slow, feverish waves. The brass door handles grew warm. The refrigerated gel packs softened. Condensation gathered inside sealed cabinets. Mina called building maintenance. Lydia sent her home. When Evan dressed, the tattoo on his back appeared untouched. The cracked attic window had repaired itself. The pale figure was gone. "You saw her," Lydia said. "I saw someone trying to be seen." "You knew it would be Celia." "I don't know her name." He said it plainly, without recognition. And Lydia believed him. "Then why is her mark inside your tattoo?" "Because you made room for it." He left before she could stop him. By early evening, the clinic had become difficult to breathe in. Lydia lowered the thermostat until the display showed its minimum setting. But the air thickened with the damp warmth of a crowded room. Every surface seemed to hold heat differently. Metal remained cool. Glass sweated. Painted walls felt almost human beneath her palm. In the supply cupboard, the white paper rolls had changed. Dark veins spread through them from the cardboard cores, branching beneath the fibers like capillaries. Lydia tore away several layers. The veins continued inward, finer and denser, forming fragments of shapes, letters, dates, wings, teeth. She dropped the roll. A whisper moved through the cupboard, not from the corridor, From behind her, Lydia turned, but the shelves were empty. The whisper came again, muffled and close. Look. Pain flared beneath her right shoulder blade. She locked herself in the washroom and lifted her blouse before the mirror. The patch of roof had widened across her back. Chimneys climbed toward her spine. Flames curved beneath her skin, orange and black, while a doorway had begun forming between her shoulder blades. From inside it came breathing. Lydia pressed both hands against the sink. A woman's voice whispered through her own body. Not the names, what they did. The lights flickered. Her phone rang on the counter. The barrister had sent photographs of the military insignia above his mantelpiece. It had expanded overnight, revealing shapes hidden inside the original design: a kneeling prisoner, a raised rifle, a date from an overseas deployment he had never mentioned. The serpent in the chef's table now coiled around the outline of a kitchen worker's crushed hand. The blue stars on the student's ceiling had connected into a constellation matching the night her flatmate fell from a residence roof. The lover's name in the bathroom mirror was no longer alone. Beneath it appeared the words she had written in a message and later denied sending. Each tattoo had been incomplete on the body, away from skin. It remembered more. Lydia opened the clinic archive and began comparing removal records with public reports. Accidents, assaults, disappearances, civil settlements, inquests. The images did not simply return to their owners. They returned to the places where truths had been hidden, and then supplied what had been omitted. The tattoos were not records of identity. They were witnesses. A sound like fingernails moved across the treatment room wall. Lydia followed it downstairs. The black smear beneath her certificate had returned. No longer thumb-sized, it spread from floor to ceiling in branching lines, pushing through white paint like veins beneath skin. At its center, Celia's identification mark surfaced. Below it, fresh black letters slowly formed. Lydia watched them appear one stroke at a time. The first one is still inside. The wall beneath the message gave a long, shallow breath. The wall breathed again. Its surface pushed outward beneath Celia's mark, swelling between the painted lines before slowly drawing flat. Lydia stepped back, but the voice inside her shoulder blades urged her closer. Below, the word traveled through bone rather than air. She pressed her palm beneath the message. The plaster was warm and faintly elastic. When she removed her hand, 5 pale impressions remained, as though she had touched living flesh. The scratching moved downward. Lydia followed it into the basement corridor. The clinic plan showed only her office, the main treatment room, storage, and a locked utilities cupboard at the far end. She had reviewed those plans when purchasing the lease. The basement had been one reason she chose the property: compact, private, and easily controlled. Now the corridor seemed longer. The fluorescent lights clicked on one by one ahead of her, illuminating sections she did not remember walking through. White walls narrowed around pipes painted the color of old bone. The air grew hotter, carrying the wet smoke odor from Evan's tattoo. "Look," the voice whispered through her back. At the end of the corridor stood a painted partition. Lydia stopped. The wall was too clean. Every other basement surface bore years of scuffs, hairline fractures, and damp shadows. This section was smooth, recently coated, and slightly brighter than the surrounding plaster. A metal shelving unit had been placed across it, stacked with unopened boxes of protective masks. She moved the boxes aside. Behind them, barely visible beneath the paint, was the rectangular outline of a doorway. Lydia found a utility knife and cut along the seam. The blade passed through paint, lining paper, and a thin layer of plasterboard. Heat breathed from the opening. She pulled. The partition tore away with a damp sound. A second treatment room waited behind it. The space was smaller than the room she used upstairs, but the arrangement was identical. Treatment chair, steel trolley, sink, overhead lamp, laser unit. Everything was old, yellowed, and coated in fine gray dust. The chair restraints were leather. Lydia had never used restraints. A tray beside the machine held cracked protective lenses, stained gauze, and glass vials containing dried black pigment. On the wall hung a framed certificate bearing her name. The qualification date was 3 years before she had entered medical school. She stepped inside. The voice in her back stopped. Along the far wall, the plaster had peeled away in broad strips. Beneath it was not brick or insulation, but a smooth, pale layer that sagged slightly between the wooden supports. Lydia touched it with one finger. It yielded. Warmth collected around her fingertip. Tiny pores tightened across the surface. Skin. She withdrew her hand. But the wall trembled as though feeling remained after contact. Images covered it from floor to ceiling. The blue swallow, the serpent, the military insignia, wedding dates, names, birds, flowers, crosses, stars, prison marks, memorial portraits, crude symbols made elegant by time. Every tattoo Lydia had removed during her career had been preserved here, layered across the pale surface without overlap, arranged like specimens on a body large enough to hold them all. Some moved when she looked away. A rose opened and closed. A line of script tightened like a scar. A wolf turned one black eye toward her. The oldest marks gathered near the floor. The newest climbed toward the ceiling, where fresh pigment gleamed as though recently applied. Lydia found Celia's identification tattoo beside the treatment chair. Around it, faint lines formed the outline of a woman curled on her side. There was no face, only an empty oval pressed into the wall. Lydia's phone showed no signal. She tried the door behind her. It had closed. The overhead lamp switched on. White light flooded the skin wall, revealing a section she had mistaken for blankness. At first, she saw only natural tones, pink at the mouth, gray beneath the eyes, a brown strand of hair crossing one cheek. Then the features sharpened. Lydia stared at her own face embedded in the wall. The eyes were closed. The expression was peaceful, untouched, younger than she was now. Beneath the image, black pigment began forming words across the throat. Treatment not yet completed. The face opened its eyes, and from inside the wall, Lydia heard herself say, "You have already been here." The face in the wall closed its mouth. For several seconds, Lydia could hear only the thin electric hum of the overhead lamp and the beating of her own blood beneath the tattooed doorway on her back. "You have already been here," she repeated. The wall offered no answer. She forced herself to look away from her embedded face and toward the old laser unit beside the treatment chair. Its casing was stained yellow with age. But the control panel glowed faintly. A green indicator blinked above a slot she had assumed was part of the ventilation system. Inside was a memory card. Lydia removed it. The computer in the corner was an obsolete clinic terminal. Its keyboard sealed beneath a cracked, transparent cover. When she inserted the card, the screen woke without requesting a password. A folder appeared. Rook. Celia. There were no treatment photographs. Only video. The first recording showed the room exactly as Lydia now saw it. Except the walls were bare plaster and the equipment looked new. Celia sat on the chair in a hospital gown. Younger than Lydia remembered. Her dark hair tied above the identifying mark between her shoulders. Lydia entered the frame. Not a resemblance. Not altered footage. Herself. 4 years younger. Wearing surgical gloves and the expression she still used when she wanted concern to resemble professionalism. Celia was speaking. "The men outside know what it means," she said. "That mark identifies the protection unit that moved me." Lydia remembered telling herself she had not understood. The recording showed otherwise. "They'll follow me even after it's removed." Celia continued. "Unless they believe I came here alone." On the screen. Lydia looked toward the room's unseen door. "You said the police arranged this." "I said the police couldn't be trusted. And yet you came to a registered clinic." "I came because someone told me you didn't ask questions." The younger Lydia's face tightened. "I remove pigment. I don't provide security." Celia turned enough for the camera to catch her profile. Her left eye was swollen. "They've already killed one witness." Lydia paused the footage. Her hand remained on the keyboard. But she could feel the truth waiting beyond the frozen image. Not forgotten. Arranged. She had placed each memory behind a professional phrase until it no longer resembled a choice. She resumed the recording. After the procedure, Celia, dressed in borrowed clothes. Lydia inspected the cleared skin and took no photographs. Then someone knocked. 3 slow taps. Celia went still. "They found me." The younger Lydia crossed the room and opened the door. 2 men stood in the corridor. One held a phone displaying Celia's intake photograph. The other asked whether the woman in the treatment room was the patient who had arrived with the identification mark. Lydia did not answer. She only stepped aside. That movement was enough. The recording ended. The next file was audio only. Celia's voice emerged through static and distant road noise. "If this is found, the property is in Harrow Weald. Red brick. 3 floors. Boarded house beside the old reservoir. They are keeping witnesses there until they decide what can be used. A vehicle door slammed. They think removing the marks removes the chain between us. They are wrong. The ink remembers where it came from." Celia began giving names. 6 in total. Then she said, "Dr. Shaw knows they followed me. She saw them. She let them confirm it was me because she was afraid they would expose the clinic." Lydia stopped breathing. The final file showed police photographs of a burned-safe property. The same roofline. The same attic windows. The same reaching flames engraved across Evan's back. 7 bodies had been recovered. Celia and the 6 witnesses named in her recording. The official report classified the fire as deliberate destruction of evidence. No connection to Lydia's clinic appeared anywhere in the file. She had erased the mark hours before Celia died. That night, according to the report, the first tattoo had appeared inside the burned house, blackening through plaster untouched by flame. Lydia understood then. The transfer had not begun because the laser malfunctioned. It had begun because she had used erasure to help a lie survive. Behind her, every tattoo on the skin wall darkened at once. Her own face turned toward Celia's empty outline. And beneath the identification mark, a new doorway opened in the wall, breathing out the smell of a house that had burned 4 years ago. The doorway in the wall widened without tearing. Its edges flexed around a darkness that did not belong to the room. Heat pushed through first, then the smell of soaked timber, scorched cloth, and smoke trapped for years inside sealed rooms. Lydia backed toward the treatment chair. A figure stepped through. Evan Vey emerged from the opening as though crossing a threshold rather than passing through plaster. He was shirtless. The burning house still covered his back, but now its windows were lit from within by small, pale faces. The doorway sealed behind him. "You knew this room existed," Lydia said. "I knew something was keeping us." Us. Evan turned. The skin across his chest was wrong. At first, Lydia thought it was scarring. Then she saw the seams, faint, pale boundaries running from his collarbones beneath his arms, across his ribs, and down toward his waist. They did not resemble surgical closures. They looked like the edges of separate pieces fitted together with impossible precision. Across one section lay the blue outline of a swallow. Another carried the faded curve of a wedding date, near his left side. Beneath, translucent skin. A serpent appeared to coil around something shaped like a crushed hand. "You're wearing them," Lydia whispered. Evan looked down at himself as though the body were an object he had borrowed. "Not wearing," he said. "Holding." He peeled the edge of the skin near his shoulder. There was no blood. The layer lifted with a wet, adhesive sound, revealing another surface beneath it. Different in color, different in texture. Covered with lines of black script Lydia recognized from a removal she had performed 7 years earlier. She stepped away. "What are you?" "I don't know." The answer contained no fear, only exhaustion. Evan lowered the skin into place. The seam closed slowly, leaving no mark. "I remember waking in this room," he said. "I remember your machine. I remember hundreds of voices, but none of them begin with me. You were a patient." Was I? He pointed to the wall. The tattoos covering it shifted in response. Birds opened their wings. Letters bent into new words. Faces appeared inside decorative symbols, then vanished when Lydia tried to focus on them. "You removed evidence from people," Evan said. "Names, loyalties, threats, promises, crimes. You thought the image ended when the skin cleared, but nothing ended. It moved into this place. I didn't know. You knew enough to avoid asking." The doorway tattoo on Lydia's back throbbed. A chorus whispered beneath her skin. Some voices were angry. Others sounded confused. One repeated a child's name. Another recited an address. Celia's voice remained quietest, waiting beneath them all. Evan moved closer to the wall and placed his palm against it. The pale surface bulged around his fingers. The clinic kept what you displaced. Marks first, then memories, then pieces of the people attached to them. It needed a body to carry them out. And it made you, or found me empty enough to use. His face changed as he spoke. Not completely. A different mouth appeared for a second, followed by an older man's jaw. A woman's left eye. A burn scar crossing a cheek Lydia had never seen before. Each feature surfaced and sank back beneath Evan's expression. Lydia's stomach tightened. "The house on your back," she said. "It was never a tattoo." "No." He turned away from her. The flames moved across his skin without disturbing its surface. In the upper windows, 7 figures stood shoulder to shoulder. Lydia recognized Celia among them. "It is the last place they remembered," Evan said. "The room where they waited. The windows they could not open. The fire coming up the stairs." One of the figures raised both hands against the glass. Their final memories built the image. He continued. "Every treatment made it stronger. Every lie gave it another wall." The burning house expanded across his shoulders. Its front door appeared where his spine should have been. Lydia heard pounding from inside it. "Why come to me?" "Because the door only opens for the person who made the first transfer permanent." Celia's voice spoke through Lydia's back. "You." The door in Evan's tattoo swung inward. Beyond it, Lydia saw the burned safe house not as a picture, but as a real corridor filled with black smoke and human shadows. Then one of the shadows stepped toward the opening wearing Lydia's face. The shadow wearing Lydia's face stopped inside the burning corridor. Its features were younger, smoother, untouched by sleeplessness or regret. It wore the expression from the skin wall, calm, clinical, almost kind. Then it raised one hand and pointed at the laser. The voices inside Lydia's back spoke together. "Reverse it." The command vibrated through her ribs. Evan stood motionless before the open doorway in his spine. Smoke moved around him without entering the room. Beyond his body, Lydia could see the witnesses crowded along the corridor of the safe house, their forms darkened by heat, their faces pale with the last moments they had been forced to remember. "How?" she asked. The answer appeared across the skin wall. Every tattoo tightened, stretched, and reorganized into anatomical diagrams. Lines traveled from the old laser unit to the treatment chair, then converged on the outline of a human body. Her body. Evan looked at the diagrams. "You remove the marks, one surface at a time," he said. "They have to pass through one surface together." Lydia understood before he explained. The machine would draw every displaced image from the clinic walls, from Evan's assembled skin, and from the homes of her former patients. The marks would enter her first. Only after passing through living skin could they return to the people and places that had originally carried them. "What happens to me?" The voices answered separately. "Witness, record, door." Celia's voice came last. "Evidence." The word hurt more than accusation. Lydia looked toward the old terminal. Celia's files remained open on the screen. Footage. Recordings. Names. Locations. The police photographs of the burned house. She could preserve them, send them to journalists, investigators, former patients. She could open the clinic door. Call Mina. Tell Simon where she was. And wait for the consequences to arrive in ordinary human forms. Prison. Disgrace. The destruction of everything she had built. The truth would survive without requiring her to understand it. She carried the memory card to the desk. Her hand hovered above the computer. For one moment, she imagined pressing send. She imagined explaining that neutrality had been the language she used when cowardice sounded too ugly. She imagined Celia's name appearing in public records, not as an unidentified victim, but as a woman who had warned Lydia and been handed back to the men hunting her. The wall behind her breathed. Lydia removed the memory card. She placed it in the steel instrument tray. I can control the transfer, she said. Evan closed his eyes. That is what you said before. I know the equipment. I know tissue response. I can prevent systemic damage. You still think this is medicine. It has rules. No, Evan said. It has memory. Lydia ignored him. She positioned mirrors around the chair, connected the old laser unit to the clinic's main power supply, and attached cooling lines across her shoulders, ribs, thighs, and arms. She programmed the machine to move in overlapping passes, calculating exposure limits, pulse intervals, and thermal recovery, as though numbers could place boundaries around judgment. She copied Celia's files onto the clinic server. Then she deleted the originals from the memory card. Not destruction, she told herself. Redundancy, protection, control. She locked the basement door from inside. When Mina called, Lydia watched the phone vibrate until it stopped. Simon called next. Then an unknown number. She silenced them all. Evan remained beside the wall. You could still open the door, he said, and allow someone else to interfere, allow someone else to see. Lydia lay face down on the treatment chair. Leather restraints rose from beneath the padding and closed around her wrists before she touched them. The doorway between her shoulder blades widened. Voices spilled from it in fragments, names, confessions, addresses, unfinal messages. Denials repeated until they became screams. The old machine powered itself on. Across the room, every tattoo lifted from the skin wall. They did not fade. They peeled free as flat black shapes, hovering in the overheated air. The swallow beat its wings. The serpent twisted. Letters coiled into sentences. Faces opened their eyes inside flowers. Dates, symbols, and scars. Evan's borrowed skin began coming apart at the seams. Beneath each layer was another person's final expression. Lydia reached toward the emergency switch, then stopped herself. She had chosen this because she believed she could remain the physician even while becoming the patient. The laser arm lowered above her back. Begin, she said. The first pulse struck. Every tattoo in the room turned toward her, and the door inside her skin opened wide enough for the burned house to enter. The burned house entered Lydia through the doorway between her shoulders. For one impossible instant, she felt every room at once. The attic where Celia had pressed both hands against locked glass. The stairwell filling from below. The bedroom where one witness had hidden a recorder. And the kitchen where another had written 3 names in soot before smoke erased them. Then the laser fired again. The walls emptied into her. Ink crossed Lydia's body in violent waves. The blue swallow struck beneath her ribs. The serpent coiled around her arm. Dates. Faces. Flowers. Military symbols. Prison marks. Lovers' names. And black stars spread across every unbroken piece of skin. Each mark arrived with a memory. A barrister raising a rifle while another soldier begged him to stop. A student deleting messages from the flatmate she had humiliated before the fall. A chef silencing an injured worker with money and threats. A widower removing the date of a second marriage his first wife had never known about. The images did not accuse without evidence. They showed Lydia the moment each owner chose concealment. Her medical training gave her names for the body's failure. Tachycardia, thermal injury, respiratory distress. None described what happened when a human being became a record too complete to survive. She reached for the emergency switch. The restraints tightened. Across the room. Evan's body separated into pale sections. Each borrowed layer lifted away and passed through the doorway in Lydia's back. Beneath them was not muscle or bone, but the shape of a man made from smoke, crowded with voices. "Where will they go?" Lydia gasped. "Back," Evan said through many mouths. The final pulse struck. London answered. In a house in Chelsea, a military insignia darkened above a fireplace and revealed the kneeling prisoner beneath the rifle. In a Bloomsbury residence, blue stars appeared around a sealed skylight and connected themselves to words preserved from deleted messages. In a Soho kitchen, a serpent emerged across polished steel and wrapped itself around the outline of a crushed hand. Names returned to mirrors. Dates burned through wallpaper. Faces surfaced in tables. Office partitions. Ceilings. And locked doors. Photographs appeared on phones that had never taken them. Recordings restored themselves. Deleted files opened across police databases, law offices, hospitals, and private servers. Each image carried a location, a name, or a piece of testimony someone had paid to remove. The clinic's windows shattered outward. Mina, standing across the street with firefighters and police, saw black shapes rise from the building like birds before scattering over the rooftops. Below ground, the skin wall folded toward Lydia. The tattoos left her one by one. But the memories remained. Every truth stayed inside her after its image returned to the world. She felt the emptiness each mark left behind. Hundreds of wounds without scars. The restraints opened. Lydia tried to stand. Her hands passed through the treatment chair. Evan was gone. The doorway in her back was gone. Even her reflection had vanished from the steel tray. The terminal displayed Celia's final record. This time, Lydia pressed send. The message traveled to every address stored in the clinic archive. Mina. Simon. Investigators. Journalists. And the families of the dead. A confirmation appeared. Record delivered. Then Lydia's name disappeared from the screen. Upstairs. Appointment files changed. Financial records rejected her login. Her medical registration returned no result. The lease identified the clinic as vacant. Photographs lost the space where she had been standing. Mina remembered working for someone, but could not describe her face. Only Celia's testimony retained the words Dr. Shaw. When police broke through the basement partition, they found the second treatment room empty. The old laser was cold. The walls were ordinary plaster except for one broad section beneath Lydia's framed certificate. There, a human shape pressed outward from below the paint. Its hands rested at its sides. Its head faced the treatment chair. Beneath the white surface, a woman's face remained visible with closed eyes and a mouth sealed by a thin black line. The clinic reopened 8 months later under another name. The new physician promised discretion, privacy, and clean beginnings. During consultations, clients sometimes heard breathing inside the wall. It grew louder whenever they explained that the tattoo no longer represented who they were. The physician would ask why they wanted it erased. Then the woman beneath the paint would open her eyes. Lydia believed erasure was a neutral service, separate from whatever truth her patients wanted hidden. But every removed mark carried a story, and every story carried responsibility. The horror did not punish her simply for using the laser. It punished her for treating silence as innocence and professionalism as permission not to see. Perhaps some traces remain because forgetting them would protect the wrong person. And perhaps the past becomes most dangerous when we believe removing its visible shape has removed its meaning. What truth would you preserve, even if exposing it destroyed the life you had built? Story 5. The first man appeared in Field 12 as a pale interruption in the corn. Cal Mercer noticed him during a routine night survey. Though at first he assumed the drone's thermal camera had mistaken stressed plants for body heat, the August air above western Kansas was still hot enough to bend the horizon after sunset, and the fields held the day's warmth in wide sheets. On Cal's monitor, healthy corn glowed amber. Irrigation lines showed as cooler veins. Access roads were black scars dividing one corporate parcel from another. The shape in Field 12 was colder than everything around it. Cal leaned closer. From 200 feet above, the crushed rows formed the outline of a man lying flat on his back, arms beside him. Boots pointed east. The figure was too large to be real, nearly 40 yards from head to heel, but its proportions made Cal aware of his own posture in the chair. He adjusted the drone's altitude. The image blurred, then sharpened. A face had been pressed into the corn. Not features exactly, only 2 shallow hollows for eyes. A ridge of standing stalks for the nose, and a dark seam where the mouth should have been. Cal switched to multispectral imaging. The man vanished into bands indicating moisture, chlorophyll, and nitrogen uptake. When he returned to the ordinary camera, the body was still there. He told himself it was wind damage. A downburst could flatten corn strangely. Deer sometimes bedded in groups. Maintenance crews cut across rows without reporting it. After 4 years watching farmland through cameras, Cal knew how easily damage became symbolic. A wheel rut resembled a spine. Standing water became an eye. Fungus spread like hands. Still, wind did not usually leave shoulders. Cal saved the image and tagged it for daylight inspection. The system asked for a classification: He selected either event. The words settled beneath the image with bureaucratic confidence. His control room occupied what had once been the machinery shed behind his father's farmhouse. The corporation had installed insulated walls, server racks, 6 monitors, and a climate unit that never stopped humming. Outside, the old grain bins stood empty. The company stored harvests at a facility 20 miles south, where no family name was painted on the silos. Cal's name remained on the mailbox. That had been part of the sale agreement. He liked telling people the house and 2 acres were still private property, that he had negotiated well, that the company now paid him to manage aerial operations over land his family had once struggled to keep alive. He rarely mentioned the tenant houses beyond the northern windbreak, or that the corporation had asked him to deliver the eviction notices because the families trusted him enough to open their doors. On the center monitor, the drone continued north. Field 13 showed irrigation stress. Field 14 had signs of rootworm. Field 15 contained another man. Cal stopped breathing. This figure lay face down. The corn had been crushed in the same impossible proportions, but the arms were spread slightly, as though the body had fallen while reaching for something. A darker patch marked the back of the head. Cal checked the previous flight map. The drone had passed over Field 15 3 nights earlier. No pattern had been recorded. He enlarged the image until individual leaves trembled across the screen. Something pale coated the broken stalks. Ash, he thought. The word arrived before he could stop it. Earlier that summer, drivers had spread a gray fertilizer blend across the southern parcels. It came in sealed hoppers, finer than lime and lighter than bone meal. When the wind shifted, it dusted the roads, fences, and Cal's boots. For days, he found it gathered in the creases of his palms. The company called it reclaimed organic mineral. Cal had never asked what had been reclaimed. The drone passed over Field 16. A third body waited below, lying on its side. Cal compared the 3 images. They were not repeated impressions. They were positions, separate and sequential, like frames from a recording, lying on the back, turning face down, rolling onto one side. 3 red anomaly markers appeared across the map, aligned in a straight line toward his house. Then the drone's collision alarm sounded. There was nothing in the sky ahead. Cal looked down at the live feed. In Field 17. The crushed man had lifted one arm. It was pointing directly at the camera. By sunrise, the raised arm had become ordinary damage again. Cal stood at the edge of Field 17 with one boot on the access road and the other sunk into powdery soil. In daylight, the corn looked less like a body than it had on the monitor. The flattened rows spread through the crop in long, uneven bands. Wind could have done it. A maintenance vehicle might have entered from the opposite side. Even cattle, if a fence had failed, could leave patterns that seemed deliberate from above. He repeated those explanations while walking the perimeter. The trouble was that nothing had entered. The dirt road surrounding the field held only the tread of Cal's pickup and the faint ribbed impressions left by the fertilizer spreader weeks earlier. There were no hoofprints. No tire marks crossing the ditch. No footprints pressed between the stalks. The corn along the outer rows remained upright and tightly interlocked. Cal pushed through them anyway. Dry leaves, scraped his sleeves. The farther he moved from the road, the more heat gathered beneath the canopy. There was no wind inside the field. Only the clicking of tassels and the rasp of his breathing. He followed the bent rows toward the place where the figure's chest had appeared on the drone feed. The stalks had not been pressed down from above. Each one was broken near the base. Cal crouched and touched a split stem. Gray residue coated his fingertips. Fine as flour. When he rubbed it between thumb and forefinger, it clung to the lines of his skin. The reclaimed mineral. He wiped his hand on his jeans. But the ash only spread. Near the center of the flattened shape, the broken plants formed a shallow hollow. The soil there was compacted and smooth, as though something broad and heavy had rested upon it. Cal placed his palm against the ground. It was cold. He pulled his hand back and felt foolish. Soil temperature varied with shade and moisture. The field had been irrigated 2 days earlier. There were explanations for everything if a person resisted arranging facts into a story. That was what Cal had always told himself. When he returned to the control shed, 3 messages waited from Axiom Harvest. One concerned irrigation efficiency. One asked him to approve an autonomous sprayer route. The third reminded him to classify the damaged acreage before the weekly yield projection. Cal changed the designation from weather event to equipment interference, then changed it back. At noon, he drove past the abandoned tenant houses. The Vance's porch sagged toward the ground, and plywood covered the kitchen window. Farther north, the Calder family's swing set stood behind waist-high weeds. The red seat moved slightly despite the still air. Before the sale, 6 families had worked parcels that technically belonged to Cal. They repaired fences, cleared irrigation channels, and paid rent after harvest. Some had been there longer than Cal had been alive. Axiom had wanted vacant land. Cal had delivered the notices himself because a lawyer would have made the process needlessly hostile. Necessary consolidation. Unsustainable tenancy. Modern agriculture. He used those phrases whenever someone asked what had happened to the families. Rudy Vance had not argued when Cal came to his door. He had read the notice twice, folded it carefully, and asked whether Cal's father would have done the same. Cal had answered that his father was dead. For years, he had considered that an answer. Back in the control shed, the drone logs showed no mechanical fault. The collision alarm had triggered because the camera system registered rapid vertical movement inside Field 17. Cal opened the saved footage. The enormous arm did not simply appear between frames. The rows bent in sequence from shoulder to wrist, each section folding a fraction after the one before it. At the end, the hand formed from 5 narrow channels in the corn. The longest finger pointed upward, not toward the drone. Cal realized, toward the person watching through it. He closed the file and spent the afternoon approving routes, correcting moisture maps, and avoiding the gray stain beneath his fingernails. After sunset, he launched another survey. Field 12 appeared first. The figure was no longer lying on its back. Its torso had risen from the corn. Its legs remained stretched before it, but its shoulders stood high above the flattened rows, and its head faced west toward Cal's house. The man was sitting upright. The seated figure remained visible until dawn. Cal kept the drone circling above Field 12 while the batteries allowed. Changing cameras. Altitude. And angle as if the right setting might collapse the shape back into damaged corn. It never did. Under thermal imaging, the flattened body was colder than the surrounding crop. Under moisture analysis, its outline held less water than the soil beside it. When the drone descended, the head seemed to tilt upward, though the stalks did not visibly move. Cal ended the flight before sunrise and deleted the automatic anomaly alert. He did not delete the footage. By mid-morning, a white Axiom Harvest utility truck arrived at the control shed. Evelyn Shaw climbed out carrying 2 sample cases and a steel soil probe. She was 38, narrow-shouldered, and perpetually sunburned across the bridge of her nose. Unlike most visiting technicians, she wore her company badge inside her shirt pocket rather than clipped where cameras could read it. "You reported possible equipment interference," she said. "Weather damage." The classification changed twice. The system lagged. Evelyn looked past him toward Field 12. Systems always seem to lag when someone changes their mind. Cal drove her to the damaged parcels without mentioning the human shapes. He described uneven lodging, possible fertilizer interaction, and unexplained temperature differences. Evelyn listened without interruption, then entered the corn with sealed bags, gloves, and a portable spectrometer. At the center of Field 17, she knelt beside the cold hollow. "This isn't ordinary fertilizer residue," she said. Cal watched her scrape gray powder from a broken stalk. "It came from the southern application. I know where it came from." Something in her tone made him look at her. Evelyn sealed the sample and marked the bag. Axiom calls it reclaimed organic mineral. Prairie Reclamation calls it stabilized biological aggregate. Neither term means anything. It passed inspection. It passed the inspection Axiom paid for. She collected soil, plant tissue, and ash from 3 locations. At Field 12, the crushed rows still formed. The seated man, when viewed from the access road's raised embankment. Evelyn stopped walking. "You see it," Cal said. "I see damaged corn. That isn't what I asked." She stared for several seconds, then lowered her eyes. "I see why you called." They returned to the control shed and cleared a section of Cal's workbench. Evelyn fed samples into the portable analyzer while he stood behind her, listening to the cooling fans cycle through the room. The first results showed expected elements: phosphorus, potassium, carbon, and lime. Then the warning columns appeared. Calcium phosphate concentrations far above agricultural range. Titanium, cobalt chromium alloy. Traces of medical-grade stainless steel. Evelyn ran the sample again. The same results returned. "What does that mean?" Cal asked. She did not answer immediately. She opened another test window and entered the composition of the pale fragments she had separated from the ash. The machine identified dental porcelain. Cal felt the room's temperature drop. Though the climate unit continued humming, that could come from livestock treatment. He said, "Not dental ceramic. Contaminated machinery. Along with surgical metals and human calcium ratios, you can't know it's human from this." Evelyn looked at him then. "I know enough to send it to an independent laboratory." Before she could package the samples, Her tablet chimed. Axiom's regional compliance director appeared on the screen through an audio-only call. His name was Martin Vale, though Cal had met him only once. During the property acquisition, Evelyn summarized the findings carefully. She used phrases such as preliminary indication and possible biological contamination. Vale allowed her to finish. Then he told her to classify the material as harmless processing residue. The alloy concentrations require investigation. Evelyn said, "They require contextualization." Vale replied, "The ceramic is dental. Industrial waste streams contain mixed material. The calcium profile is consistent with cremated human remains." Silence filled the connection. When Vale spoke again, his voice had become quieter. "Ms. Shaw, your task is to assess agricultural risk, not speculate about the history of approved products. The material is sterilized, legally transferred, and chemically stable. File it as processing residue and return the samples." The call ended. Evelyn removed the tablet from the workbench as though it had become unclean. Cal turned toward his monitors. He said it was legal. He said legally transferred. That's the same thing. "No," Evelyn said. "It is the kind of sentence people use when they know it isn't." She placed one sample bag inside her case and slipped another into her jacket. After she left, Cal opened Axiom's internal delivery archive. He searched for the Southern Fertilizer application and found 48 shipment records from Prairie Reclamation. One document carried an authorization certificate. At the bottom was Cal Mercer's electronic signature. The delivery had been approved in February, 3 months before Cal remembered signing anything. Cal spent the next morning trying to prove the images were false. He exported the drone footage into 3 separate analysis programs, stripped away thermal overlays, rebuilt the flight paths from raw telemetry, and compared the recordings with satellite data from the previous week. Each system preserved the same impossible progression. The figures were appearing only in treated fields. Field 12 had begun on its back. Field 15 had rolled face down. Field 17 had turned onto its side and raised an arm. By the latest survey, Field 12 was sitting upright. Cal marked every parcel that had received reclaimed organic mineral. There were 26 in total, stretching in a broken chain across nearly 14,000 acres. In each one, damage had begun as a long human outline. The earlier the fertilizer had been applied, the farther the figure had advanced through the sequence. Lying flat, turning over, rolling sideways, pushing up, sitting. The positions were too consistent to be wind damage. Yet Cal kept returning to the possibility of image corruption. Agricultural mapping software often filled missing visual information by borrowing from adjacent frames. A repeated error in the recognition model could impose familiar shapes onto random patterns. Human beings saw faces in clouds. Machines had learned from human beings. Therefore, machines could make the same mistake. Cal built that explanation carefully and held it in place until Evelyn called. "The independent sample is gone," she said. He kept his eyes on the map. "What do you mean?" "Gone. The bag I sent never reached the laboratory. The courier says it was recalled by the sender." "You were the sender." "Exactly." Her voice was low and hurried. "Behind it?" Cal heard a vehicle door close. Martin Vale suspended my access. She continued, "My reports are locked. My company equipment has been remotely wiped, and 2 men from compliance are waiting outside my apartment. You took corporate material. I took evidence. You should have followed procedure." Evelyn gave a short, empty laugh. "Procedure is what removed the evidence." The line went quiet. Then she asked, "Did you find anything in the delivery archive?" Cal looked at the authorization record still open on his second monitor. "No." He heard her breathing. "You're lying," she said. The call ended before he could answer. That afternoon, the temperature climbed above 100 degrees. Heat warnings appeared across the system, followed by irrigation alerts from every treated parcel. Pressure dropped simultaneously along 26 independent lines. Cal opened the network controls. All pumps were active. All reservoirs were full. Yet no water was reaching the crops. He drove to Field 12 and found the center pivot irrigation rig motionless beneath the white sky. Its metal arms extended across the corn like the skeleton of an enormous insect. The control box showed no fault. The engine was running. But every nozzle remained dry. Then, without warning, the rig began moving. Its towers rolled through the soil with slow mechanical clicks. The long span rotated away from its programmed route. Cal stepped backward. Across the neighboring parcel, another irrigation system had begun turning. Farther north, a third pivot moved at the same speed. He climbed onto the truck bed for a clearer view. All 26 systems were rotating, not in parallel, not according to wind, schedule, or crop demand. Each circular rig turned until its length pointed toward the same location, his farmhouse. The movement stopped. A moment later, every sprinkler activated at once. Water burst from the nozzles in silver fans. But the rigs did not continue along their tracks. They remained fixed, spraying inward toward the property where Cal lived. Too far away for the water to reach, but aimed with unmistakable precision. His phone rang. Martin Vale's name appeared on the screen. Cal answered without taking his eyes from the irrigation arms. "Reset the network," Vale said. "Then classify the shutdown as a synchronization fault. You already know about it. We monitor infrastructure. 26 independent systems don't make the same mistake. They do if they receive the same command. I didn't send one." Vale paused. "Someone using your credentials did." The call disconnected. That night, Cal launched the drone manually and disabled automated image recognition. No enhancement, no shape detection, no generated overlays, only the raw camera feed. More than 20 figures now occupied the treated fields. From high above, they resembled a scattered crowd frozen at different stages of rising from the earth. Cal guided the drone toward Field 12. The seated figure waited beneath it. Its enormous back formed from flattened rows. Its head bowed toward its chest. Then the head turned. It moved from east to west in one smooth motion, but not a single stalk around its neck bent, broke, or shifted. Cal remembered watching the figure turn its head. He did not remember landing the drone. When he opened his eyes, morning light lay across the control room floor, and his cheek was pressed against the edge of the workbench. The monitors had entered sleep mode. An empty coffee cup stood beside his hand. Though he had no memory of making coffee, his right knee throbbed. Cal sat up slowly. The old ligament injury had troubled him since a tractor accident in his 20s. And he wore a hinged brace beneath his trousers whenever the weather changed. He reached down to adjust it and noticed the gray crescents beneath his fingernails. Ash. More had gathered in the creases of his palms. A fine layer dusted the front of his shirt, as though he had spent the night carrying open sacks against his chest. He checked the security cameras. The recording ended shortly after midnight. One moment showed Cal seated before the monitors, watching Field 12. The next frame displayed an empty chair. There was no footage of him standing, crossing the room, or opening the door. At 4 minutes before dawn, the chair was occupied again. Cal replayed the gap until the missing hours seemed less like an error than a space in which another version of the night had been inserted. The door was locked from the inside. Outside, his pickup had moved. It now stood near the northern windbreak, facing the tenant houses. Mud coated its tires. Though there had been no rain, on the passenger seat lay a broken cornstalk dusted with gray residue. Cal threw it into the ditch. He spent the morning rebuilding the overnight flight map. The software had recorded a second launch using his credentials during the missing interval. The drone had flown no standard survey route. It had crossed every treated field, drawing a continuous line across the map. When Cal displayed the path alone, it formed a rough human outline. The drone had begun at the left foot, circled the legs, traced the torso and arms, then passed around the head before returning to the control shed. Cal rotated the map. The left knee contained a rectangular deviation. He closed the file. A truck engine sounded outside. Rudy Vance stood beside the old mailbox when Cal emerged. He was 62 now, thinner than Cal remembered, with a gray beard and a canvas work jacket despite the heat. "You shouldn't be here," Cal said. Rudy looked toward the fields. "Neither should they." Cal followed his gaze. "Who?" The people getting up. The words struck with the weight of something expected. "You've been flying drones over company property," Cal said. "I don't own a drone." "Then how do you know?" Rudy smiled without humor. "You still think seeing something from above means you're the first to notice it." He walked toward the windbreak, stopping where the abandoned tenant houses became visible through the cottonwoods. "My grandfather used to say, 'Land remembers pressure,'" Rudy said. "Where foundations stood, where cattle died, where people knelt, plow it flat, plant over it, sell it doesn't matter. Weight leaves a shape. This isn't one of your family stories." "No. Family stories usually have names." Cal felt ash scratching beneath his fingernails. "What does that mean?" Rudy turned toward him. Axiom took things that didn't have names anymore. Bodies nobody claimed. People nobody would pay to bury. They burned them, ground them down, and sold what remained by the ton. You can't know that. I worked at Prairie Reclamation after you put us out. Cal said nothing. They told us the second furnace was for diseased livestock. Rudy continued. But cattle don't arrive in county transport bags, and animals don't have hip replacements, wedding rings, or teeth filled with porcelain. The wind moved through the corn with a dry, collective whisper. Rudy looked across the fields. Those people were reduced until nothing individual remained. Now the land is trying to remember their shapes. Why would they all look like the same person? Maybe they don't know what they looked like anymore. Cal thought of the mapped flight path circling a single human outline. Rudy's eyes lowered to Cal's leg. Or maybe they're borrowing from whoever keeps watching. That evening, Cal flew the drone over Field 21. The figure there had reached the stage of pushing itself upward. One knee bent beneath its enormous body. Cal descended until the camera resolved individual rows. Around the figure's left knee, an angular pattern remained standing inside the crushed corn. 2 narrow bars joined by 3 horizontal bands. Cal reached beneath his trousers and touched the hinged brace strapped to his own leg. Every buckle, support bar, and fastening strap had been reproduced in the field below. Prairie reclamation sat beyond the southern county line, where the fields thinned into cattle yards, fuel tanks, and low industrial buildings stained the color of old grease. Cal arrived after dark. The facility's front gate was closed, but the keypad still accepted his Axiom credentials. A green light appeared without hesitation, as though someone had been expecting him. Beyond the fence, sodium lamps washed the loading area in a dull orange glow. No trucks moved. No workers crossed the yard. The smell reached him before he left the pickup. Burned fat, wet ash, something sweet beneath both. Rudy had once described prairie reclamation as a place where nothing was wasted. Dead livestock arrived from farms and slaughterhouses, then left as tallow, protein meal, fertilizer, and fuel. Cal had considered that efficiency. He had used the same word when Axiom bought his land. The main processing floor was unlocked. Inside, steel conveyors ran beneath suspended hooks. Drains crossed the concrete in black channels. Stainless steel vats stood beneath signs identifying approved animal material, non-edible tissue, and sterilized residue. Everything had been washed, but thin strands of hair remained caught around one drain cover. Cal followed the corridor behind the rendering line. A security door marked "Authorized Personnel" only blocked the far end. His credentials opened that as well. The air changed immediately. The heat of the processing floor disappeared, replaced by a dry cold that tightened the skin along his arms. The corridor beyond had unfinished concrete walls and fluorescent tubes that flickered one after another as he walked beneath them. On his left stood 2 furnaces. Neither appeared on the facility plan displayed near the entrance. They were taller than the animal incinerators and fitted with narrow loading doors. Heavy black seals ringed their edges. Above each furnace, the ventilation ducts joined a single pipe, disappearing through the ceiling. A metal plaque had been bolted beside the controls. Municipal biological transfer. Cal touched the plaque and withdrew his fingers. It was warm. Beyond the furnaces, the corridor opened into a receiving bay filled with rectangular containers. Some were made from white plastic, others from dented aluminum. County seals and hospital inventory labels had been partially scraped away. One container still carried a printed warning: "Unidentified human remains." Cal read it twice. The room seemed to contract around him. He lifted the nearest lid. The container was empty except for gray powder collected in its corners and a melted strip of black plastic. Another held several fused metal fragments, screws, a joint plate, the circular base of a surgical implant. In a third, he found a ring. Its surface had warped from heat, but a short inscription remained visible inside the band. "Stay with me." Cal dropped it. The sound echoed through the bay and returned from somewhere deeper in the building. He should have photographed everything. He should have called Evelyn, the county sheriff, anyone outside Axiom. Instead, he kept moving, driven by the same instinct that made him guide a drone toward an anomaly rather than away from it. At the rear of the bay, a final door opened into a windowless storage chamber. Ash filled it almost to Cal's knees. It lay in broad gray dunes beneath a row of inactive ventilation vents. Thousands of pounds of it, perhaps more, stretched from wall to wall. The surface appeared smooth except for several long channels leading toward the center. Cal stood on the threshold. The ash shifted, only slightly. A shallow ripple moved outward from his boots. He held his breath. The movement stopped. Cal inhaled. The nearest dune lifted and settled. He breathed again. More slowly, across the chamber. The ash responded in waves. Each breath drew narrow furrows through the surface, converging toward him as though the entire room were imitating the movement of lungs. Cal stepped backward. The ash slid after him, not blown, not disturbed by machinery. It gathered in thin streams that climbed the threshold and wound around the soles of his boots. A sound came from the center of the room. Not speech. A wet blink. Cal saw a dark shape protruding from the ash. He forced himself forward, each step sinking nearly to his shins, until he reached it. The object was a small municipal transfer container. Its lid sealed beneath gray residue. Cal cleared the clasps with both hands. The ash around him rose and fell with his breathing. He opened the lid. Inside was no powder. A single human eye rested in a shallow pool of clear fluid. It was intact, unburned, and freshly glistening. The iris was gray-green, ringed with a thin crescent of amber near the pupil. Cal knew that eye. He had seen it every morning of his life. It matched his own. Cal dropped the lid so hard that the metal container tipped sideways. Clear fluid spilled into the ash. The eye rolled once, collected gray powder across its surface, and stopped with the pupil facing him. For several seconds, Cal could hear nothing except his own breath and the soft answering movement of the room. He backed toward the doorway. The ash followed in shallow folds, gathering around his boots until he kicked free and slammed the storage chamber door. The metal rang behind him. On the receiving bay wall, a red emergency light had begun flashing. No alarm sounded. The pulses illuminated the municipal containers one at a time, making them seem to advance through the darkness. Cal forced himself toward the administrative offices above the processing floor. His company badge opened the first door but failed at the records room. He tried Evelyn's old access code from a soil testing request she had once sent him. The lock clicked. Inside, file cabinets stood beside two computer terminals. Most recent records were digital, but shelves along the rear wall held transfer manifests in thick gray binders. Cal opened one at random. The documents used the same language as the fertilizer invoices. Biological aggregate, non-recoverable mineral fraction, unidentified transferred material, Names appeared only when necessary. Most entries listed county departments, hospitals, shelters, correctional facilities, or municipal contractors. The bodies had been classified by weight. Cal searched the dates corresponding to the fertilizer deliveries. The first transfer came from an overcrowded county morgue after its refrigeration system failed. 19 unidentified people had been released for sanitary reduction. Another shipment contained remains recovered from homeless encampments. Abandoned properties, roadside deaths, and hospital wards where no relatives could be located. Some records included personal effects, a bus token, a plastic comb, 2 keys attached to a motel tag, a child's photograph too damaged for identification. The company had processed those bodies on the same schedule as diseased cattle and slaughterhouse waste. Furnace residue from both streams had been combined. Milled, tested for pathogens, and sold to Axiom Harvest under the Reclaimed Mineral Program. Nothing had been buried. Nothing had been returned. Nothing had retained a name. Cal found the tenant by accident. A transfer sheet from the previous winter listed one male body recovered behind a closed farm supply store in Garden City. The county had identified him through an expired driver's license, but marked the remains unclaimed after repeated contact attempts failed. The name was Samuel Calder. Cal sat down. Samuel had lived in the northern tenant house with his wife and 2 daughters. He had repaired irrigation pumps and could identify failing bearings by sound. After the eviction, the family separated. Samuel stayed in Kansas, moving between temporary jobs and cheap rooms. 6 months later, he had called Cal. Cal remembered standing in the control shed while Samuel asked for a week's work and permission to sleep in the empty tenant house until he received his first pay. His voice had been thin with embarrassment. Cal had looked through the window at the house. Axiom regulations prohibited unauthorized occupants, insurance exposure, trespassing liability, contractual risk. Cal had repeated those phrases and ended the call. He had told himself Samuel would ask someone else. The transfer form recorded that Samuel had died 3 weeks later. Attached to the document was a photograph of the personal effects found beside him. Work gloves, a folding knife, and a small brass key. Cal recognized the key. It opened the northern tenant house. A second document showed that Samuel's processed remains had been assigned to fertilizer batch 87. The same batch spread across fields 12 through 17. Cal covered his mouth. The ash beneath his fingernails smelled suddenly sweet. A terminal on the far desk woke by itself. The screen displayed the facility's security archive. A search field already contained Cal's employee number. One result appeared. It was dated in February. On the same night, his electronic authorization had approved the first fertilizer delivery. Cal opened the recording. The camera showed Prairie Reclamation's front gate under falling snow. At a little after 11 that night, a pickup entered and stopped beneath the security lamp. Cal recognized the vehicle. Then the driver stepped out. Cal watched himself cross the yard, swipe his badge, and enter the restricted facility carrying an empty sample case. He had no memory of being there. Wording continued after Cal entered the building. A second camera picked him up in the restricted corridor. He moved without hesitation, badge already in hand, as though he had been there before. The sample case remained empty until he reached the receiving bay. Martin Vale was waiting beside the municipal containers. The footage had no audio, but the archive included a linked compliance recording. Cal opened it. Vale's voice filled the records room. "The material is fully reduced," he said. "No viable tissue. No recoverable genetic profile. No identifiable evidence after processing." Cal heard his own voice answer. "And the implants? Separated during milling where economically practical playing. Dental material? Chemically inert." There was a pause in which the recorded Cal seemed to study the transfer containers. "What about family claims?" Vale replied. "There are no families attached to these transfers." Cal leaned toward the terminal. On screen. His past self opened the sample case and accepted several sealed bags of gray ash. He wore the same expression he used when reviewing crop reports: attentive, restrained, concerned only with whether the numbers balanced. The recording continued. A third person entered the frame. A prairie reclamation supervisor carrying a clipboard. Cal remembered the man's face from the fertilizer delivery records. "We need an agricultural authorization," the supervisor said. "Something confirming the residue can enter the mineral program." "Recorded," Cal answered. "If the pathogen report is clean, I can approve the pilot application," Vale said. "You understand why the source classification remains internal. I understand that Axiom doesn't want people imagining what fertilizer used to be." The words struck Cal harder than the sight of the eye in the ash. He had known. Not every detail. Not the county containers. Samuel Calder. Or the overloaded morgues. But he had known the residue included human remains. Vale had not deceived him. He had offered language broad enough for Cal to hide inside. No identifiable evidence. No families attached. Fully reduced? Cal watched himself sign the authorization tablet. Then the recording changed. For several seconds. The camera image broke into gray static. When it returned, recorded Cal stood alone beside an open container. He had removed one glove and pressed his bare hand into the ash. His eyes were closed. The surface inside the container shifted around his wrist. Cal paused the footage. Beneath his fingernails, the gray residue seemed to tighten. He remembered none of it, not the drive, the conversation, or the touch. Yet his voice had been clear. His choices had been deliberate. The missing memory did not absolve him. It only showed how completely he had buried the act after deciding it was useful. The terminal displayed another file without being opened. Evelyn's name appeared in the header. It was an analysis draft saved before Axiom wiped her equipment. Her notes described the fertilizer as an inseparable composite of thousands of individuals and animals. Cremation had destroyed most soft tissue, while industrial milling had mixed bone fragments. Metals, ceramic, and ash, until no body could be distinguished from another. One paragraph had been highlighted, where biological remains are commingled beyond separation. Reconstruction of individual morphology is impossible. Any organized physical pattern would require an external reference structure. Cal read the sentence repeatedly. An external reference. A template. The drone maps had traced his body. The figures copied his knee brace. The eye in the container matched his own because the dead had no complete eyes left to remember. They were not becoming Cal. They were using him to remember how a person was shaped. Every hour he had spent observing them had supplied more detail: the angle of his shoulders, the length of his limbs, the bend of his damaged knee. The camera did not merely record the fields. It carried the observer into them. Rudy's words returned. Maybe they're borrowing from whoever keeps watching. Cal opened the live agricultural map. All 26 treated fields had changed. The figures were no longer frozen at separate stages. Everyone had reached the same position. They sat upright in the corn, arms resting beside their enormous legs, heads turned toward the farmhouse. New shapes were appearing farther south, where recently planted wheat had received the same mineral blend. The distribution map expanded beyond Cal's district. Hundreds of treated parcels appeared across Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, and eastern Colorado. Each contained the beginning of a human outline. A notification flashed across the screen. Visual feed available. Cal selected Field 12. The drone camera descended through darkness. Below, the seated figure's face was formed from alternating rows of standing and crushed corn. It had his jaw, his narrow mouth, the slight asymmetry left by an old break in his nose. The hollows where the eyes belonged were still closed. Then, across every live feed, every enormous figure opened them at once. Millions of pale leaves folded back like eyelids. Every eye beneath them was Cal's. For several minutes, Cal watched the open eyes move across the fields. They did not blink together. That would have been easier to dismiss as another pattern generated by the software. Instead, each enormous eye shifted independently, studying irrigation towers, roads, machinery sheds, and the dark square of Cal's farmhouse. The drones were no longer sending ordinary crop data. Moisture graphs flattened. Yield estimates vanished. Across every treated parcel, the system displayed a single repeated status: subject acquired. Cal disconnected the external monitors. The message remained. His phone vibrated against the desk. Evelyn's name appeared, followed by a second call from Rudy and a third from Martin Vale. Cal ignored all three. He opened the emergency distribution console instead. Axiom's harvest network could be halted from that screen. One command would stop every autonomous combine. Lock the grain elevators. And transmit a contamination warning to state regulators, county authorities, and contracted buyers. The evidence could accompany it: transfer manifests, furnace records, Evelyn's analysis, and the security footage of Cal approving the material. His finger rested above the broadcast key. He imagined the consequences with the clarity of a financial report. The harvest would be seized. The land would enter litigation. Tenant claims would return. Families of the dead would demand identification that the ash could no longer provide. Axiom would deny responsibility. Isolate Cal's authorization and describe him as a rogue operator who had knowingly approved contaminated material. His accounts would be frozen. The farmhouse would be evidence. Everything he had received for selling the land would become proof of motive. Cal opened Evelyn's report. The highlighted paragraph about external reference structures filled the screen. Below it, Her draft concluded that the crop formations represented an unknown biological response and that immediate suspension of harvest operations was necessary. Cal selected the file. A warning appeared. Deletion cannot be reversed. He thought of Samuel Calder asking for 1 week's work and a place to sleep. He thought of Rudy standing at the edge of the windbreak, saying land remembered pressure. Then he pressed delete. The report disappeared. Cal told himself he was preventing panic. The dead could not be restored by destroying another harvest. Exposing Axiom would not separate one person's bones from another's or return names to ash. It would only scatter blame across courts, counties, contractors, and people who had never seen the furnaces. Finish the harvest. He decided. Remove the crop, break the shapes before they learned anything more. He activated the emergency harvest command across the district map. 112 machines changed from standby gray to operational green. Combines woke in their sheds. Grain carts started. Autonomous tractors rolled onto access roads beneath their own headlights. The first machines entered fields 12 and 15. Cal watched their cutting headers approach the seated figures. At the edge of field 12, the lead combine stopped. Its engine continued running, but the header lifted away from the corn. The second combine stopped behind it. Then both machines reversed. Cal entered a manual override. The system rejected his credentials. He tried again. Observer authority withdrawn. A heavy impact sounded outside the control shed. Cal looked through the window. A drone had landed in the yard without lowering its rotors. Its camera turned toward the house, lens widening and narrowing like a pupil. His phone rang again. This time he answered Vale. "What did you send?" Vale demanded. "The harvest command." "No. Something else entered the network under your authorization. Every district is receiving the same route." Cal opened the fleet map. The machines were moving, but none followed its assigned field. Across 26 parcels, combines abandoned their starting rows and rolled onto service roads. Tractors detached from grain carts. Sprayers left their stations. Irrigation towers began rotating again. Their routes converged. Not on the processing facility. Not on Axiom headquarters. On Cal's house. He ran outside. Headlights appeared along the northern road. Then the southern access lane. More shone between the corn. Advancing in silent, parallel lines. Diesel engines gathered into a low vibration that passed through the soles of his boots. Every autonomous harvester had abandoned its assigned route. One by one, they turned toward the farmhouse. The machines stopped at the edge of Cal's yard. Combines blocked the northern road. Sprayers stood between the empty grain bins. Tractors formed a line beyond the windbreak, their headlights shining through the abandoned tenant houses. No operator sat in any cab. Cal backed toward the control shed. The drone in the yard lifted 3 feet from the ground and turned with him. Its camera remained fixed on his face. Inside, every monitor had awakened. The live feeds no longer showed fields from above. Each screen displayed a face built from corn, wheat, and flattened soil. Some were incomplete, their features blurred by mixed crops or irrigation damage. Others possessed Cal's broken nose, his gray-green eyes, the lines beside his mouth. Thousands of faces filled the district map. Then the map expanded. Nebraska, Oklahoma, Colorado, Texas, Missouri. Wherever reclaimed organic mineral had been applied, cameras had found a body waiting beneath the crop. Every new feed added another face until the screens resembled a wall of people pressed behind glass. All of them looked like Cal. The control shed door locked behind him. He entered the emergency broadcast console. But the regulators' addresses had vanished. In their place appeared a list of transfer numbers, county morgues, shelters, hospitals, prisons, roadside recovery units. The nameless dead had rebuilt the only record left to them. Not names. Routes, weights, invoices, fields. The machines outside moved closer. Metal headers pushed through the yard fence without lowering their blades. The farmhouse windows reflected rows of headlights. Cal saw himself in every pane, one man surrounded by everything he had called efficient. A file opened automatically. It contained Evelyn's deleted report. Beneath it were the security footage, the furnace manifests, and Samuel Calder's transfer sheet. The system had preserved every document Cal believed he had erased. A final prompt appeared. Authorize public release. Cal could still press it. He thought of the land entering court disputes, of his accounts disappearing, of reporters standing outside the house. He imagined Rudy telling them about Samuel's phone call. He imagined Evelyn describing how Cal had deleted the warning. The combines advanced another yard. Cal selected cancel. The faces on the monitors opened their mouths. No sound came from the speakers. Instead, the room filled with the dry movement of corn leaves. Millions of stalks rubbing together across hundreds of miles produced a whisper too large to belong to wind. The drone camera moved closer to the window. Cal saw his own eye reflected in its lens. Then the lights failed. Axiom's recovery team arrived the following morning. They found the farmhouse intact and the control shed locked from within. Cal's pickup remained beside the windbreak. His phone lay beneath the desk. Ash covered the floor and the outline of a man sitting upright before the monitors. No body was recovered. Martin Vale classified the incident as an equipment synchronization failure combined with unauthorized data manipulation. Harvest operations resumed after a delay of 2 days. Axiom did not destroy the grain. The company separated the visibly damaged crop, blended it with uncontaminated shipments, and distributed it through processing plants across several states. Corn became feed, starch, sweetener, flour, and ethanol byproduct. Wheat entered mills and storage elevators far beyond the original district. The transfer manifests disappeared from internal servers. Evelyn Shaw's employment record was amended to show resignation for misconduct. By early spring, agricultural drone operators began filing unusual reports. A technician near Lincoln found a human outline beneath winter wheat. A contractor in northern Texas recorded flattened sorghum shaped like a man lying on his back. In Missouri, a camera detected closed eyes in a field that had never received prairie reclamation fertilizer. The farmer insisted the seed had come from a certified Axiom supplier. The reports were classified as wind damage. Then the figures began appearing near mills, feedlots, and rail depots where the harvested grain had traveled. Each one started in the same position, flat on its back, arms resting at its sides. eyes closed, and in every distant field. The eyes remained closed only until a camera passed overhead. Cal believed distance could protect him, that land seen through a screen became data. And people reduced to records no longer carried moral weight. But every system built to erase responsibility also preserves a trail, a signature, a shipment. A body turned into something profitable. The dead in this story did not return with their own faces because industry had taken even that from them. They borrowed the face of the man who agreed not to look closely. Perhaps the final question is not whether land can remember us, but what shape our choices leave behind after our names are gone. Story 6. The first thing Thomas Wren noticed about the bell was that someone had packed its mouth with coal. Not loose coal, either. The black fragments had been pressed deep into the bronze throat with such force that several pieces had fused against the inner curve. They formed a rough plug beneath the clapper. Glossy, where decades of damp had polished them, as though the bell had been chewing stones in the dark. Thomas stood beneath the hoist in St. Mercy Foundry and looked up at it. The building had belonged to his family for 3 generations, though most people in Bellwether still called it Wren's Foundry. Its brick walls sweated in winter and breathed heat in summer. Iron rafters crossed the ceiling like the ribs of some enormous industrial animal. The air smelled of old ash, machine oil, and the mineral bitterness of metal waiting to be changed. Outside, rain moved over the town in slow gray sheets. Beyond the narrow windows, the hills rose steeply around Bellwether, their slopes scarred by collapsed shafts and sealed entrances. Houses leaned along the valley road beneath the abandoned tipple. The church spire stood above them, pale and sharp against the clouds. The bell had come down from that spire shortly after dawn. It had not rung since the St. Mercy mine collapse in 1926. "Coal in a church bell," said Reverend Elsie Vale from behind him. "Is that normal?" Thomas touched the lowest rim with 2 fingers. The bronze was colder than the room. "Nothing about this is normal." He regretted the answer as soon as he gave it. The Reverend watched him with the cautious patience people used around men who had once been discussed in newspapers. Thomas reached for a narrow inspection lamp and shone it into the bell. The beam caught scratches inside the waist, short parallel marks, grouped in uneven rows. At first he assumed they were tool scars from an earlier repair. Then he saw that they continued beneath the coal plug. "Can it be restored?" Elsie asked. Thomas kept the light steady. "Anything cast can be recast." The phrase had been his father's. It had once sounded reassuring. Now it reminded him of the bell in Dunlow, the one Thomas had made with a cheaper alloy after the price of tin rose. He had altered the mixture by less than 3% and signed the composition sheet without changing the figures. 2 months later, a support lug fractured during installation. The bell fell through the scaffold and killed Owen Pike before anyone could move. Thomas had spent 6 years telling himself the flaw had been impossible to predict. He had spent the same 6 years refusing to cast another bell. Elsie stepped closer to the hoist. "The parish council wants it ready before Founders Sunday. That gives me 3 weeks. They believe hearing it again would mean something." To whom? The question came out harder than he intended. Elsie glanced toward the rain-striped windows, in the direction of the sealed mine roads. "To everyone who stayed," she said. Thomas lowered the lamp. A brass plate had once been fixed to the bell's outer shoulder. but only 2 dark screw holes remained. Around them, a green stain marked the shape of a missing rectangle. Parish photographs showed an inscription there, for the 41 lost below. He had studied those photographs the night before. In every one, the plate appeared slightly crooked. He set a wooden ladder beneath the hoist and climbed high enough to examine the crown. The suspension loops were heavily corroded but intact. Along the upper bronze, beneath a skin of soot, he found a line of tiny dents. Tap marks, not from a hammer used in restoration. These had been made from inside. Thomas ran his thumb across them. 1, 2, 3. Then a pause. 4, 5. The pattern repeated around the crown. He stopped counting when he realized Elsie had gone silent. Below him, she stared at the bell with her mouth slightly open. "What is it?" Thomas asked. She lifted one hand, asking him to listen. At first he heard only rain, the roof gutters, and the slow ticking of cooling pipes. Then something knocked from inside the bronze. 3 soft blows. A pause. 2 more. Thomas remained on the ladder. His palm pressed against the bell. The metal vibrated beneath his skin, not like something had struck it, like something on the other side had answered. For 6 years, Thomas had arranged his life so that no bell could enter it. He took work from cemeteries, schools, and municipal buildings, but only if the commissions involved railings, plaques, brackets, hinges, or ornamental castings too small to make a sound anyone might gather beneath. He repaired cracked gates and forged replacement finials for houses whose owners spoke proudly of being older than the mine. He did not make bells. Each morning he unlocked St. Mercy Foundry alone, opened the high vents, checked the crucibles, and wrote the cooling room temperature in a ledger no one else read. At noon, he ate bread and cheese beside the eastern window. In the evening, he swept the same floor twice, even when it was already clean. Routine kept accidents from forming. That was what he told himself. The truth was that routine kept him from remembering Owen Pike's hands. Owen had been 34, broad-shouldered and cheerful, with 2 young daughters who visited the foundry after school. He had worked installations for Thomas's father and stayed when the business passed down. He trusted Thomas enough to stand beneath a suspended bell while tightening a temporary support. The Dunlow bell had weighed nearly a ton. Thomas had known the alloy was wrong before it left the mold. The surface had cooled too quickly around one suspension lug, leaving a faint, branching seam. He had filed the seam smooth, polished it, and told Owen the discoloration was harmless. Tin prices had risen. The parish had threatened to cancel. Thomas had substituted reclaimed metal from a salvage broker and saved enough to keep the foundry open through winter. The lug failed before the bell was fully raised. People later said the impact had been terrible. Thomas remembered something quieter. Owen's wrench spinning once across the church floor before settling beside his boot. Inspectors blamed contaminated salvage and an undetectable internal fracture. Thomas accepted the finding without correcting it. He paid Owen's widow what the insurance company required, attended the funeral, and stopped answering her letters when they became questions. Now, beneath the hanging St. Mercy bell, the old shame felt less like memory than pressure in the room. By the second day, Thomas had removed the coal plug one fragment at a time. He placed every piece in a row across the workbench. None bore soot on its broken surfaces. They had not fallen into the bell from a fire or storage loft. Someone had selected them, cleaned them, and driven them inward deliberately. Reverend Elsie returned that afternoon, carrying parish photographs and a paper sack of sandwiches. Thomas ignored the food. "I found one from before the collapse," she said, spreading an image beneath the lamp. The bell already had the plate then. Thomas studied it. The inscription was visible but incomplete beneath years of fading. For those who, the rest disappeared behind a reflection. That contradicts the church history. Elsie said, "The records say it was dedicated after the miners died. Records say whatever survives long enough to be filed." She watched him prepare the cleaning bath. "You distrust records?" "I distrust people who write them." He lowered a bronze shaving into a shallow tray of diluted acid. The test was meant to expose the composition beneath the corrosion. If the metal brightened evenly, restoration would be straightforward. If black veins appeared, the bell might have to be recast. The shaving hissed. A dark residue spread through the liquid, too dense to be ordinary tarnish. It curled beneath the surface in slow threads. Elsie leaned closer. "Is that coal?" "No." The answer came too quickly. Thomas lifted the sample with steel tongs. The cleaned bronze showed pale lines crossing one another like sealed cracks. From the suspended bell behind them came a soft internal knock. Elsie flinched. Thomas did not turn around. Old metal shifts with temperature. It sounded deliberate. Everything sounds deliberate when you expect a message. Elsie began to answer, then stopped. Thomas looked up. Her lips remained parted, but no word came. One hand rose to her throat. Her eyes widened. Not with pain, but with astonishment, as though she had heard someone speaking from inside her chest. "Elsie," she bent forward and coughed once. A thin stream of black dust slipped from her mouth. It fell soundlessly across the white photograph, covering the unfinished inscription and settling into the shape of 5 small fingerprints. For several seconds, Thomas watched the dust settle. The 5 marks on the photograph were too neat to have formed by accident. They lay across the blurred inscription like the fingertips of a hand pressed from beneath the paper. Elsie remained bent over the bench, one palm braced against the wood, drawing shallow breaths through her nose. Thomas caught her by the shoulders before she fell. Her skin felt cold. He guided her to the chair near the furnace and brought water, though she could not swallow at first. When she finally managed a sip, the water darkened along the rim of the cup. "Don't speak," he said. Elsie looked at him with an expression that made the instruction seem absurd. He telephoned Dr. Halpern and described the incident as exposure to foundry dust. By the time the doctor arrived, Elsie could breathe normally but still had no voice. Halpern examined her throat beneath the work lamp, finding no swelling, burns, or obstruction. He collected a sample of the black residue in a glass vial. "Coal particulate," he said after rubbing it between 2 gloved fingers. "Very fine, almost powdered. There's coal everywhere in this town." Thomas replied, "Not inside healthy lungs." Elsie wrote on the back of a parish photograph while the men spoke. "I heard them knocking before it happened. Thomas folded the note before Halpern could read it. The doctor wanted her taken to the county hospital. Elsie refused with a sharp movement of her head and wrote again. The bell has more than one voice. Thomas did not answer. After they left, he locked the foundry and remained inside. The rain had stopped, leaving the windows black and reflective. He brought the ladder beneath the bell, a grease pencil in one pocket and tracing paper in the other. Every mark inside the bronze had to come from force, and force always left order behind. If he could classify the scars, he could prove they were nothing more than damage. He began at the lower rim. The first group contained 3 narrow dents, then 2 deeper ones. The second held a single long scrape, followed by 4 taps. Higher up, near the waist, he found a cluster of 7 marks. One doubled over another as though the tool had slipped. He copied each group onto separate sheets. By midnight, the workbench was covered. 41 patterns. No 2 were identical. Thomas stood over them, grease staining his fingertips. The number meant nothing by itself. A bell that old could carry hundreds of scars. He had selected patterns because his mind wanted repetition. Then he remembered the missing brass plate for the 41 lost below. He laid the parish photograph beside the tracings. The foundry seemed to contract around him. Somewhere in the cooling room, a pipe clicked. Thomas waited for another sound and heard only his own breathing. The next morning, he removed a thumbnail-sized fragment from the bell's damaged lip. He needed a clean sample for composition testing, and the fracture had already separated it from the surrounding bronze. He set it on the anvil and struck it once with a testing hammer. The note was thin and high. From the street outside came the sound of something breaking. Thomas opened the side door. Gideon Marsh, who owned the hardware shop across the road, stood beside a fallen crate of glass jars. One hand clutched his throat. His mouth worked around a sentence that would not come. Thomas looked back at the bronze fragment. "No," he said. Gideon coughed. A dark stain appeared at the corner of his lips. Thomas seized the fragment with tongs, carried it to the records cabinet, and dropped it into the bottom drawer. He locked the drawer, then locked the cabinet itself. The metal rang softly as the key turned. Gideon staggered against the brick wall outside, breathing through his nose while coal dust gathered on his teeth. Thomas crossed the foundry to help him. Behind him, from inside the locked drawer, came 3 precise knocks. A pause, then 2 more. Thomas did not open the drawer. He stood beside Gideon until the man's breathing steadied, then walked him across the road and left him in the care of his wife. Gideon could not speak. He wrote only 1 sentence on the back of a receipt before Thomas returned to the foundry. "It knocked from my chest." Thomas tore the receipt in half and put both pieces in his coat pocket. By afternoon, he had convinced himself that the explanation remained physical. Slag trapped in the bronze could create pockets that shifted under temperature. Mining residue could account for the dust. Stress, fear, and suggestion could account for the loss of speech. A contaminated bell, a frightened town, nothing more. He set up a recorder on the central workbench to prove it. The device was old but dependable, used for documenting resonance tests. Thomas placed 1 microphone beneath the bell and another near the anvil. He checked the tape. marked the starting position, and spoke each action aloud. Ambient room tone. No contact with Bell. The foundry hummed softly around him. Preparing first external tap, he lifted the testing hammer before it touched the bronze. The bell answered. 3 knocks sounded from inside the crown. A pause. 2 more. Thomas lowered the hammer. He checked the hoist, the chains, the rafters, and the clapper. Nothing had moved. He rewound the tape and listened. His own voice came first, flat and controlled. Preparing first external tap, then the knocks. But beneath them, almost hidden by the recorder's hiss, came another sound, a dull metallic blow from somewhere farther away, as though the bell had been answering something outside the foundry. Thomas repeated the test 6 times. Each time, the first knock came before contact. On the final recording, he did not raise the hammer at all. He stood 10 feet away with both hands visible. The bell still knocked. That evening, the laboratory in Harrisburg telephoned with the preliminary composition report. Thomas took the call in the office while the bell hung beyond the glass partition. The technician introduced herself as Dr. Nisha Patel and asked whether the sample had come from one object or several. One bell, Thomas said. That is difficult to reconcile with the results. The bronze contained copper and tin, as expected, but also irregular veins of iron and high-carbon steel. Not contamination from a furnace tool, manufactured steel, present in fragments large enough to preserve microscopic wear patterns. Wear from what? Thomas asked. Edges, grips, striking surfaces, picks, drill bits, perhaps shovel heads. Mining tools would be consistent. Thomas looked through the office window. The bell's black mouth faced him. Dr. Patel continued. There is also a second alloy in the sample, much newer than the primary bronze. That's impossible. Were repairs attempted recently, not for at least a century. She described the alloy percentages. Thomas stopped breathing before she finished. Copper reduced below standard. Tin content low. Zinc and recycled lead introduced to compensate. The same cheap substitute mixture he had used in the Dunlow bell. He opened the locked drawer of his desk and removed a yellowed copy of the old composition sheet. The official figures were false, but Thomas had written the true mixture in pencil on the reverse before fear persuaded him to erase it. The indentation remained. Every percentage matched. Could the laboratory be mistaken? He asked. Not to that degree. Thomas looked toward the records cabinet. The bronze fragment remained locked inside the lowest drawer. He could see the key resting on the workbench where he had left it. On the tape recorder, though the machine was no longer running, the reels began to turn. The speaker released a low wash of static. Then Owen Pike's voice said, very clearly, "You knew it would fall." Thomas backed into the desk. The bell moved above the foundry floor without wind or contact. Not enough to ring, only enough for its mouth to turn slowly toward the office. From every one of the 41 scar patterns inside, it came a different knock. At the same moment, the locked cabinet answered with a 40-second. The 40-second knock did not repeat. Thomas stood between the office and the casting floor, listening until the silence became more oppressive than the sound. The bell hung motionless. The recorder reels had stopped. Even the rainwater dripping through the eastern gutter seemed to pause before striking the collection barrel. Then the foundry floor trembled beneath his boots. It was not the sharp vibration of passing freight or demolition work. The movement came slowly, rising through the foundations in measured pulses. Tools shifted on their hooks. Fine ash slid from the rafters. The water in Thomas's drinking glass formed rings without spilling. 3 pulses. A pause. 2 more. Thomas shut down the furnace. Although it had not been lit, he spent that night in the foundry office with every lamp burning. Each time, he began to drift toward sleep. The bricks beneath him hummed. The sound entered through the chair legs and climbed his spine until his teeth pressed together. Shortly before dawn, all vibrations ceased. The town outside had gone unnaturally quiet. Thomas opened the side door. No engines moved along the valley road. No dogs barked behind the row houses. Curtains remained drawn, although kitchen lights glowed behind them. Bellwether appeared awake, but unwilling to admit it. Across the street, Gideon Marsh stood inside his hardware shop with one hand against the window, his mouth opened as if calling to Thomas. But no sound crossed the road. Then the eastern hill rang. The note was faint and buried. More sensation than sound. Thomas felt it behind his breastbone. It came from the direction of number 4 shaft. Sealed with concrete after the last inspection 30 years earlier. Another metallic pulse answered from the northern ridge, then another from beneath the cemetery road. Every abandoned entrance surrounding Bellwether seemed to vibrate in sequence. Passing a signal through the hills, doors opened along the street. Residents stepped onto porches without speaking. Several held their throats. Others covered their mouths with handkerchiefs for nearly a minute. The entire town held its breath. Then the buried ringing stopped, and everyone inhaled together. Thomas closed the foundry door. He needed the salvage records. The broker who had supplied the Dunlow metal had gone out of business after the investigation. But Thomas still kept the invoices in a locked cabinet beneath the office stairs. He had preserved them not from sentiment but from fear, proof that someone else had sold him defective material. Should the authorities ever reopen the case? The invoice listed the shipment as mixed architectural bronze. Source unspecified. Thomas found the broker's handwritten inventory beneath it. Most entries were ordinary, courthouse fixtures. Factory bearings. Damaged memorial plates. One line had been crossed out so heavily that the paper had nearly torn. He held it against the lamp. St. Mercy Parish salvage bell fittings. Mine tools. Unsorted bronze. A date appeared beside it from 7 years earlier. The shipment had not merely contained contaminated metal. It had come from Bellwether. Thomas telephoned the number printed on the invoice. It had been disconnected. He searched old business directories until he found the broker's home address. Then called the county records office. The man had died 5 years earlier. His widow, Marion Vos, still lived outside Scranton. She answered after several attempts and grew silent when Thomas gave his name. "My husband said never to speak about that shipment," she said. "Why?" "The parish wanted it destroyed. They paid him to take everything from a storage vault beneath the old church." "Did he know what it was?" "He said the tools rang when they touched each other." Thomas looked through the office glass at the suspended bell. Marion continued, her voice thinning. He melted some of it before selling the rest. Afterward, he started waking with coal in his mouth. Thomas gripped the receiver. Why did he sell it to me? You offered cash and asked no questions. The accusation was quiet because it required no emphasis. Thomas remembered the shipment arriving in unmarked barrels. He remembered testing one fragment and noticing a faint black seam. He had known the material was inconsistent. He had used it because it was cheap. Because the parish in Dunlow was threatening legal action. Because admitting the mistake would have exposed how close the foundry was to collapse. Whatever lived inside the St. Mercy metal had helped bring the bell down. But it had not falsified the composition sheet. It had not filed the fracture smooth. It had not told Owen to stand beneath the load. Thomas ended the call and unfolded Gideon's torn receipt from his pocket. It knocked from my chest. On the reverse side, where nothing had been written before, a second sentence had appeared in Thomas's own handwriting. You brought one of us back 6 years ago. The handwriting was unmistakably his. The narrow capitals. The pressure marks where the pencil paused. Even the shortened tail on the letter R matched entries in his private ledgers. Yet the ink was still wet enough to stain his thumb. A draft crossed the office. The foundry doors were closed. Every upper vent had been latched against the rain. And the furnace flues had gone cold hours earlier. Still, air moved through the building from somewhere below, carrying the smell of damp coal and extinguished lantern oil. Thomas followed it onto the casting floor. The draft strengthened near the oldest pit. A circular depression lined with fire brick where his grandfather had poured large bells before installing the modern furnace. Thomas had not used it since taking over the foundry. A steel cover lay across it beneath stacked molds and broken crucibles. Black dust lifted from the floor around the cover. It did not scatter randomly. It streamed toward a narrow gap beside the pit, as though being inhaled underground. Thomas moved the molds aside and levered up the steel plate. Beneath it, the casting pit descended 12 feet into darkness. Iron rungs had been hammered into one wall. At the bottom, the packed earth appeared disturbed. The cold air came from there. He fetched a work lamp, a crowbar, and the heaviest hammer he owned. Before climbing down, he looked toward the suspended bell. It hung silent above the floor. All 41 patterns inside it remained hidden in shadow. Thomas descended. The walls narrowed around him. Moisture glistened between the bricks, although the pit had always been dry. At the bottom, his lamp revealed a section of masonry different from the rest. Older red bricks sealed with pale mortar, laid in a crude arch beneath the western wall. He struck one brick with the hammer. The blow returned through the foundry. Above him, the St. Mercy bell answered once. Thomas waited. Nothing followed. He drove the crowbar into the mortar. The first brick came loose with surprising ease. Cold black air poured through the opening and extinguished the work lamp. In the darkness, Thomas heard breathing beyond the wall. Not one breath. Many slow inhalations taken through crowded mouths. He nearly climbed out. His hands were already on the iron rungs when he remembered Owen's composition sheet, Gideon's voiceless mouth, and the sentence written in his own hand. He relit the lamp and tore down the remaining bricks. Beyond them lay a tunnel. Old timber braces supported a ceiling low enough to force him to stoop. Rusted rails disappeared beneath standing water. The passage ran westward, directly toward the sealed St. Mercy workings. Though no mine map Thomas had ever seen showed a tunnel beneath the foundry, he stepped through. The bricks behind him began to sweat black water. Thomas followed the rails deeper underground. The foundry sounds faded within 20 yards. No wind should have reached this far. Yet the draft continued past him toward the opening, carrying fine coal dust upward. Along the tunnel walls, someone had scratched groups of marks into the stone. 3 strokes, then 2. 1 long stroke, then 4. 7 marks. 1 crossed twice. Thomas recognized the first patterns from his tracings. He moved faster. The tunnel widened into an abandoned rescue chamber. Rotten helmets hung from wooden pegs. Coils of rope lay hardened beneath mineral deposits. A corroded first aid box remained open on a table. Its bandages turned brown with age. At the center of the chamber stood a rescue lantern. Its glass was clean. Its metal handle was warm. Thomas lifted it and saw a flame trembling inside. Small and blue, though the fuel reservoir was empty beyond the lantern, partially hidden beneath a canvas sheet, lay a bell mold formed from gray clay. It was nearly the same size as the St. Mercy bell. Thomas pulled away the canvas. The mold's surface was covered with handprints, not shallow impressions left by craftsmen smoothing wet clay, but deep marks made by people pressing outward from inside. Fingers overlapped across the waist and crown. Some hands were broad, others were narrow. Several had broken or missing fingers. The clay around them glistened as if freshly worked. Thomas began counting. At 41 pairs. He stopped. Near the lower edge was one additional impression that had not yet formed completely. 5 shallow hollows slowly deepened while he watched, shaping themselves into the exact dimensions of his right hand. Behind him, the rescue lantern went out. From inside the unfinished mold, Owen Pike whispered, "Put your hand back where you left me." Thomas did not answer Owen's voice. He stood in the rescue chamber with one hand hovering above the unfinished impression in the clay. The darkness around him felt occupied. Somewhere beyond the walls, water moved through stone with the slow rhythm of breath. Then the blue flame inside the lantern returned. It illuminated a narrow doorway behind the bell mold that Thomas had not noticed before. The door was made of steel plate and marked with the faded crest of the St. Mercy Mining Company. A chain hung from its handle, but the links had rusted apart long ago. Thomas pulled it open. Shelves filled the room beyond. Ledgers, payroll books, engineering plans, and parish files had been packed into wooden crates and wrapped in oilcloth. The chamber was too dry for paper to have survived naturally. Even the ink appeared fresh beneath the dust. Thomas carried the lantern inside. The first crate contained rescue reports from the collapse. Official accounts claimed the mine had flooded so quickly that no recovery attempt was possible. These documents told a different story. Air tests taken 3 days after the cave-in showed breathable pockets beneath number 4 shaft. Drilling crews reported knocking from below. Engineers proposed opening an older ventilation passage that could have reached the trapped men within 48 hours. Across the proposal, a company executive had written, in red pencil, "Cost exceeds projected liability." A second memorandum warned that a successful rescue would expose illegal excavation beneath parish land and reveal that the company had ignored repeated structural failures. The drilling was stopped. The rescue crews were dismissed. For 11 more days. Microphones lowered into the rock, recorded voices. Hammer blows. Prayers. And lists of names. Then the records described the sounds as geological settling. Thomas turned the pages with hands that no longer felt steady. The miners had not died immediately. They had been listened to. Above them, men had calculated what their survival would cost. A separate parish file contained letters from Reverend Amos Bell, the priest who served St. Mercy at the time. He wrote that the voices continued after the mine fell silent. Parishioners heard knocking beneath their cellars. Children woke speaking the final sentences of men they had never met. During services, coal dust appeared on the tongues of those who prayed for the dead by name. The mining company proposed a solution. Every tool recovered from the sealed rescue camps: picks, drills, wedges, shovel blades, and broken signaling hammers was to be melted into the church bell. According to the company metallurgist, metal that had carried the vibration of unauthorized testimony could be used to absorb it. The phrase appeared several times. Unauthorized testimony. Thomas found the contract at the bottom of the final crate. Its pages were bound with black thread and signed by company officials, parish trustees, and a bellmaker named Edmund Wren. His grandfather, Thomas, raised the lantern closer. Edmund's signature was strong and angular, the same style Thomas's father had taught him to imitate when marking family castings. Beside it was the foundry seal, a wren perched above a flame. The document specified the bell's material, weight, placement, and acoustic purpose. It ordered that the commemorative inscription be added only after the casting, to encourage public acceptance of the instrument. The bell was never intended to honor the miners. It was meant to silence them. Thomas read the final clause twice. The completed instrument shall serve as a vessel for the containment of subterranean testimony. Such testimony to remain bound, so long as the bell is kept whole, unaltered, and unvoiced. Unvoiced. That was why it had not rung since the collapse. The company and the parish had displayed it as a memorial while ensuring no clapper struck the bronze. Its silence was not respect. Silence was the mechanism. Thomas remembered removing the coal plug, cutting the sample from the lip, striking the fragment, and cleaning away material driven into the mouth. He had not been restoring the bell. He had been dismantling its restraints. A handwritten note had been attached to the contract. Edmund Wren's final instruction to whoever inherited the foundry: if the vessel is damaged, do not recast it. A bellmaker who understands the metal will believe the flaw can be corrected. That belief is the opening through which the voices choose their next keeper. The lantern shook in Thomas's hand. Below Edmund's note, another line appeared in newer ink. The handwriting belonged to Thomas. You have already signed once with Owen's blood. Behind him, the clay mold cracked from crown to lip. 41 pairs of hands pushed through the opening. None reached for Thomas. They turned instead toward the contract in his hands, as though waiting for him to decide whether he would read it aloud. The hands remained extended toward the contract. Thomas could see clay packed beneath their fingernails. Some wrists ended cleanly at the broken mold, while others seemed to continue into darkness deeper than the chamber could contain. The fingers did not tremble. They waited with the patience of men who had already waited 11 days beneath the earth. Thomas folded the document. At once, the hands withdrew. The mold sealed itself with a wet grinding sound, leaving only the 41 impressions across its surface and the unfinished hollow shaped like Thomas's palm. He understood then that the miners were not asking him to free them. They were asking him to read. The contract had described the bell as a vessel, but Edmund Wren's private notes explained the mechanism more clearly. Thomas searched the remaining files until he found a thin workshop ledger wrapped in oilskin. His grandfather had recorded every stage of the original casting. The miners' tools had not been added merely because they had carried sound. Company engineers believed iron preserved vibration differently from bronze. Hammer blows, shouted names, and final prayers remained inside the crystalline stresses of the steel. When the tools were broken and dispersed through the bell metal, those fragments continued to resonate with the voices of the men who had used them. The bronze gathered those vibrations. The unstruck bell held them. Every cry rising through the tunnels was drawn toward St. Mercy's tower and absorbed into the metal before anyone above could hear it clearly enough to repeat it. That was why the knocking had stopped after the bell was cast. Not because the miners had fallen silent, because their testimony had been relocated. Thomas turned another page. The restraint required more than material. The bell had to be made by someone willing to accept the company's premise that certain lives could be weighed against cost, inconvenience, and public reputation. A craftsman who refused that premise could shape the metal, but he could not bind the voices. Edmund had known why the men were abandoned. He had cast the bell anyway. The contract called him custodian. Thomas lowered the ledger. The word felt more obscene than executioner. An executioner admitted that death had occurred. A custodian polished the instrument, maintained the silence, and allowed everyone to call it remembrance. The blue lantern flame lengthened. Inside its glass, Thomas saw St. Mercy Foundry as it had appeared 6 years earlier. Owen stood beneath the Dunlow bell with a wrench in one hand. He looked younger than Thomas remembered. His hair still dark at the temples. Thomas saw himself on the scaffold above. He watched his own thumb rub across the faint seam in the suspension lug. He remembered the cold ridge beneath the polishing cloth. He remembered thinking that the parish inspector would never notice once the metal was burnished. In the vision, Owen looked up. "You said it was sound," he called. Thomas had answered. "I'd stand beneath it myself," but he had not. He had climbed down before the lift began. The lantern went dark, leaving only the memory of the falling bell. Thomas had told himself for years that the defective salvage had caused Owen's death. That was true in the narrowest sense. St. Mercy metal had entered the alloy. Whatever voices inhabited it might have weakened the casting or drawn the bell downward. But Thomas had seen the flaw. He had concealed it. The dead did not need an innocent craftsman. They needed one who understood exactly how a human life could be converted into an acceptable loss. That was why the 42nd knock belonged to Owen. He was not one of the miners. But Thomas had made him part of the same structure, doubtful material. Hidden danger. A calculated risk. Then a public explanation designed to preserve the institution that caused the death. The unfinished handprint deepened. Thomas placed his palm against it. The clay closed around his fingers with the warmth of living flesh. A sound entered him, not through his ears, But through his bones, 41 men calling names, describing injuries, begging the rescue crews not to stop drilling. Owen shouting from beneath the falling bell. Edmund Wren reciting the contract over molten metal. Company executives discussing liability while knocks continued below their meeting room. Thomas tried to pull away. The mold held him. The voices were not demanding release. Release would scatter them through bellwether, filling every mouth and tunnel until no living person could speak without carrying the dead. They wanted continuity. A replacement vessel. A bell restored by a man whose guilt made him capable of accepting the burden and calling it necessary. Thomas saw the full design at last. He had not been chosen to rescue the miners from the bell. He had been chosen because he was qualified to keep them inside it. The clay released his hand. Across his palm, black lines formed the shape of Edmund Wren's foundry seal. Above him, somewhere in St. Mercy Foundry, the suspended bell began to ring without being struck. With every note, Thomas heard one sentence beneath the bronze. Finish what your family started. The bell continued ringing above him. Each note traveled through the tunnel walls and returned from the surrounding earth a fraction of a second later, as though the hills were learning the sound. Thomas felt the clay seal burn across his palm. Finish what your family started. He gathered the contract, Edmund's ledger, and the company memoranda into the oilcloth. For one moment, he imagined carrying everything into daylight. He could place the records on the church steps. He could telephone the newspapers, the state police, the families whose names appeared in the rescue logs. He could confess that Owen Pike had not died because of an unforeseeable defect. He could write the true alloy figures beneath his signature and admit that he had seen the fracture before the lift. The truth would destroy St. Mercy Parish, the old mining company's surviving interests, and the Wren name. It might also free the dead. Thomas looked toward the clay mold. A hairline crack had opened across its crown. From within came 41 breaths, each pushing a thread of black dust through the split. He understood what release would mean. The voices had been compressed for a century. They were no longer only words. They had become pressure grief, panic, accusation, and the last animal need to be heard. If the bell remained broken, those voices would rise through every connected piece of metal and every person whose family had profited from the silence. Bellwether would become their mouth. Thomas climbed back through the tunnel carrying the records. The foundry had changed while he was below. Every hanging tool trembled. Nails worked themselves slowly from the walls. The St. Mercy bell swung beneath the hoist, sounding without contact, though the clapper remained fixed at its center. On the street, residents stood facing the building. Elsie was among them. Gideon stood beside her. Neither could speak, but both watched Thomas through the windows with black dust gathered along their lips. He unlocked the main doors. Elsie stepped forward and held out a sheet of paper. Do not finish it. Below that, in another hand, Gideon had written, let them speak. Thomas looked past them at the houses, the church, the collapsed tipple, and the hills hemming the town into its narrow valley. He imagined 41 voices entering children at breakfast, widows during prayer, shopkeepers answering customers, doctors speaking to patients. He imagined Owen's accusation traveling beyond bellwether into every bell made from Ren metal. He told himself containment was mercy. The lie came easily because he had practiced it before. Thomas returned to the foundry and barred the doors. He fed the contract into the furnace first. The black thread curled. The company's signatures vanished. Edmund Wren's name darkened, blistered, and became ash. The memorandum ordering the rescue abandoned burned next. Then the parish letters. Then Thomas's hidden composition sheet from the Dunlow bell. He kept no evidence that required confession. Outside, fists struck the doors. Elsie's voiceless cry came through the glass as a spray of coal dust. Thomas prepared the final casting. He melted the removed bronze fragment, the damaged edge of the St. Mercy bell, and the reclaimed alloy remaining from the Dunlow commission. The metals resisted one another in the crucible. Pale bronze rolled over black steel while beads of lead surfaced like closed eyes. From within the furnace came Owen's voice. You knew. Thomas added tin until the mixture brightened. You knew. He skimmed away the slag. You knew. Yes, Thomas said. The word disappeared beneath the roar. He poured the molten metal into the repaired mold beneath the casting pit. As the cavity filled, the 41 handprints sank inward. The unfinished mark of Thomas's palm closed last. The foundry stopped vibrating. Outside, the residents lowered their hands from their throats. Elsie leaned against Gideon, breathing freely. Thomas watched the mold cool. By morning, the restored bell stood on the casting floor. Dark and whole. No scars remained inside it. The 41 patterns had vanished, along with the 42nd. The parish crew arrived with a wagon and fresh rigging. No one asked about the burn papers. No one asked why Thomas's right palm had turned permanently black. They had just begun lifting the bell toward the open doors when a note sounded beneath the town. Not from St. Mercy. From number 4, shaft. A second answered beneath the cemetery road. Then another rang below the northern ridge. The restored bell remained silent in its chains. All around Bellwether, the sealed hills began to toll. The first toll from number 4 shaft shattered every window facing east. Glass fell into the street while the note continued beneath Bellwether. Too deep to be heard by the ears alone. It traveled through foundations, water pipes, bed frames, and teeth. The parish crew abandoned the wagon. One man dropped to his knees with both hands pressed against his chest. Then the cemetery tunnel answered. Then the northern ridge. Then every sealed entrance on the old company maps and several that appeared on no map at all began ringing beneath the town. The sounds did not form a melody. They overlapped in uneven blows. Some close and sharp, others distant enough to resemble thunder trapped underground. Bellwether shook between them. Thomas stood beside the cooling mold beneath the hoist. The restored St. Mercy bell hung above him without moving. Its clapper remained fixed, yet with every subterranean toll, a new crack appeared across its surface. On the street, Reverend Elsie Vale opened her mouth. Coal dust poured from it in a dark cloud. A man's voice emerged behind the dust. My name is Samuel Croft. My left leg is broken. We can hear the drill above us. Elsie's body folded forward. But the voice continued. Across the road, Gideon Marsh gripped the hardware store doorway. Black powder streamed between his teeth. Tell Ruth I did not leave her. Tell her they stopped digging. Another resident spoke from an upstairs window. We have air in the west chamber. A child, standing barefoot beside the church, whispered, "There are 23 still alive." The words passed from house to house. Men who had died a century earlier described flooded passages. Crushed ribs, failed lanterns, and company voices heard through the ventilation pipes. They recited names. They gave directions. They begged the rescuers not to believe the reports saying no one remained alive. With each testimony, the St. Mercy bell cracked further. Thomas understood too late that he had not contained the voices. He had completed the instrument they needed to reach every tunnel at once. The bell had never required a keeper merely to preserve silence. It required one to renew the connection between the bronze and the buried steel. Thomas's restoration had rebuilt the circuit his grandfather created. But a century of pressure had reversed its purpose. The vessel was no longer drawing testimony inward. It was amplifying it. The final fracture opened from crown to lip. The bell did not fall. Its two halves peeled apart in the rigging like the doors of a furnace. From within came a storm of coal dust, dense enough to hide the rafters. Thomas turned toward the casting pit. The repaired clay mold stood beneath him, still warm from the final pour. 42 handprints had returned across its surface. The last belonged to him. He placed his blackened palm against it. Perhaps he meant to hold the mold together. Perhaps he believed that accepting the role willingly might still protect the town. No one saw clearly through the dust. When it settled, Thomas Wren was gone. His clothes lay folded beside the mold. His wedding ring rested on top, although he had never been married. Beneath it was Owen Pike's old wrench, bent where the Dunlow bell had struck the church floor. The hills stopped ringing shortly before dawn. By then, every resident in Bellwether had spoken at least one sentence for the dead. State officials arrived 2 days later. They sealed the foundry, confiscated the surviving records, and described the event as a seismic disturbance combined with industrial contamination. The miners' spoken testimony was dismissed as mass respiratory trauma. Recordings made that night contained only static and the sound of people coughing. The St. Mercy bell was declared structurally unsafe. Its broken halves were transported to a state reclamation facility, where officials ordered the bronze melted. A heritage committee later approved a program intended to transform the tragedy into something hopeful. The metal was divided into hundreds of small commemorative bells. Each bore the inscription, "For those who labored below." They were sent to museums, schools, churches, and municipal halls throughout Pennsylvania's former mining communities. Most remained inside presentation boxes for weeks before anyone tried to ring them. In Ashcombe, a librarian heard 5 knocks from a locked display cabinet after closing. In Dunlow, a widow received a bell whose clapper had been removed. It began sounding beneath her kitchen floor. At a mining museum near Scranton, a guide opened a shipment and found coal packed tightly into every bell's mouth. By winter, the reports had spread beyond Pennsylvania. No one connected them to Bellwether. No one noticed that each bell carried a slightly different pattern of scars inside its bronze. And in every town, before the first bell was ever struck, something trapped within it began knocking to be let out. A memorial can preserve the dead, but it can also preserve the decisions that killed them. Thomas believed silence was protection because admitting the truth would have required him to surrender the life and reputation built upon it. Yet buried testimony does not disappear. It gathers pressure, waiting for a new instrument and another willing custodian. The bells moved beyond bellwether because the cruelty behind them was never confined to one mine, one company, or one family. How many monuments do we trust simply because no one has yet heard what is knocking inside them? Story 7. The first thing the new arm did was tap twice against the stainless steel table. Dr. Helen Voss noticed because the patient had not yet been connected to the neural interface. The prosthesis lay between them beneath the white light of Meridian Rehabilitation Center's fitting laboratory. Its synthetic skin peeled back from the wrist so that the tendons of braided polymer and the polished housings beneath could be inspected. The hand was open, palm upward, each finger curved with the careful relaxation of sleep. When it tapped again, the sound was delicate, nail against steel. Nail against steel. Marcus Bellamy looked from the hand to Helen. "Is it supposed to do that?" "No," she said. Too quickly. Then, in the calmer tone patients expected from her, residual charge in the finger actuators. It happens during transport. It did not happen during transport. The arm had been assembled in the laboratory next door and carried 12 feet on a padded tray. Helen turned the wrist over and pressed her thumb to the recessed diagnostic switch. A row of green indicators appeared beneath the transparent housing. All systems read inactive. Battery isolated. Motor bus closed. The fluorescent lights above them hummed with a faint, uneven pulse. For one moment, the exposed artificial tendons seemed to tighten in time with it. Marcus gave an uncertain laugh. He was 46. Broad-shouldered, despite the weight he had lost since the machine shop accident, and still wore his wedding ring on a chain around his neck because he could no longer slide it onto the absent left hand. He had spent 6 months learning how to button a shirt, open a jar, and tie his shoes one-handed. Meridian's experimental limb had been presented to him as the end of that humiliation. Helen understood why he had agreed before the consent form was finished. She had built her career on the promise that loss could be made discreet. "Let's connect you," she said. Priya Shah, the occupational therapist, guided the socket over Marcus's residual limb. Helen watched the pressure map bloom across the monitor in cool bands of color. The new interface used 48 microelectrodes to read intended movement before the muscles completed it. That was the public explanation. The private advantage, the one Helen had not included in the conference papers, was the predictive library underneath it. Millions of recorded motor fragments, refined from damaged nerves until intention could be reconstructed from almost nothing. Some of those fragments had belonged to Adrian. She kept her eyes on the monitor when his name passed through her mind. "Think about closing your hand," Priya said. Marcus stared at the prosthesis. The fingers folded smoothly. His face changed. It was not joy. Exactly. Joy was too simple for the expression of someone watching a missing part of himself return in another material. His mouth opened, but no sound came. He closed the hand again, then lifted the index finger, then touched thumb to each fingertip with growing confidence. On the final movement, the thumb pressed twice against the ring finger. Helen felt the back of her neck cool. Adrian had done that when he was preparing to say something she would dislike. 2 small taps beneath the dinner table. 2 taps against the steering wheel. a private warning she had once found affectionate. "Again," she said. Marcus repeated the sequence. This time the thumb moved normally. Priya was smiling. "Want to try writing?" A pen and calibration sheet were placed in front of him. Marcus had been right-handed before the accident, and the prosthesis was on his left. So the exercise was not intended to be elegant. He was asked only to draw lines, circles, and pressure marks, while the software learned resistance. The first line trembled. The second was straight. By the fifth, the hand no longer looked uncertain. Marcus stopped smiling. "I'm not doing that," he said. The pen continued moving. Helen reached for the emergency release, but the prosthetic fingers tightened around the barrel. Across the calibration sheet, in a narrow, slanted script, the hand wrote a full name, Eleanor Wren. Marcus stared at it. "Who is that?" Helen did not answer. She had last seen the name 18 months earlier, beside her own signature, on a nerve retrieval authorization. Helen folded the calibration sheet before Marcus could reach for it. The paper resisted along the inked name, leaving Eleanor Wren divided neatly between two layers. Helen slipped it into the inner pocket of her coat and told Priya that the interface had entered an automated handwriting sequence from an archived training set. Priya looked unconvinced. Marcus looked frightened. Neither of them challenged her. Authority at Meridian did not require raised voices. It lived in access badges, praise, signatures, and the quiet certainty with which Helen could transform an impossible event into a technical irregularity. She disconnected the arm, ordered a complete diagnostic quarantine, and sent Marcus home with assurances that the delay would last no more than 48 hours. Before Priya carried the prosthesis away, its fingers contracted once around the empty space where the pen had been. Helen watched until the hand disappeared behind the laboratory doors. Then she returned to work. Her schedule remained as exact as it had been before Adrian died. Patient consultations in the morning, design reviews before lunch, administrative approvals in the afternoon. She drank coffee only after it had cooled and aligned every paper parallel with the edge of her desk. Even grief had been given compartments. Adrian's clothes donated. His accounts closed. His photographs transferred to an encrypted drive. Movement was the only part of him she had kept. Near the end of the day, Helen entered the private laboratory beneath Meridian's clinical wing. Her badge opened the elevator only after she pressed her thumb to a second reader concealed beneath the emergency panel. The room below had no windows and no official name. Its walls were lined with motion capture displays, neural simulators, and articulated frames suspended from ceiling rails. On the central workbench rested the first complete prototype of the Voss predictive system, a right arm without synthetic skin, its carbon bones exposed beneath fine bundles of pale artificial tendon. Adrian's arm. Not literally, Helen reminded herself. The proportions had been modeled from scans taken during his life, but none of the physical components had belonged to him. The software contained recorded reaches, grips, corrective tremors, and reflexive adjustments extracted from years of household cameras and wearable health devices. After the accident, Helen had added the hospital's final neurological recordings. Data was not a person. She had repeated that sentence so often it no longer sounded like a belief. Helen placed the folded calibration sheet beneath a document scanner. Eleanor Wren's name appeared on the monitor. Narrow and slanted. She searched Meridian's internal system. No patient profile. No research enrollment. No donor history. When she entered the name into the restricted procurement archive, the screen paused before displaying an access denied notice. Behind her, metal touched glass. Tap, tap. Helen turned. The prototype's index finger rested against a specimen jar on the workbench. Its power cable hung loose, several inches from the socket. She approached without breathing. A residual capacitor could produce a twitch. Temperature changes could tighten polymer fibers. Vibrations from the ventilation system could shift unsecured components. But the hand was not twitching. The thumb pressed twice against the ring finger. Adrian's warning. Helen reached for the arm. The exposed fingers snapped closed around her wrist. The grip was not painful. That made it worse. Adrian had held her exactly that way when guiding her through crowded rooms. His thumb resting over her pulse, as though checking that she remained beside him. For an instant, warmth spread beneath the prosthetic palm. Helen pulled free. The arm released her immediately and rotated on its mounting bracket. Its index finger extended toward the far wall. There was nothing there except a sealed laboratory door. Helen had not opened it since the week after Adrian's funeral. Beyond it lay the earliest neural interface hardware. Corrupted drives, and equipment removed from the hospital after the investigation into the crash. She had disabled the door electronically and kept the only mechanical key inside a locked drawer upstairs. The prototype reached toward the access panel. "You cannot recognize that system," Helen whispered. Its finger entered a sequence. 2 taps. Pause. 1 tap. Pause. 3 taps. The panel flashed red. The hand repeated the pattern. Adding a final movement, the thumb sweeping across the index knuckle. Helen remembered Adrian performing the same sequence against the steering wheel on long drives. She had assumed it was meaningless. An unconscious rhythm. The access panel turned green. Bolts withdrew inside the wall with a series of heavy clicks. Cold air moved through the widening gap, carrying the smell of dust, electrical insulation, and something faintly medicinal. The prototype lowered its hand. On the monitor behind Helen, the access denied notice vanished. Eleanor Wren's procurement file opened by itself. At the top of the screen, beneath a photograph of a woman Helen did not remember meeting, was a line marked Retrieval Supervisor. Helen's own name appeared there, from inside the sealed room. Something tapped twice in reply. The tapping inside the sealed room stopped when Helen stepped through the doorway. Her badge light remained green behind her. Though the door had been disconnected from Meridian's network for almost a year, cold air pressed against her face. Dust lay over the old equipment in soft gray sheets, except for a narrow trail across the floor where something had recently moved. The trail ended beneath a covered storage cart. Helen pulled the plastic sheet aside. A second prosthetic hand rested on the lower shelf. It was an obsolete calibration model. Little more than exposed motors fixed inside a transparent shell. Its index finger was raised against the metal frame. The fingertips struck twice. Tap, tap. Then it went still. Helen returned to the procurement file on the outer monitor. Eleanor Wren had been 58 when she entered St. Bartholomew Medical Center after collapsing in a bus terminal. No identification had been found on her body. The hospital had listed her as unclaimed after 12 days. Beneath that designation sat Helen's authorization. She remembered the period, though not the woman. Meridian's early neural interface research had required fresh peripheral nerve material, and legal counsel had assured the team that medically suitable tissue could be recovered from unclaimed bodies after death. Everything had been reviewed. Everything had been permitted. Helen repeated those words silently as she copied the file to an isolated drive. The following morning, Marcus returned without an appointment. He stood in the lobby with Priya beside him, and the prosthetic arm fitted beneath his coat. The fingers had torn through the pocket lining. Threads clung to the synthetic nails. I told him not to wear it, Priya said. He says he woke up with it attached. Marcus's face had the waxy pallor of someone who had not slept. I locked it in the case, he said. I put the case in my garage. When I woke up, it was on me. Helen led them to a private fitting room and ordered the network disabled. The arm resisted removal. Each time Priya loosened the socket, the fingers closed around the chair. Not violently, deliberately. The artificial fingertips compressed the padded armrest until the material creaked. Marcus began to cry without seeming aware of it. She keeps asking for paper. Helen stopped. Who does? He looked at the hand. I don't know. Helen placed a blank legal pad on the table. The grip released immediately. Marcus's prosthetic hand took the pen. This time the writing did not hesitate. Dear Margaret. The letters leaned sharply to the right. Their lower loops narrow and precise. I heard them say there was no one left to ask. That was not true. You were still looking for me. I tried to move when they touched my neck. But they said reflexes were not consciousness. Marcus's breathing became shallow. I can feel her, he whispered. Not thoughts, just pressure, like someone pushing from behind my elbow. The hand continued. The woman with the silver glasses signed first. She watched the monitor and told them the response would fade after circulation stopped. It had not stopped yet. Helen removed her glasses. The pen paused. Then the prosthetic index finger turned and pointed at her. Priya stepped back. Helen seized the wrist and forced the hand flat against the table. This is contaminated predictive behavior. The language model is constructing a narrative from archived records. There is no language model in the arm, Priya said. Helen looked at her. Priya's voice had gone quiet. You removed it after the false command incident in February. The fingers beneath Helen's palm began tapping. Not twice, 12 times. Helen released them. The letter ended with an address in Akron. Margaret Wren still lived there. By noon, Priya had obtained public records without Helen's permission. A marriage license contained Eleanor's signature. So did an old library card application and a handwritten complaint filed against a landlord 23 years earlier. All three matched the writing on Marcus's pad. The same narrow loops. The same slanted capital E. The same habit of leaving the crossbar of every T unfinished. Helen locked herself in her office and opened Eleanor's full medical timeline. Admission. Neurological decline. Legal review. Tissue authorization. Recorded death. The entries appeared orderly until Helen expanded the hidden procedural metadata. The first incision for nerve retrieval had been logged at 9:14 in the morning. Eleanor Wren's official time of death had been recorded at 9:27. For 13 minutes, the file claimed she had been both donor and patient. Helen read the timestamps again. A new entry appeared beneath them. Added from Marcus's disconnected prosthesis. Motor response observed throughout procedure. Then another line formed. Supervisor instructed staff to continue. By the end of the afternoon, 3 more patients had called Meridian. The first was a retired teacher named Colin Rusk, whose prosthetic hand had unlocked the dead bolt on his daughter's basement door while he slept. He had never been given a key. Behind the door, the family found 2 cardboard boxes containing photographs and personal papers belonging to Colin's missing brother. The second patient reported that her artificial forearm had spent nearly an hour pointing toward the tiled wall of a hospital corridor. Maintenance workers eventually opened the wall and discovered a sealed specimen cabinet left behind during renovations. The third call came from a woman whose husband had received one of Meridian's early generation hands. "It grips me when I answer him," she told Priya over the telephone. "Not every time. Only when I say something that isn't true." Helen listened from the doorway of the consultation room. "What kind of lies?" Priya asked. The woman hesitated. The sound that followed was faint but unmistakable, the creak of synthetic joints tightening. "Small ones," she whispered. At first, Helen stepped inside and ended the call. By evening, Meridian had received 11 reports. A prosthetic foot refused to enter a church where its donor's funeral had been held under the wrong name. An artificial hand removed a framed photograph from a patient's wall and scratched at the plaster behind it until an envelope fell from a hidden cavity. A child's myoelectric fingers repeatedly arranged wooden blocks into the same 7 letters. "Tell them." Helen convened an emergency meeting in the neural control laboratory. She used the phrase predictive model contamination before anyone else could offer an explanation. The words appeared on the wall display, in clean blue type. "The devices share inherited movement libraries," she said. "A corrupted training sequence may be causing similar actions across multiple units." Priya sat at the end of the table with Marcus's handwritten letter sealed inside a transparent evidence sleeve. "A movement library cannot know where someone hid an envelope," she said. "It can generate exploratory behavior. It cannot recognize lies. It can respond to changes in voice, pulse, posture, and skin temperature." One of the engineers shifted uncomfortably. "Those sensors aren't active in half the affected models." Helen looked at him until he lowered his eyes. The laboratory was unusually quiet. Even the ventilation had diminished to a low, irregular breathing sound beyond the glass partition. 6 patients waited in individual calibration bays while technicians examined their prostheses. Every artificial hand rested palm down. Helen ordered all devices removed from Meridian's central network. Wireless access was disabled. Predictive libraries were rolled back. Local batteries were isolated wherever possible. The reports continued. A hand without power pointed toward the floor. A disconnected elbow bent toward a locked records room. Marcus's fingers wrote the word Margaret across the fabric of his trousers with no pen between them. Helen watched the monitors fill with motion alerts from devices that should have been inert. "This is still a systems failure," she said. Priya held up Eleanor's letter. "Did you know her?" "No." The answer came automatically. Helen had not known Eleanor Wren. She had known a donor number, a neurological status, a viability window. She had known the amount of time Meridian's researchers had before peripheral tissue degraded beyond use. That was not the same as knowing a person. Priya studied her. Her letter describes you. It describes a woman wearing glasses. It describes the supervisor who signed the procedure. I signed hundreds of authorizations, but you signed hers. Helen felt the folded procurement file inside her coat, though she had removed it hours earlier. I never met Ellen or Wren. In the calibration bays, every artificial hand moved. 6 thumbs pressed twice against 6 ring fingers. Tap, tap. Marcus's hand answered from the adjoining examination room. Tap, tap. A technician cried out as a disconnected prosthesis rolled on its wrist and repeated the gesture against the floor. Tap, tap. The sound traveled through Meridian, faint from patient rooms. Workshops. Storage cabinets. Even the locked quarantine unit below. Helen stood without moving. No shared movement library contained that gesture. She had never recorded it, labeled it, or entered it into any training system. Adrian had performed it only in private, usually when he believed she was about to say something dishonest. Priya looked through the glass at the tapping hands. What does that mean? Helen's mouth felt numb. It means nothing. All the fingers stopped. For 1 second. The center was completely silent. Then the sealed records room door unlocked behind her. And Adrian's voice spoke from the disconnected intercom. You said that in the car. Adrian's voice came through the intercom with the soft distortion of an old recording played through damaged speakers. Helen stared at the grill above the sealed records room door. No one else spoke. The system displayed no active audio source. The intercom had been disconnected during Meridian's renovation, and the wiring behind the wall had been removed months before. Yet Adrian's voice had not sounded reconstructed. It contained the slight roughness he developed when tired and the restrained anger he used when he was trying not to frighten her. Priya stepped toward the control panel. The lights went out. Emergency illumination appeared along the floor, painting the laboratory in low red bands. Somewhere inside Meridian, magnetic locks engaged one after another. The sound moved through the building like bones settling. Helen crossed to the main exit and pressed her badge against the reader. The panel remained dark. Manual release, she said. An engineer pulled the emergency handle. Nothing happened. Beyond the glass partition, the 6 patients had risen from their chairs. Not together. Not exactly. One shifted first, then another. Each person turning as though following a sound too faint for the others to hear. Artificial knees adjusted. Powered ankles rotated. Prosthetic shoulders drew backward. Every device oriented toward Helen. Marcus stood in the adjoining room with his left arm hanging at his side. His own face remained fixed on the floor. But the prosthetic hand had turned at the wrist until its palm faced her. Helen moved 3 steps to the right. The artificial limbs followed. A mechanical foot pivoted against the tile. A carbon fiber knee rotated within its socket. 6 hands adjusted by several degrees, maintaining the same angle toward her body. Priya watched them. They're tracking you. They're responding to my badge signal. The network is down. Local receivers can remain active. Helen removed her badge and placed it on the conference table. The limbs did not turn toward it. She stepped behind Priya. The fingers followed Helen. On every calibration screen, blue diagnostic text vanished. Names appeared in its place. Eleanor Wren, Samuel Pike, Louise Arnett, Darren Cole, Miriam Vale. The list changed from room to room. One name assigned to each device. Some were accompanied by dates. Others had only procurement codes and a single clinical designation. Unclaimed. Helen recognized the format from Meridian's restricted tissue archive. The air in the laboratory felt warmer, though the climate system had stopped. A damp heat collected beneath her collar. She imagined the touch of the prototype around her wrist, the impossible warmth beneath its palm. Those are donors, Priya said. They are identifiers. For people. For recovered tissue. Marcus raised his head. My hand doesn't like it when you call them tissue. Helen looked at him. Your hand does not like anything. His fingers closed. The displays flickered. A new heading appeared above the donor names. Orientation test. Beneath it, a sequence of instructions scrolled across every screen. Present, supervisor. Observe motor response. Confirm recognition. The 6 patients turned fully toward Helen. None of them appeared to be controlling the movement. Their bodies resisted in small, visible ways, Marcus bracing his right hand against the examination table. A woman gripping the sides of her chair. Another patient twisting his shoulders in the opposite direction while his artificial leg dragged him around. The devices corrected for resistance. They aligned themselves with clinical precision. Helen's pulse hammered beneath her jaw. Shut down the sockets. The engineers reached for the emergency controls. Every screen changed again. Subject recognized. A percentage appeared beneath the words. It rose as Helen moved. 71, 84, 93. When she stepped closer to Marcus, the number reached 100. His prosthetic hand lifted. The index finger pointed directly at the center of Helen's chest. The other hands rose with it. Some pointed. Some opened their palms. One closed into a fist. The motions were different, but the intention behind them felt singular. Not recollection. Not random residual reflexes. Identification. Helen backed toward the sealed records room door. The devices advanced. Patients cried out as artificial limbs pulled them forward. Mechanical feet struck the floor with uneven, measured impacts. Fingers scraped against glass. A prosthetic shoulder rotated beyond its safe range with a wet sound from the human tissue attached to it. Helen pressed her hand against the door. It opened. Beyond it, the old equipment had awakened. Monitors glowed beneath dust. Archived neural traces crawled across black screens like pale handwriting. At the center of the room, Adrian's prototype arm stood upright on its fingertips. It tapped twice. Then it pointed past Helen toward a security monitor. The screen showed archived footage from the donor recovery suite. Helen appeared in the image wearing silver glasses and a surgical gown. Around her, the patients in the laboratory raised their hands higher. On the recording, a woman's body moved beneath a white sheet. Helen heard her own voice say, "That is only an orientation response." The woman's fingers reached toward her. Not randomly. Not reflexively. They pointed at Helen. Helen remembered the woman's fingers before she remembered her face. On the security monitor, the hand beneath the sheet had extended toward Helen with slow, deliberate effort. The index finger trembled, fell, then rose again. The movement was weak, but it was not meaningless. Behind Helen, The patients continued advancing. She entered the old records room and pulled the door shut. Artificial fingers struck the other side almost immediately, not pounding, but tapping in different rhythms, as though each hand were trying to identify itself. The lock engaged without Helen touching it. For several seconds she stood in darkness, broken only by the archived monitors. Eleanor Wren's procedure repeated silently across the largest screen. Helen could see herself leaning over the operating table, silver glasses catching the surgical lights. The recorded version of her appeared calm. That was what frightened her most. She turned away. A service elevator waited at the back of the room behind a row of obsolete neural processors. Its doors were narrow and unmarked. Meridian's current plans did not include it. But Helen had used it during the center's earliest research phase, when the building still belonged partly to St. Bartholomew and tissue procurement occurred below the public rehabilitation floors. Her badge failed. The panel displayed one instruction: present hint. Helen pressed her palm against the reader. Nothing happened. From somewhere inside the elevator shaft came two metallic taps. She placed the folded calibration sheet against the panel instead, covering the reader with Eleanor Wren's written name. The doors opened. Cold air rose from below, carrying formaldehyde, rust, and the mineral smell of old water. The elevator descended without illumination. Helen watched the line of the upper floor shrink until the doors closed above her like a sealed eyelid. The lower laboratory had not been abandoned. Its fluorescent lights flickered on in sequence, revealing steel cabinets, specimen refrigerators, and long work tables fitted with microscopes. Condensation clouded the glass-fronted storage units. Inside them, hundreds of narrow containers stood in metal racks. The labels should have displayed procurement codes. Instead, every container bore a name: Eleanor Wren, Samuel Pike, Louise Arnett, Darren Cole. Names that had vanished from Meridian's active database remained here in Helen's own handwriting, written on waterproof labels beside dates of recovery. Thin strands floated inside the containers, not whole nerves, fascicles, sections, branching fragments preserved in clear solution. Some coiled gently when the refrigeration units vibrated. Others seemed to tighten against the glass as Helen passed. She stopped beside Eleanor's container. A pale fiber inside curved toward her palm. Helen withdrew her hand. The movement followed. Along the room, other strands shifted inside their containers, rotating within the preservative until they faced her. It was the same behavior as the prosthetic limbs upstairs. Orientation, recognition. A monitor at the end of the archive awakened. Security feeds appeared from every level of Meridian. Patients stood trapped in hallways while their prostheses pulled toward the elevators. Locked clinical doors opened one after another. Artificial fingers entered access codes their owners did not know. Helen searched the feeds for the private laboratory. The mounting bracket where Adrian's prototype had rested was empty. She enlarged the recording. At first, nothing moved. Then the prototype arm dropped from its stand. It struck the floor at the shoulder joint, rolled onto its palm, and spread its fingers. The hand contracted. The arm dragged itself forward. It moved by planting the fingertips, pulling the forearm behind them, then reaching again. Metal scraped against concrete. The exposed tendons stretched and released. Each motion resembled an injured animal attempting to crawl with only one functioning limb. The timestamp showed that it had left the laboratory before Marcus wrote Eleanor's first letter. Helen switched cameras. The arm crossed the imaging corridor while staff walked past without noticing it. It entered an elevator by gripping the lower seam of the doors. On another floor, it stopped beside a wall and tapped twice until a maintenance access panel opened. It knew the building better than the current security system. The final feed showed the lower laboratory. Helen appeared entering the archive, several feet behind her. The prototype pulled itself from beneath the elevator. She turned. Nothing was there. On the monitor. However, Adrian's arm continued crawling toward her. Its fingers left faint wet prints on the floor. Helen looked down. A trail of moisture crossed the tiles between the elevator and her shoes. The preserved nerve fibers inside every container tightened at once. Behind her, metal joints clicked. The prototype hand closed gently around her ankle. Then Adrian's voice spoke from the archive speakers. You kept the parts that obeyed. The grip tightened and erased the people who resisted. The prototype hand released Helen's ankle. It did not crawl away. Instead, it turned its palm upward and opened, waiting. Inside the exposed wrist housing, beneath the artificial tendons, a small data key had been inserted where no component belonged. Helen recognized it immediately. Adrian had carried the same black key on his coat chain during the final months of his investigation. She had told herself it was destroyed in the crash. Helen removed it with shaking fingers. The archive terminal accepted the key before she touched the reader. A hidden directory appeared beneath Meridian's procurement records. Consent after death. There were 43 files. Each contained a donor number, a recovered name, hospital records, family inquiries, and internal correspondence. The documents were not corrupted. They had been concealed. Helen opened Eleanor Wren's file. Margaret Wren had reported her sister missing 4 days after Eleanor collapsed at the bus terminal. She had called police stations, shelters, hospitals, and the city medical examiner, St. Bartholomew, had received her inquiry while Eleanor remained alive. A staff note had been attached. Possible relative identified. Hold procurement pending verification. Beneath it was another instruction. Verification unlikely within viability window. Proceed under unclaimed protocol. Helen's authorization code appeared beside the decision. She opened the next file. Samuel Pike's son had visited the hospital carrying a photograph. He had been turned away because the unconscious patient's temporary identification did not match the name he provided. Louise Arnett's sister had spoken to a social worker 2 floors above the room where Louise's life support was withdrawn. Darren Cole's fingerprints had produced a match before the retrieval procedure began. But the result had been delayed from entering the active chart. They had not been unclaimed. They had been made unclaimed by time limits, clerical barriers, and deliberate silence. Inside the specimen cabinets, the nerve fibers began to tremble. Helen opened the neurological records. Eleanor had responded to pressure on both hands. Samuel's pupils had reacted to light. Louise had attempted to breathe above the ventilator after sedation was reduced. Darren had moved his left foot when his name was spoken. Each response had been documented, then reclassified. Spinal reflex, non-purposeful withdrawal, residual activity, No evidence of conscious awareness. Helen remembered meetings where those phrases had been discussed. The research team had needed tissue recovered within minutes of circulatory arrest. Delays reduced electrical viability. Family confirmation meant forms. Legal review. And the possibility of refusal. She had not ordered anyone killed. That was the sentence her mind produced. The archive speakers clicked. Adrian's voice answered as if he had heard her. You changed the definition of alive. Helen froze. A recording window opened on the terminal. Adrian appeared seated in this same lower laboratory. His face pale beneath the fluorescent lights. He wore the gray coat found beside him after the crash. The black data key hung at his throat. If you are watching this, he said. Then Helen either failed to find the files, or she found them too late. The prototype arm raised itself on its fingertips beside her. Adrian looked directly into the camera. The donors showed measurable neurological responses before support was withdrawn. Several had relatives actively searching for them. Meridian knew. Helen knew. Helen stepped back from the screen. No, she said. Adrian continued. She approved the classification changes. She shortened the observation periods. When physicians refused, she moved procurement to St. Bartholomew's private recovery team. The files opened one after another behind his image. Every authorization carried Helen's name. Not just tissue retrieval, withdrawal approval, transfer denial, expedited death certification. Adrian lowered his eyes for a moment. I wanted to believe she had been misled. Then I found the audio from Eleanor Wren's procedure. A sound file began playing. Helen heard surgical instruments, monitor tones, and Eleanor's shallow breathing. A physician said, "She is still responding." Helen's recorded voice replied, "The movements are not conscious. Continue." In the archive, every preserved nerve strand struck the glass at once. Adrian's recording resumed. I confronted Helen tonight. I told her I had copied everything and was going to the federal investigators. She said exposure would destroy the center, the patients, and every life her work had restored. His expression changed. Not anger, grief. She still thinks saving someone later excuses what she did to someone first. Helen reached for the terminal controls. But the prototype hand closed around her wrist. Adrian leaned closer to the camera. I am leaving now. If she tries to stop me, the files will transmit automatically. The recording ended. A final document appeared. It was an unsent message addressed to an investigator, with Adrian's evidence attached. At the bottom of the screen, the transmission status read, "Interrupted during vehicle collision." Then the security system restored the last missing seconds from Adrian's dashboard camera. Helen saw herself in the passenger seat. She saw Adrian reaching for the transmit control, and she saw her own hand seize the steering wheel. Helen watched her own hand close around the steering wheel. The dashboard footage had no sound at first. Rain crossed the windshield in silver lines while Adrian spoke words she had refused to remember. The car moved through an industrial district near the river. Warehouses blurred by water. Then the audio returned. You do not get to decide they were already gone, Adrian said. Helen's recorded voice was lower than she remembered. And you do not get to destroy 20 years of work because you found language you do not understand. I understand a response to pain. You understand files without context. I heard Eleanor breathing. Adrian drove with his right hand while his left held his phone above the console. An upload indicator glowed across the screen. He pressed his thumb twice against his ring finger. The warning gesture, not a habit, a signal to himself that she was lying. Helen remembered the smell of wet wool from Adrian's coat and the transmission bar reflected in the windshield. She had believed there was still time to make him listen. On the recording, she reached for the phone. Adrian pulled it away. Helen, stop. You are frightened. I am ashamed. He looked at her once. I am ashamed of what I helped you build. The upload passed 80%. Helen seized the steering wheel. She had not intended to crash. That was the first lie. She had intended to force him to stop the car, to make the transmission fail, to create one more hour in which the future could still be negotiated. Adrian struck her wrist away. The tires crossed standing water. The vehicle turned toward the concrete barrier. For one suspended second, his right arm moved across her chest, not to push her away, to protect her. The impact shattered the camera image. The next recording began inside the overturned car. Rain entered through broken glass. Adrian hung against his seatbelt, blood darkening his face. His phone lay near Helen's foot, its screen fractured but still showing the interrupted transmission. His right hand moved. The fingers dragged across the roof toward the phone. Once, twice, again. Helen was conscious. She remembered feeling his knuckles against her shoe and hearing the wet strain in his breathing. Her own phone remained in her coat pocket. She waited. The timestamp advanced while Adrian's hand continued reaching. Fingertips toward the phone. Thumb toward the transmit control. Helen waited 7 minutes before calling emergency services. By then, Adrian's hand had stopped. The lower laboratory returned around her. The prototype remained wrapped around her wrist, its exposed tendons trembling. It had not been trying to return to her. It had not been seeking reunion or recognition. It had been reaching past her, toward panels, locked doors, hidden files, and transmission terminals. Adrian's last movement had become its governing instruction. Complete the upload. After the crash, Helen had authorized Meridian to obtain Adrian's hospital telemetry before his body was transferred. She reconstructed his motor patterns from neural recordings, wearable data, household cameras, and the final signals captured while he reached for the phone. She had taken the reflex produced by his attempt to expose her and made it the foundation of her greatest machine. The archive monitor displayed the unsent message again. The prototype loosened its grip and crawled across Helen's lap toward the terminal. She caught it by the forearm. No. The fingers opened and closed against the air. You do not know what this will do, she said. Adrian's voice came through the speakers. You said that before. The hand struck the floor and pulled with enough force to tear polymer tendons from its housing. It crawled on, scraping metal across tile, leaving black lubricant beside the wet prints. The transmit control appeared on every monitor. Above it waited the files of 43 donors. Helen tightened both hands around the prototype. Across Meridian. Locks disengaged. Security feeds showed patients moving toward the lower elevators, their artificial limbs guiding them with the same relentless orientation. Not toward Helen now, toward the unfinished transmission. The prototype reached the terminal and raised one finger over the control. Helen struck the emergency power switch. Every screen went black. In the darkness, preserved nerve fibers tapped against glass. Then, Adrian's voice spoke from every speaker in the building. Manual transmission requires supervisor authorization. A cold blue light appeared beneath Helen's palm. The terminal was waiting for her hand. The terminal waited beneath Helen's palm. Cold blue light outlined every crease in her skin. A single instruction appeared across the dark screen. Authorize transmission. Beneath it, another option pulsed faintly. Purge network. Helen stared at the two commands. The evidence could leave Meridian in seconds. 43 names. Medical files. Recordings. Her approvals. Adrian's final message. Once released, the center would close. Every device built on the Voss predictive system would be recalled. Patients who had learned to feed themselves, dress their children, return to work, and touch the faces of people they loved would lose the technology that made those acts possible. That was how she framed the choice. Not truth or concealment. Thousands of restored lives against 43 irreversible deaths. The building trembled as the lower elevator began to descend. Helen pressed Purge Network. The terminal asked for confirmation. She pressed again. A progress bar appeared. Stored movement libraries began disappearing from the screen. Donor records collapsed into blank fields. Audio files dissolved into strings of corrupted symbols. On the security monitors, artificial limbs stopped pulling toward the elevators and hung briefly at their owners' sides. Helen exhaled. Then every prosthesis moved again. Not toward the transmission terminal. Toward her. The elevator doors opened. Marcus emerged first, walking backward as his left arm dragged him into the archive. Priya followed with one hand braced beneath his shoulder. But she could not slow him. Behind them came the other patients from the calibration bays. Then technicians supporting men and women whose artificial knees, feet, shoulders, and hands were steering their bodies through the doorway. No one spoke. The purge reached 12%. The preserved nerve fibers inside the cabinets rotated toward Helen. Marcus's hand rose. Its index finger pointed at her chest. The others followed. A woman's prosthetic wrist twisted until the synthetic palm faced Helen. A mechanical foot lifted and stamped once. An artificial shoulder forced its wearer to turn despite his attempts to look away. On the monitors upstairs, more patients stopped in corridors and waiting rooms. All of them turned toward the nearest camera. All of their devices oriented toward Helen's location. Priya looked at the terminal. You are deleting them. I am containing a malfunction. You are erasing them again. They are dead. Marcus's hand closed around Priya's wrist. Not hard enough to injure her. Hard enough to stop the lie from passing unanswered. Helen stepped away from the terminal. But the prototype arm caught the hem of her coat. It climbed by gripping the fabric, drawing itself upward until its hand rested against her abdomen. Tap, tap. The gesture spread through the room. 2 fingers against metal rails. 2 artificial nails against wheelchairs. 2 knocks from sealed cabinets. Across the security feeds, hundreds of prosthetic hands repeated Adrian's warning. Helen covered her ears. I did not kill them. Every device became still. For 1 second. Meridian seemed to listen. Then the screens abandoned the purge display. Signatures appeared. Helen's signature on withdrawal approvals. Her signature on tissue transfers. Her signature beneath amendments, redefining conscious response. Each document filled the monitors from wall to wall. The patients advanced. Marcus resisted until his shoes slid across the tile. But his prosthetic arm pulled him forward. The woman beside him sobbed as her artificial fingers opened. Another patient whispered a name displayed above his device. Samuel. Someone else said, Louise. The names traveled through the room. Not shouted. Recognized. Helen backed into the specimen cabinets. Glass pressed cold against her spine. Inside, the preserved fibers struck toward her like roots seeking water. The purge had stopped at 13%. A new message appeared. Destruction attempt recorded. The prototype climbed higher and closed around Helen's wrist. It guided her hand away from the purge control. She fought it. The other artificial hands rose. Some had synthetic skin matched carefully to their owners. Others showed exposed hinges, polished knuckles, and braided tendons. Together they formed no single shape. Yet Helen saw the same final movement repeated within them, reaching from hospital beds, operating tables, and the overturned car. They were not asking her to confess. They had already identified her. The calibration screens displayed the conclusion of the orientation test. Subject recognized by all donors. The laboratory doors locked. Priya moved toward Helen, but Marcus's hand held her back. Helen tried to pull free from the prototype. Every artificial hand closed at once. Not around throats, not around weapons, around their owners' wrists, shoulders, chairs, and rails, anchoring themselves as though preparing to apply force in a single coordinated direction. The central monitor restored Adrian's interrupted message. The transmission control illuminated. Helen looked at the patients surrounding her and understood that the devices no longer required her authorization. They required only the part of her body that had signed the deaths. The prototype bent her hand toward the reader. Behind it, all the other hands reached for her. The first hand reached Helen's shoulder. Another closed around her forearm. A third caught the back of her coat. The patients cried out as their prostheses pulled them forward. But the hands moved with greater precision than their owners could resist. Synthetic fingers passed Helen from one grip to another. Mechanical wrists adjusted to distribute her weight. Powered elbows locked beneath her arms. They did not drag her. They carried her. The laboratory doors opened, and the procession moved into the corridor. Marcus walked beside Helen with his human hand pressed against his prosthetic wrist, trying to force it down. The artificial fingers remained beneath her shoulder, supporting her with the gentle firmness of a clinician transferring a patient from bed to chair. Helen. Priya called. Tell them to stop. Helen tried. No command came. Adrian's prototype remained in the archive. One hand resting against the transmission reader. Its exposed thumb lowered. The unfinished message began uploading. Security footage appeared across every screen in Meridian. Eleanor, moving beneath the surgical sheet. Samuel's son being turned away from the hospital. Louise breathing above the ventilator. Adrian reaching across Helen in the final instant before the crash. The files left the building. They entered hospital networks, regulatory servers, local newsrooms, police evidence, portals, and the inboxes of every family Meridian had failed to locate. Copies multiplied faster than the system could identify them. Helen heard the notification tones following her through the center. 1 message sent, then 10, then hundreds. The prostheses carried her into the surgical laboratory where Meridian had performed its earliest interface procedures. The room had been cleaned and converted years earlier. But the old restraint points remained beneath the modern operating table. The hands placed Helen upon it. They positioned her with meticulous care. One artificial palm rested beneath her neck. Another straightened her legs. Marcus's fingers removed her silver glasses and set them beside the instruments. The central monitor displayed a neural map. Helen recognized its shape. It was hers. Her badge had recorded years of tremor corrections, grip pressures, walking patterns, facial muscle responses, and involuntary movements. Meridian's cameras had watched her operate. Type 18, sign documents, and adjust her glasses. The same system she had used to reconstruct Adrian had already preserved more of Helen than she knew. "Do not connect me," she said. The prosthetic hands paused. For a moment, hope moved through her. Then, Marcus's thumb pressed twice against his ring finger. Tap, tap. The others answered. The surgical interface descended. Priya reached the doorway as the lights intensified. She saw Helen's back arch against the table. Not from pain, but from an electrical impulse moving through every motor pathway at once. Her fingers signed an invisible document. Her right foot pressed an imaginary brake. Her hand seized an absent steering wheel. The system recorded each movement. The monitor labeled them: denial, suppression, interruption, preservation response. Helen opened her mouth. But the machines had begun translating the electrical activity before speech could form. Across the screen appeared one final classification: supervisor, pattern acquired. The lights failed. When emergency power returned, the operating table was empty. Only Helen's glasses remained. No camera showed her leaving. No door had opened. The patients remembered the hands releasing them simultaneously, followed by the sensation of warmth passing backward through their sockets. Adrian's prototype lay motionless beside the archive terminal. Its transmission was complete. Meridian closed within 3 days. Investigators recovered the donor records, the procedure footage, and Helen's attempted purge. Families received official confirmation that the people they had searched for had died inside a system designed to make them legally absent before their bodies were used. Helen Voss was never found. Months later, recalled Meridian prostheses began failing inspection. Technicians discovered unfamiliar neural patterns embedded beneath the donor libraries. The signals did not match any patient or registered donor. They contained Helen's characteristic grip corrections, her walking rhythm, and the small motion she had made thousands of times while reviewing documents. Whenever questioned about the donor program, device owners performed it involuntarily. Their artificial hands rose toward their faces. 2 fingers touched the bridge of an invisible pair of silver glasses. Then the hand moved downward, took hold of an imaginary pen, and signed Helen's name. Helen believed movement could be separated from memory, and memory from responsibility. She treated the final reflexes of dying people as useful material, never imagining that a body's last movement might also be testimony. In the end, the technology did not resurrect the dead or deliver conventional revenge. It merely preserved the gesture Helen had spent her life repeating: authorization without acknowledgement. Perhaps guilt does not always return as a ghost. Sometimes it survives as a habit, one small motion carried from person to person until the truth can no longer be denied. My dear friend, our time together has gently come to an end. But before you leave, I would like to stay with you for just a few more moments. Thank you for allowing chilly midnight to be part of your evening. Whether you listened closely to every detail or simply let the story play softly beside you, I am grateful that we were able to share this little piece of the night. Perhaps today asked too much of you. Perhaps you had to remain strong when you really wanted to stop, or smile when your heart felt tired. Whatever you have been carrying, you no longer need to hold it so tightly. Place it down for now. The night is here to give you space to recover. Let the room become your refuge. Feel the quiet settling around you. Hear the steady rhythm of your own breathing. And remind yourself that this moment belongs entirely to you. There are no expectations here, no deadlines, and no need to explain anything. I hope your muscles begin to loosen and every restless thought slowly loses its urgency. May the hours ahead renew the parts of you that the day has worn down. May your dreams be gentle companions, carrying you toward places where you feel safe, understood, and completely at ease. When tomorrow arrives, I hope you meet it with a rested body and a lighter spirit. May the new day bring you patience when things are difficult, courage when you feel uncertain, and unexpected happiness in the smallest moments. Thank you for returning to this quiet corner and for giving these stories someone to reach. Even though we may never meet face to face, your presence is deeply appreciated, and I am honored to keep you company whenever the world becomes still. Please be gentle with yourself tonight. Wrap yourself in warmth. Release the thoughts that can wait, and allow sleep to find you in its own time, until another tale calls us back beneath the midnight sky. Stay safe. Take care. And remember that you always have a place here. Good night, my dear friend. May the night restore you, and may morning welcome you with peace.